Yo, what's up, y'all? Hopefully, let me get this, what's it called, working. Hold on a second. Oh, crap. I got everything lagging. Hold on. Let me get this chat working properly. Here. Da-na. Welcome to the, very, very sought after, runoffs in Georgia. Election coverage. Right now, I'm trying to get the chat working properly and everything. Okay, chat should be good. Hold on. Try to say. I'm just trying to figure out some issues we got. Yep, there we go. All right, so everything's good now. And yeah, welcome to the live stream. We're gonna be covering the election. Obviously, if you know me and you know my content, I'm pulling for Ossoff and Warnock here to win because they're the demonstrably better choices, and in my opinion. I fundamentally disagree with Loeffler and Perdue on everything, and they use their office to enrich themselves in the middle of a pandemic. So let's hope that they fucking lose tonight. We should be getting results here pretty soon, so I'm gonna go over to the stream in which they are covering it. And yeah.
Tonight, thousands of pro-Trump protesters gathered near the White House ahead of Congress confirming President-elect Joe Biden's victory tomorrow.
Of course.
President Trump promises to keep fighting
I have
it
tea
with
here,
what he considers
just
a
for,
final
as a
test
forewarning.
of loyalty for Vice President Mike Pence, tweeting falsely that the vice president has the power to reject fraudulently chosen electors.
Which no.
The president has privately and publicly pressured Mr. Pence to stop Congress from approving the election.
And it's funny because he actually thinks that shit's gonna work. Like, that's not how anything works. That's not how democracy works. You can't just fucking, I don't like the election results, so I'm going to pressure my vice president, whose only role is basically ceremonious in that he just reads off the final vote count. I'm going to pressure him into stopping me from losing the... It's already over. The people have spoken, but these people are the same ones who are pro-democracy, right?
Results.
I have to tell you, I hope that our great vice president comes through for us. He's a great guy. Of course, if he doesn't come through, I won't like him quite as much.
But election
is that a
expert
threat?
David Becker said it's up to members of Congress to approve the Electoral College's count affirming Mr. Biden's
on
win,
live news
not
that has
the
on
vice
CNN,
president.
Fox, and
The
MSNBC.
vice
Yeah,
president's role
right now
during
we're
this
on
joint session of Congress is
CBSN.
entirely
I'm slightly behind because I rewinded it, but
This assurance.
And I promise you, come this Wednesday, we'll have our day in Congress.
More than a dozen Senate
Nothing's
Republicans
going to
plan
happen in
object to the
Congress.
results in key swing states, but a growing number of their GOP colleagues came out publicly today to say refusing to back the will of the voter is unconstitutional and harmful to the party.
How am I doing? I'm doing
President
pretty
Trump has
good.
called them the,
Thanks for
quote,
asking. How about
surrender
you?
caucus. Today, his successor praised them.
There are enough really decent Republicans. You're seeing them step up now in the United States Senate.
Are
who
you?
Don't want to be part of this Trump Republican Party.
There are a few in there, but the amount of people who are actually genuinely trying to take up stakes for Trump and delay the voice of the people is actually shocking. And which is why the Republican Party as a whole needs to be politically irrelevant before we can actually get changes here. The fact that they're sitting down molding and holding us over because their guy lost one time when they have another shot in 4 years is insane.
A senior defense
Who do I think
official
will win?
tells
Trump's are
CBS
coping
News
in
there are
D.C. right now.
calls
I'm
all
already
over
knowing who I think will win. I think Warnock will win his race, and I'm a little skeptical about Ossoff, which I'm upset because I love John Ossoff. But, I keep saying Ossoff, John Ossoff. I just think that he might lose because I saw Perdue was ahead by, I don't remember, maybe 60, 70,000 votes, but he didn't get 50%, which is why we're in a runoff. I don't know if John could have made up that difference in that time. maybe because Trumpies have like basically said they're not going to vote. I don't know, but I'm fairly confident that Warnock will win his. I don't know about John. We're going to keep an eye on that.
Social media for protesters to storm the Capitol, in addition to reports that some of them will bring weapons.
Of course.
Local authorities are urging people to avoid downtown, but President Trump is encouraging his supporters to protest and even plans to join them with a speech tomorrow morning. Elaine?
He thinks he's going to military coup the White House.
Zhang, thank you. For more, let's bring in Caitlin Hughley
Manifesting
Burns
a Warnock and Ossoff win. Yep.
Caitlin is CBSN's political reporter. She joins us from Atlanta. And Ed is a CBS News political correspondent, and he is in Washington. All right, let's get right to it. Caitlin, Democrats made over 1 million phone calls per day and knocked on over 100,000 doors every day in the last week. Does turnout today suggest that those efforts paid off?
That's right, and they had top surrogate President-elect Joe Biden come here yesterday to campaign, and driving to this location, we also heard Biden doing local radio interviews. So that shows kind of how the Democrats are trying to deploy Biden.
Let's hope it
and
works.
The reason that they're doing that is because they want to kind of recreate the turnout that they saw in November that gave Biden a victory here by 12.
Exactly. Holy fucking shit. 1 million phone calls? 1 million phone calls every day is insane. We need the Senate if we're going to get anything done. Exactly. And Joe Biden is already going to be not too much of a active president. So we're going to need to get the Senate if we want to get even the little that he wants to do done. He's very ambitious. His platform is very ambitious. Do I think he'll actually do it? Probably not. But that remains to be seen. We need to get the Senate first.
1,000 votes, becoming the first Democrat in nearly 3 decades to be able to win.
So why is this important? The reason why this is important is because if you look in the bottom right, actually I'm covering it, hold on. Democrats sit at 48 seats, Republicans sit at 50 seats. If we can flip both Georgia seats, first of all, that's unprecedented because it's Georgia. Second of all, we now have control of the Senate because it's 50-50 and Kamala Harris, the vice president, breaks any ties. So we now control the Senate, meaning that Joe Biden can get a lot of his things done. If the Republicans take so much as one of these 2 seats, Mitch McConnell remains the Senate Majority Leader, and he's going to shut down fucking everything, just like he shut down discussion on trying to get people $2,000 instead of $600 for the stimulus check. So anything that's Democrat will get shut down on sight if the Republicans win so much as 1 seat because Mitch McConnell gets to be the Majority Leader. If we take both seats, we get a majority in the Senate, we have a majority in the House, and we control the White House too. So we'll actually be able to get stuff done. That's why this is so important. That's why everyone is losing their minds over what could happen here.
In those same elections in November.
Fast forward.
Part of the state where the president was last night, that's a critical Republican stronghold that they believe could be
Trump. You don't hear Joe Biden denouncing Antifa, yeah, because why would he denounce an ideology? Exactly. Trump doesn't understand the difference between an ideology and a hate group because he just thinks anything that disagrees with him is the same.
Their friends, family, neighbors to do the same. This generational election will be decided by the votes cast in the next few hours. Interesting that they would issue that kind of a
John
statement
Ossoff
in the
is
middle
almost
of
as
the
sexy
day
as Bartolo Colon.
where
Not even close.
know
He's
they
still
win
got a
this
long way to go. He's still got an extra like
Republican voters show up
112
today.
pounds before he can get to
These
Bartolo's
Democrats were
level.
doing so well in turning out their voters in advance, as we saw in November. Remember, we need to repeat it again, but as we did beforehand. Democrats had told us they would vote early. Republicans told us they'd vote the day of. We will see ultimately.
And you already know that they're going to be claiming voter fraud.
But there's been concern over the last several weeks over the president's actions and words.
Yo, what up?
And
We
here
have
on the last
16
day or
people
so,
in here.
of course,
Merch
the
it.
president's words to the Secretary of State of Georgia in that recorded telephone call regarding what he was trying to do in overturning the will of voters. Are there voters who were going to vote for Senators Perdue and Loeffler who heard that call and said, you know what, forget it, I'm voting for the Democrats, or forget it, I'm just going to stay home? We'll see.
None of those people with MAGA hats and MAGA masks on are voting for the Democrats. I can already tell you that.
That was a last-minute development.
It's actually going to be hilarious if Loeffler and Perdue both lose because of Trump's fucking incompetence, because he spent the whole time saying that the whole thing's rigged, and now watch that come back and bite him in the ass. That would be hilarious if they just stay home. A lot of, like, far-right people like Milo Yiannopoulos and fucking bunch of the white nationalists. I forget their name. They're not important. But they basically were molding when Trump originally lost and was like, fuck the Republicans. They blah, 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 blah. Which is going to probably be detrimental to them.
That observers
basically trying to
did not
protest the
expect-
Republican
did not
Party
want
because they
to
didn't
see.
get what they wanted.
Well,
What's up, JJ?
Caitlin,
What up?
in November, Americans waited over a week for Joe Biden to be declared the winner of the presidential race in Georgia. Will we know who the winners of these Senate races are at some point tonight?
Don't expect any results tonight. Remember, last night I told you I had not yet booked a return flight home from our coverage.
Yeah.
I still haven't made any
Purdue
travel
did
arrangements
bitch out
back home
during
because
debate night,
we have
so
been told by
we'll see if
officials
that has any
similarly
effect.
to the general election, they are expecting these absentee ballots, and they can't begin to tally those, of course, until polls just closed. But here's a key thing that could help speed up this process. In Georgia, unlike some of those other states in the general election, they can start processing those ballots before Election Day. And in fact, this go round, they mandated that counties start processing the ballots. That means checking the signatures, getting them ready to be tabulated at least 8 days before Election Day. So that gives them some runway
Bet.
time.
Okay,
To
good. That
explain
means
kind
we
of
won't be
where
waiting till
we
next
are
week.
Right now, we are in Fulton County at a ballot processing center. You can see behind me over my
49% Republican, 48% Democrat. I wonder how many, what sample size that is for that
They will
poll.
be processed here in this
Of course,
facility,
white voters
and
are
this
going
is a very
71% for
transparent
Purdue.
process. Around the perimeter, there are people from both parties being able to watch what's going on. They're checking the signatures.
I found Mario Judah in
Here
my
Georgia,
ballot.
you have
Seems
to
about
sign
right.
outside of the
Damn,
ballot.
Ossoff is
Once
shitting on him
those
93 to 7
signatures
when it
are
comes to the
matched
black
on
vote.
ballot itself, then it goes into these scanning machines that are right behind me. There are also cameras here that show all of this going on that are live streamed on the county website. So really,
It's
anybody
funny
can
how
watch
much precautions they have to go
process
through now
going
because
on.
Trump it's molded
So
and lost their
officials here
damn
say
minds
that
because
it
they
may
lost.
take a while to count all of these ballots because they can't start counting them until polls closed. And as I just mentioned just a few minutes ago, those polls did. So we'll see a lot of activity here throughout the night, and perhaps maybe
Wait, what polls closed? Hold on, we're gonna look at this. Georgia Senate election. I'm gonna see 1% reporting. Oi, boys, we're down. We're down big. Oh, nah, it's 1% reporting. About 3,000 votes, and this is where we stand right now. I can shrink down chat if you guys want to see good, but let me just move chat for a little bit. There you go. And yeah, this is where we are right now. It's only 1% in reporting, so do not get shocked. But yes, and there's a lot of more Republican areas. They just don't have as many votes, so this is not a shock here. Everyone stay calm, because I remember I ran into this issue on election night when it came to the general election. Everyone started freaking out because Trump was leading by 100 votes when it was 2% reporting. So we're gonna keep an eye on that, and we're gonna that's my stream stuff, and we're gonna go back to this broadcast.
Are the ones that are really going to cause a lot of the drama tomorrow.
I kind of want to see what CNN is covering. If CNN's live. They aren't live, are they? Nope.
To what extent in a year, in 2 years, in 4 years, Republican voters may or may not remember how their Republican representative or potential presidential candidate voted.
Yo, do I play COD? Yes, I do.
On this issue.
Trump stopped the count.
I talked to one former Senate rules expert today, somebody who knows the rules of the road when it comes to how you.
You want to play me in
conduct things in
MLB?
the Senate.
I don't know.
And
I haven't
he
played
said,
MLB
one
in
of
a
the
minute.
unwritten rules of the
Maybe at some
Senate
point.
has been that you don't
Expect
do
me to be
the
streaming
things
MLB when
that
21
you
comes
could
out for
do, or
PC
the
and
rule-
Xbox,
the
by the
unwritten
way.
rule of restraint.
Because
This is going to
Interesting.
break that unwritten rule of restraint, because you're going to see senators
That's gonna
do
be fun.
things that they know they can do, but have not been done before. And he said the fact as well that a handful of freshly sworn in new senators are going to sort of use this as their opening act could have grave effects on their ability to get things done with colleagues in both parties for having been a part of this. You know, maybe in a week, maybe in a year.
If the Trump fanatics in the Congress actually genuinely hold up Congress in order to protest the election shit, not only are they going to I mean, they're not gonna totally ruin their connection or relationship with Democrats, because a lot of Democrats are corrupt too, but optics, it's not gonna look too good. Trump is going to flame everyone when he eventually loses. Well, he already has lost, but when he eventually has to leave, he's going to fry everyone. He's probably not even going to come to the inauguration. He's probably going to run as an insurgent candidate again in 2024, and this time it's going to be a lot less sympathy from other Republican voters, which is why I'm saying they could very well fuck over the party, because if they don't, well, they're not going to make Trump win, so they're literally just going to screw themselves over, and a lot of them are going to try to win brownie points so that they can keep getting elected, but it's going to look terrible, because I feel like Trump's just going to go off either way, because they're going to say, oh, they failed me, or whatever, especially Mike Pence. Trump will do everything in his power to make sure Mike Pence doesn't get elected if Mike Pence doesn't make a new constitution to keep him president or something. So whatever's going to happen to the Republican Party is untold, especially after this election and the Senate election.
To see how Republicans handle these results depending on...
I want to see him dragged out of the White House. That would be amazing to watch. So I'll watch.
Continued legal challenge. But that has been kind of at the center of the Republicans' messaging, and something that
who watches Real American Voice? Oh no!
Bit, on one hand, of course.
Oh no! You and your girl better get fucking going. Move miles away from that nigga.
But last night he was saying that if you believe that things went wrong,
Trump probably could run third party, and if he did, he wouldn't win, but he'd split the Republicans enough.
Plays or had played with Republicans that they needed to turn out today.
All right, so many twists and turns in these Georgia runoff contests. Caitlin Huey-Burns and Ed O'Keefe, we thank you for your excellent guidance and reporting. Really appreciate it.
I beg that he runs third party, because not only will it fuck over the Republicans, it'll probably hand it to the Democrats.
News Elections and Surveys Director Anthony Salvanto. Hi there, Anthony.
Swear this looks like cut rate CNN.
All right, the polls just closed minutes ago. What are you going to be watching for as votes come in?
Hey there, Elaine. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to everybody out there watching.
Happy New Year.
Look, we are just getting started, right? We're getting a little bit of vote in now, 16,000 votes. One of the key things we're going to be watching...
What is the Real American Voice? I can already smell the nationalism. Yes, I know, right? Fucking reeks of nationalism.
We think it could exceed 4 million people voting today. Now,
Jesus
for a runoff,
Christ.
that's extraordinarily high, okay? Now, it could get to 4.1. It could get to 4.2. In fact, we're going to go out as we start expecting that it could go north of 4.1 million. Now, the reason that's important is that the other big thing to watch, Democrats have, as they have in the past, and as they did in November, turned out their voters, and by all accounts, both from exit polls and from looking at the voter rolls, they've done well on the mail-in balloting. And it might be tight, maybe marginally Republican, maybe marginally Democrat. We'll have to find out in the early in-person voting, and that's where people have been lining up to cast ballots in advance of today. Then we get to Election Day, and that is where Republicans have really shown strength. They did last November. Do they turn out in force again today and tonight? That's going to be the big question, and one of the things
it started by a neo-Nazi.
As this turnout number goes up, as we get more data about what's going on in the counties, does that then help the Republican tickets? So that's another big thing to watch. And then the other part of it is, I'm going to
I don't know how it went blue and yellow. I guess
now,
that's why the runoff might sway it kind of in the favor of Ossoff a little bit more, because he was known going into the election on election night where they voted for President and Senate. He was known, but he wasn't as known in order to pose a substantial threat, don't get it twisted. But I don't think he was as known enough, and that made it so certain Democrats voted for the president and then just didn't care about voting for senator. So I feel like the runoff gave it a little bit more time for him to get his name recognition out there and stuff and encourage more people to vote. I don't know if that's going to do it and push him over the edge, but he has a better shot than last time, seeing as a lot more people voted.
That election, we're going to look at places like Cobb County, where Joe Biden did well, very well for a Democrat historically. Here again, Democratic Senate candidates are going to try to run up a bit of a margin. But
John Ossoff is shitting on him now with 3% reported. Really Warnock is also pulling off with 3% reported.
Atlanta,
It's not going to hold like that, but get
overall,
giddy.
in terms of its size relative to the rest of the state, do those Atlanta
What do you usually do on MLB? Probably play baseball. No, I play Diamond Dynasty mostly.
Statewide, that
with my
would
team.
be a big indicator if the Democrats are doing well. And the last thing I'll say there, Elaine, everybody, is remember that David Perdue ran ahead of John Ossoff in the last election in November. Democrats ran behind Republicans in the other Senate race as well. So, you know, the Democrats have to change some minds as well as get strong turnout in order to win tonight, Elaine.
So grateful to have your expertise and your magic TV of data on this night. Thanks so much. We'll check back in with you throughout the night.
Oh, he's blushing.
Thanks.
CBS News.
It's got to be so difficult being a live news anchor, I swear.
Capitol planned for Wednesday.
CNN reports that the Democratic
candidate
candidate winning.
I don't want CNN. Here's Jeff Pegues with the details.
Okay.
The chilling threat, obtained exclusively by CBS News, was heard by multiple air traffic controllers on Monday afternoon in New York.
Why does it sound like that?
Sources tell
Whoa.
CBS News the Pentagon and other agencies were briefed today about the digitized voice recording and believe it was designed to suggest hitting the Capitol on the same day Congress is set to count the Electoral College results. The recording refers to Qasem Soleimani, the Iranian general killed in a U.S. drone strike ordered by President Trump, and came on the one-year anniversary of his death.
You look over his past, he's been called a monster, and he was a monster. And he's no longer a monster, he's dead.
But in Iran, Soleimani is revered, and Iranian officials have vowed revenge. CBS News has learned that while the government...
This is why we don't fucking obscenely missile strike other solemn nations. We had no credible evidence that he was planning an attack on U.S. soil, and we fucking missile strike them anyway. Now, how much you want to bet how much money would you guys put on the fact that, that message being like an American-made thing in order to justify a war against Iran? I wouldn't fucking put it past them, because that's like the same bullshit they did for Iraq. This is why we do not fucking randomly strike solemn nations. Or any nations, unless they pose a direct, immediate threat to the homeland. There were rumors that he was planning an attack against military forces in Iran, or in the Middle East. You want to know why? Because we fucking missile striked a bunch of, was it Shia protesters? Because I'm pretty sure we're allied with the Shia, and it was a Sunni-led attack against an American contractor, and then in response we fucking missile striked fired upon a bunch of Shia protesters, and then in response they burned the embassy, and then in response we fucking bombed their top military leader. What the fuck? This is why we don't do stupid shit like that. This is why we don't give the fucking launch codes to incompetent buffoons.
The government does not believe the warning of an attack is credible. It is being investigated as a breach of aviation frequencies, and the threat would be a crime. Experts say the intrusion is concerning because it could affect.
I feel like whoever's doing this voice
about how and where to fly planes.
I feel like his throat hurts.
Sources tell CBS News that air traffic controllers were reminded today to report anything unusual, like if a plane deviates from its flight path or any type of threat. The FAA is working with...
I gotta fast forward, bro. This dude's annoying.
Major concern now is that new variant of the virus, over 50% more contagious.
Here we go. This is better.
In California, Florida, Colorado, New York, and now Georgia.
The UK strain is highly problematic, and it could be a game changer.
especially important as states scramble to receive and administer vaccines. In Florida, hundreds of seniors camped out overnight in their cars as vaccines were given first come, first serve.
We've been in hibernation for a year, and we're getting too old for that because we ain't got that many years left.
The FDA had considered giving adults half doses of the Moderna vaccine to reach more people. The agency rejected that. A wise move, says former director of the CDC.
Stick with the program, take as directed, focus on getting the vaccines that we have available today into people's arms.
The infection rate in Arizona now the highest
It sounds
in
like
the
that
world
dude
for new
sold Burger
cases,
King
but
foot
it's
lettuce.
those on the front lines who bear the biggest burden. Here's just one
Betty.
voice, a nurse in San Diego.
It gets hard every day, and we have each other to make it through, but sometimes it feels like all this work we're doing is for nothing because everybody just keeps getting COVID and it's just getting worse and worse and worse.
That sucks, man.
And first responders
I know that
at
feeling.
hospitals
My
across
mom's a
Southern
nurse.
California have been so
Maybe
busy,
if people
many
listen
of
to
them
common
haven't
sense
been
regulations and
vaccinated.
just wore a
Tonight
mask
there is a
and
scramble
wanted to get the
get those
vaccine,
doses to them
we'd be fine.
before they expire. Elaine?
Who's winning? Right now, Raphael Warnock's winning his race,
The white
but we're only
police
6%
officer who
in.
shot a black man in
And I think
Kenosha,
Ossoff is winning
Wisconsin over the
his.
summer will not face any criminal charges. Jacob Blake was shot multiple times in the back and left
Oh, this fucking bullshit. Oh my god. Wait, did my camera just die? I think my camera just died. Hold on a second. Oh my god. I gotta rant for you guys about this fucking Jacob Blake situation. Oh, this is so annoying. Here, first of all, let me get this camera battery right back in. There we go. Secondly, this Jacob Blake shit, he's not facing any charges, the officer who shot him.
The shooting sparked unrest in Kenosha, and the National Guard is now on patrol. CBS News correspondent Mola Lengi is there with the latest.
I saw the video. The district attorney's decision comes more than 4 months after the shooting of Jacob Blake left him paralyzed from the waist down. Michael Gravely said Officer Rustin Shesky was justified acting in self-defense.
This case is really all about self-defense, and can it be proven that it does not exist? It is really evidence about the perspective of Officer Shesky.
What the fuck? Okay, here's my thing, right? You can cry self-defense all that you want, right? It depends on what is your accurate response in order to, get self-defense, okay? So if the dude is going in the car, reaching for something, alright? You have him by the shirt, you shoot him. Why are you shooting him 7 times in the back? Why? Apparently they tried a takedown before he had even attempted to move to the car, and he got up. Okay, tackle him again. Use another taser. They didn't tase him when he was on his way walking around the car in the video. They didn't tase him when he was on his way walking to the passenger door. Apparently they tased him before the person had started recording and they had him on the ground before he got up. Okay, he's walking away from you. He gets up. There's 4 of you. Tackle him again. Fire another taser. Mace him. Do something. You have the dude by his back. He's getting in the car with his children in the car. Let's think logically here. I know your mind is going a million miles a minute, but the kid is in the car. Do you think he's going to get a fucking gun on 4 officers all aiming at him and shoot at you while his kid is in the car? And if he had a knife, which it turned out that he had a knife, there's 4 of you! Why are you shooting him 7 times in the fucking back? And of course the officer gets off scot-free. This would not happen if Jacob Blake was a white victim. That's just fact. And you will not find me an instance where a cop used unnecessary, extreme amounts of lethal force and against a white perpetrator and didn't get booked for it or didn't get some sort of charge.
The officers were responding to a domestic dispute call against Blake last August after he resisted arrest. Prosecutors say Blake was holding a knife when Officer Shesky shot him multiple times in the back. For Blake's father, the decision is justice denied.
We'll find federal ways that justice will find for my son. We're not done yet.
During the days of protests, 2 people were shot and killed and a third injured by then 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse, who claims self-defense. During a virtual court hearing today, the now 18-year-old Rittenhouse, his attorney by his side, pleaded not guilty to the reckless homicide charges against him.
Prepared to enter not guilty pleas to all the charges contained therein.
Tonight, Kenosha is on alert and bracing for whatever might happen next.
Just boarded up. Then we helped everybody else board up as much as we could with the plywood we had.
More than 500 National Guard troops are on the ground here in Kenosha after the governor mobilized them earlier this week in anticipation of potential unrest. Elaine?
Mo Alengi, thank you. Coming up after the break, President Trump and President-elect Biden both hit the campaign trail in Georgia to stump for the Senate candidates. We'll discuss with our panel of strategists about why this runoff is so
Trump is not there to
important
stump for the candidate.
Republicans.
He's gonna make that shit about himself 1,000,000,000%. Yeah, the fact that we are still talking about what happened to Jacob Blake and they're not gonna get charges is absolutely fucking insane. It just shows you how ridiculous the criminal justice system is. That blows my mind. That literally blows my mind. The guy literally gets shot in the back 7 times unnecessarily. Apparently he was holding a knife. If he's holding a knife, then why the fuck are you letting him walk away? I didn't see a knife in the video, but if he's holding a knife, why are you letting him walk away? And if the knife wasn't on him, it was in his car already, why are you letting him go to the car? Fucking take him down before that. And don't shoot him. Oh my god. Crazy. It always gives me perspective because I watch Knowing Better, and when he was talking, he used to talk about how they had rules of engagement when he was in the military, and like if you were to do a warning shot, it was 1 shot in the air, 1 shot at the ground, and then if it was a lethal shot or a kill shot, you fire 1 bullet at the person, even if they were like armed. Meanwhile, cops have a completely different set of rules where they can fucking spray willy-nilly if they feel threatened. Yeah, Kenosha's gonna go crazy. And a bunch of other little Kyle Rittenhouses are gonna come out of the shadows to try to play hero. Did I see the recreation animation of the Breonna Taylor situation? No, I didn't. Hey, that was actually bars, actually. Did I see the recreation animation of the Breonna Taylor situation? Bars. Exactly, spray through a motherfucker. The fact that we were debating on what happened to Breonna Taylor shows how fucking stupid American discourse has gotten. That's insane to me. The fact that 9% of people in this poll said that David Perdue's positions are too liberal scares me. Are you the kid from TikTok? Yes, I am. I'm sick of the country. I get sick of the country too sometimes, but you know what? You know what? We all have to deal with it at some point. Let's go back and check the fucking data on where we are in this race, as according to Google. Jon Ossoff and Raphael Warnock have healthy leads right now. The Associated Press. It's funny because it's not like people. I don't know why I just went there. I accidentally. It's funny because like I don't think we're gonna hear anything about how the media doesn't decide the election if Perdue or Loeffler win. Their vote counts are about even right now. That's interesting. Warnock has slightly more votes than Perdue. No, Warnock has slightly more votes than Ossoff, and Loeffler has slightly less votes than Perdue. All right, we're going back here.
The world is watching the people of Georgia tomorrow, and you got to swamp them.
President Trump and President-elect Biden were both in Georgia Monday to campaign ahead of the runoff elections that will decide which party controls the narrowly divided Senate. Republicans can keep their majority in the chamber if just one incumbent senator keeps their seat, while Democrats need to win both seats to achieve a 50-50
Wasn't there supposed to be
a
investigation into Mitch McConnell's election or something?
Tie-breaking vote. For more, let's bring in Joel Payne. Joel is, of course, a longtime contributor to CBS News, political contributor, and a Democratic strategist, and he joins me now.
When Purdue
Joel,
literally, exactly.
welcome.
The fact that 9% of people said that his positions are too liberal when the dude literally enlarged Ossoff's nose to point out that he was like a Jew and dog whistle to white supremacists, it's hilarious to me. And it's actually not even hilarious, it's actually fucking terrifying.
Great to have you on this night. Boy, there's no way to start the new year than
Exit
with
polls
a
are very
plethora
concerning for
of
John Ossoff. We
political
are
news.
6%
We sure have it in Georgia.
But
let's
I would
with,
understand why. We're only 6% in, and while we do have a lead,
Georgia right now, because
Ossoff has a massive lead with non-white voters. That's 84% to 16.
A number of twists and turns in the political kind of.
I think the only bad thing for him when it comes to exit polls would be like he's too liberal part, which it's Georgia, so.
A couple of days alone with that phone call that the president made to the Secretary of State in Georgia. I wonder what you think the landscape is looking like for Democrats in that state right now.
Well, Elaine, that's the big question that every Democrat around the country is trying to answer tonight. And look, this is Georgia. There are consequences for what the future of the Democratic Party is in Georgia for what happens tonight, but also there are big consequences for what happens in the Senate. If Chuck Schumer becomes Senate Majority Leader with 2 victories by Warnock and Ossoff tonight,
that
really does change the entire landscape of what the first 100 days, what the next 2 years will look like for Joe Biden and his presidency, and also at that point a potentially democratically led Senate, and of course Nancy Pelosi leads the House. If
John Ossoff reminds me of a better version of Beto O'Rourke.
And I think
and
that
kind
we
of
are
reminds me of John
entering
F.
another
Kennedy.
2 years of gridlock and a contested, divided government.
Visionary
So it's a
John
big
F.
deal.
Kennedy. I don't
I've talked
know
to people
all
on
of
the
his
ground there in
stances, but he
Georgia,
kinda
Elaine.
reminds me of him.
I'm actually talked to someone pretty
I'm a
close to the
socialist, right?
Warnock
Yeah, I
Ossoff,
lean towards socialism.
team. And what they
I'm
told
not
me
really
is
a
something
sock
that they are
dem. I
looking
have my
at
own
is
criticisms of capitalism that I don't like. Yeah, I think I prefer more of a thing that like what Vosh proposed, as in worker co-ops. Where everyone at a firm owns a particular amount and you can democratically vote for your managers and stuff like that. I prefer that to our more dictatorial type firm orientation. How we have that. I do need to read more up on my theory, but yeah, I consider myself a libertarian socialist.
Day of
With Georgia's Secretary of State over the weekend, in which Mr. Trump asked Brad Raffensperger to, quote unquote, find votes to overturn
Warnock
his
is
defeat.
destroying amongst young voters, apparently.
Do you think that this has encouraged turnout among Democrats? Is there any way to gauge what effect this may have on Democrats specifically?
He's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, look, I think that's going to be one of the key numbers that we're looking at tonight is, we're going to be looking at the exit polls and trying to figure out how people were impacted by this news about President Trump's interference. There's no other word for it in Georgia. And Elaine, I think it's important to be really unequivocal about this, okay? The president is trying to overturn the election illegally.
Facts. I want to look at some of the 538 projections. We had a 1.8 lead going into this 2.1. These were the polls looking into it. Let's see here. I wanted to find some of the projections, but whatever. If we go back here, still have Ossoff ahead. Reload that. Ossoff, yeah, the lead's narrowing, obviously, but we still got leads. Let's pray we can hold on to that. right. Oh God, I rewinded so far.
Than Joe Biden. He's trying to illegally overturn the election, and I don't think that was missed by so many Americans.
You know, Leslie, I do want to get
how is Vosh not live right now?
On what
Am
you
I
just
a
heard
super
from Joel,
capitalist?
who,
Yes,
you know, for
indeed.
longtime viewers of Red and Blue and CBSN, you two are among the most measured, thoughtful analysts that we have on.
Vosh actually isn't live right now. That's weird.
Such a deliberate kind of insightful discussion that we have. But what about the point that Joel made there just then? The fact that this is an action that may reverberate in the minds of particularly some minority voters in the weeks, months, perhaps years ahead.
I am so glad, Elaine, you asked about that, because I have the deepest respect for my brilliant colleague, Joel. But I completely disagree with his position on this. And you're right, most of the time we're somewhere in the middle, not too far one way or the other. But this is the distinct difference. Georgia is not lacking in diversity, and there's not a lack of diversity in the type of campaign tactics that are reaching out to these voters. And I want to think about particularly Latino voters. If you look at Gwinnett County, towns like Norcross that have had massive transformations of Latinos moving into the suburbs, first and second generation, and organizations like Libre Initiative, which is right of center, that are out there with their colleagues touching, they're doing something like 1 million contact points with voters just in this Georgia runoff. These are really significant inroads because these are voters that are swing voters. I don't assume that because we're a community of color, we vote one way or the other. We are the jump ball, so to speak, that is putting pressure on these campaigns. So for Trump, there's a strong appeal with Latino voters, particularly kind of the working class voters who feel that he talks common sense, and they really like that approach. You saw that in Texas. You see it to some extent, much smaller in Georgia, and certainly across the Rio Grande Valley, that's Texas again. But I'm saying this is changing. Politics of the past is changing. We have to hold these campaigns accountable. I'd agree with Joel on that, but I don't think it's the same signal. I think we're receiving different messages.
Remember when Republicans criticized us off the basic
I want to end with a final question for both of you.
Yep.
With control of the Senate,
because they're not very intelligent, are they?
What is at the top of the
you don't get to say
agenda
shit if your
for
guy
both of,
literally bitched out.
Your parties, and I want to start with you, Leslie. For Republicans, when they look at priorities here,
you messed the Discord told everyone is feeling sick.
President Trump, what is at the top of that list?
Keeping small business growing, keeping the economy moving, and certainly so that everybody has that equal opportunity. And it's not going to be seen as
I saw you streaming, and I'm excited about you trying to start
programs
YouTube
and
TikTok
building those safety nets. There's agreement on that, but really not penalizing.
Thank you very much. I really much appreciate
more restrictions on
that.
business.
Thank you. Love you too, bro.
That's number one through and through.
All right, same question for you, Joel. For Democrats here in the Biden era, what is going to be at the top of the agenda?
We're going to do big things this year. We're going to do big things this year.
Well, look, I think the agenda is going to come to President-elect Biden in the form of
stimulus.
There was obviously a major stimulus bill that was just passed in Congress. Mitch McConnell even acknowledged that there's going to be more stimulus.
I'm praying for both Ossoff and
Warnock,
obviously, but I think it'll end
agenda items. That's just going to be forced on Joe Biden. But I can tell you this. Joe Biden is going to get a lot of pressure, particularly should Democrats be successful in winning these 2 seats tonight, to undertake
apparently
what
also saying 14% of conservatives.
Be it things like filibuster reform, be it things like judicial reform, statehood. These are issues, and I'm sure Leslie I have the same sentiments for my friend Leslie as well. I'm sure she'll disagree with me on this, but there's so much energy within the progressive part of the Democratic Party for these issues, and I tell you that progressives feel like they had a big stake in Joe Biden's victory, and they feel like that Joe Biden and the people who is going to be helping him run government the next 4 years really should be leaning on that energy in the form of supporting those reforms.
All right. Well, Leslie Sanchez and Joel Payne, I am so grateful to have you both. Now that I have you both here, I want to wish you both a very happy new year ahead. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Coming up after the break, just how much is at stake in the Georgia runoffs? We will continue our coverage.
Come on, Ossoff, hold that goddamn lead. Also having a side you play COD with me later. Probably not. A, I have school like homework to do, and B, I don't tend to like play with just random people. I usually play COD with like my closest friends and stuff. So, but yeah, and I definitely got to do this homework. But I'm just here streaming for now until we get more concrete results. But let's see here. We got 16% in. This is way more quick than the like news coverage. We got, John Ossoff's opened up more of a little lead right now. And so is Raphael Warnock. That's confidence inspiring, but we still got a long way to go because it was way closer on the news broadcast than it is here. And Associated Press is way more accurate. Let's look at these forecast needles. Ossoff v. Purdue. Range of estimates. It's a toss-up in both ways, isn't it? They gotta go crazy in Atlanta, and they gotta go crazy in this area if they want to win. Warnock and Ossoff, because these are heavy Democrat areas. They have to sweep. I don't even think 71-30 is enough. He needs to be in the 80s here, but we're only 16% in. Savannah, you got to get more of a lead there. That lead's pretty healthy. But yeah. I'm really concerned about Ossoff. I'm not that concerned about him, but I'm also not expecting him to come out with a flying win here.
Getting control of the Senate really gives President-elect Biden a chance of passing his agenda in the first couple of years in office. And typically, when a new president comes into office, his party often does control the Senate. So he's in a bit of an unusual situation, particularly if his party is not successful tonight. For Republicans, they view maintaining control of the Senate as really their only chance to block the Biden agenda. And that's something that the Senate's leader, Mitch McConnell, has gotten very good at in recent years, blocking first the Obama agenda in his last 2 years of office, once Republicans took control of the Senate, and of course refusing to take up many of the bills that are sent over to him from the democratically controlled House. So, all of Washington is kind of on tenterhooks tonight.
Yeah,
I keep
because
getting texts from
Mitch McConnell is a literal
if there's anything
cancer.
I know about the results that they don't, because whatever happens in this race is going to impact them tremendously and right away, even when it comes to how quickly President-elect Biden's nominees are going to be confirmed. Just really nuts and bolts questions here that nobody knows the answer to until we get some results.
Well, if Republicans retain control of the Senate, we will have another divided Congress, and if that happens,
Radical liberal Raphael Warnock.
Radical
liberal Raphael Warnock.
Oh my God. Pretty much anything that he wants to do is going to be tough to get
when
past.
You started your political journey,
Mitch
what
McConnell
was your
for
position?
A couple of reasons.
When I started my political journey, here, little story time while they go and rant about results that they are too slow to show. Little story. So, when I started my political journey, I just knew my parents liked Obama, so I just by default liked Obama. But I think it was around the 2013 to 2016-ish era was when I began seeing more Ben Shapiro everywhere. I remember in particular I saw a thing where my brother had showed me. It was like a clip where he was debating this girl on a college campus, and she was like, Boy Scouts don't need to be guys or don't need to be boys and stuff. And then Ben Shapiro was basically like, yes, they do. And then she was like, where's that written, though? And he's like, in the name Boy Scout. And the whole crowd started laughing. That clip went viral and stuff. I remember seeing that, and that led me down like a rabbit hole of watching like SJW Dunked On compilation, Feminist Dunked On compilation and stuff. But that was only for a short time before I started watching like racist lady gets owned or whatever, or racist people getting like roasted or whatever in public. I started watching more of those videos, and that kind of led me into the 2016 election, where I kind of by default was like, I didn't really know much about Bernie Sanders, and I kind of defaulted to Bernie Sanders after like the election that already happened. But my dad was a hardcore like Hillary supporter, and I was just like, yeah, Hillary, because Trump's stupid. And then I looked more into Bernie Sanders afterwards. I was like, Bernie Sanders was actually cool. I probably would have voted for him. But yeah, I supported Hillary. Then I was watching the election the night she lost, and I was like, what the fuck? Because I learned very quickly about a bunch of the stuff that Trump was saying. So I was like, how in the shit did that just happen? But yeah, so she loses, and then that's what really triggered me into like learning more about politics. So I first got exposed to more like left leaning content from Knowing Better. And that at the beginning of his channel, he was more like of a centrist and stuff, and then like I was watching his evolution, he started moving more and more to the left. And when I'd see his streams talking about like Trump stuff, just like the general reaction he'd give to like State of the Unions, which I will start streaming, by the way, like State of the Union addresses and stuff, and I was just like, oh, okay. And then it led me down a rabbit hole towards like, I don't remember what happened from like 2017 to like 2019 besides me watching like Trevor Noah, which was also a big influence pushing me to the left. Then going in 2019, that's when I think I stumbled upon Kyle Kulinski. And I remember when I first saw Kyle Kulinski, I didn't watch him because he popped up in my recommendations, and I thought, because I didn't know too much about political anything, so when he popped up in my recommendations, I saw him talking loudly, and I just thought he was a right-winger. And then I clicked on his video. I think he was talking about Bernie Sanders and like healthcare or something, and I was like, oh, this seems cool. And then I went down a rabbit hole for like a few months straight. I was doing nothing but watching Kyle Kulinski. I also previously, through watching Knowing Better, I got introduced to H Bomber Guy, who's also a leftist, and I watched his videos about like climate change and stuff, which was very entertaining. I got introduced to Sean, the YouTuber Sean. Love his channel. I started watching his stuff and everything. Then I think going into 2020, around the time, it was either late 2019 or going into 2020 is when I finally found Vosh. I think the first video I watched of Vosh was when he was debating someone who claimed to be on the left, but he was like uncomfortable about talking about race issues, and I was like, damn, this dude knows his shit. So then I, to this day, still watch Vosh and like Sean and everything like that, and through watching Vosh is what really pushed me further and further left. So it was kind of like a rabbit hole of me watching Kyle Kulinski and David Pakman, and then I got pushed further. I was watching Jimmy Dore at one point during the 2020 election. Then I quickly found out through Vosh and through looking at the shit he was saying that he's a lunatic. I was watching The Rational National, him too, the Humanist Report or something like that with Mike Figueredo. I watched him too. Basically just got pushed down a whole rabbit hole of various leftist talk shows and stuff, and then I got pushed to Vosh, and that's kind of where I've informed a lot of my political stuff now through doing like a bunch of research and everything too. So that was my political journey. I almost slipped. Niggas caught me slipping once. Okay, so what? When I was watching Ben Shapiro at one point thinking that he was smart, and then I started finding out exactly what ways he's actually stupid. And it was my Democratic plantation brainwashing that brought me to a point where I don't like Democrats, apparently. So, yeah, that was my political journey. Shit could have turned out way different. I didn't really have an external influence on me by my parents, besides just knowing that my dad was a Democrat, but my dad doesn't live with me, so he wasn't really there to like brainwash me into being a Democrat. And then I just know we celebrated when Obama was president. But I'm the one who pushed my mom further to the left. Like, my mom, she's Jamaican, and in Jamaica, they aren't the most progressive people, obviously, not at all. They aren't accepting of gay people. They aren't accepting of gay marriage. They aren't accepting of trans people. As a whole, they're very socially conservative. I'm the one who pushed my mom to the position of, like, being okay with gay marriage. On top of that, my sister being gay. I'm still working on getting her towards accepting trans people, but obviously people aren't perfect. My mom's like my mom's in her 50s and she's Jamaican, so it's obvious that it wouldn't be easier to like to push her over on certain things. But like by the time I started learning more about politics, my mom was completely a Bernie Sanders supporter with me. Always would watch like the debates and stuff with me and stuff now. She still does, but she's just not right here right now. She's nursing. So overall, I made my mom way more progressive. I was the one who had an influence on her. I still can't push my dad over. My dad is still very much a moderate Democrat. But yeah. Oh yeah, and John Oliver. Fucking love John Oliver. My shit came from knowing better. Voss, second. Yeah. I was moderate liberal when I started. I almost fell down the alt-right pipeline. Yeah, I feel like everyone who's a leftist now almost fell down the alt-right pipeline, or they already did and then came back. No. John Oliver is definitely like further to the left, and especially personally, I'm pretty sure he's further to the left than he even expresses on his show. But yeah, even I'm surprised HBO lets him be that left leaning and like always taking on big corporations and fighting against like dictatorship and stuff. He's very based. Thoughts on the IRA? Oh, what happened with them? Wasn't there like a big thing? Oh, Alex Trebek, they're playing a thing about him. R.I.P. But what happened with the IRA? Why do I not remember even what that stands for? I'm radical liberal. I'm radical liberal. J. William J. Yes, I am radical liberal. Sanders highs his power level to 100%. Bernie Sanders definitely a socialist, and he's great at marketing it as just a sock dem, which is kind of what I do because I advocate as a sock dem. Because I'm able to separate like my personal beliefs from what I believe we need to get done like now. Because I believe by the time I'm old enough, I don't think socialism will be a widely accepted topic in America. It'll be more accepted, but I still continue to advocate as a sock dem because a lot of Americans get turned off when you start talking about deep existential things of capitalism and stuff. So I just kind of focus on the ground issues that they can see now. While also having my beliefs for what we should do with the deeper problems in America. Sanders is not a moderate social democrat. I feel like in private he's way more left than he presents. Anywhere else in the world he's a normal like what a Democrat would be here, because he's just talking common sense. But I feel like personally, I have no basis for this. But I feel like personally, actually no, I do have basis for it because he was talking about like women becoming president in like the 70s. And, like, he was getting dragged away from, like, from civil rights protests and stuff. Like, yeah, I feel like, personally, he's way further left than he lets on. How do you think Bernie Sanders would have done if he won? Or do you think he would have been beaten if Trump, I think he would have beaten Trump if he got the nomination. Just because I feel like the path to the nomination that he had to take would make it harder for him to win because of all the smearing of, he's a socialist and stuff. But Bernie's very good in that he's able to just talk about issues that affect people. He doesn't put a whole, I'm a leftist, so I believe that inherently, blah, 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 blah. He'll let some things out, and then he'll talk about how, this is just affecting normal people. And he doesn't make the grandiose speeches about how the American dream and all the platitudes and stuff. He just gets right to the issues, which I feel like would have been a very effective strategy, but especially against Trump. There's a lot of things that Bernie Sanders would have shitted on Trump for that Biden failed to criticize him for in the debates. I feel like, he would have did way better in the debates against him. I think that he could have pulled out a win. It wouldn't be a landslide, but I think he could have pulled out a win. He literally does only vote in favor of working class people. Like, never. He never compromises to, like, billionaires. If he won 2016, he would have prevented Trump from creating his winning coalition. If he won in 2016, the Democrats would be, like, invincible now. Because the only way forward is for Democrats to move left. That's the only way forward for them. There's no way in hell they can regress back to the mean and expect another Trump figure not to pop up. The reason why Joe Biden won is because he had to push his stances so far left compared to what he probably would have run, what he did run on in 2008 and what he was vice president doing. It's the only reason why he's president now is because he had to move to the left. That's undeniable. We're 21% in, and they both still, Ossoff and Runoff still both hold substantial leads. Not really substantial. Ossoff's ahead by 30,000 votes.
In both turnout and spending. As of this morning, nearly 3.1 million people had already cast their ballots. That's 40% of all the registered voters in the state. And according to data from the Center for Responsive Politics, these Senate races now rank as the first and second most expensive Senate races in U.S. history. Jesus. Both President Trump and President-elect Joe Biden visited the state on Monday. During a rally in Dalton, the president continued to push his baseless claims of voter fraud.
Yep.
Some of those claims were echoed in a call with Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, where the president asked the Republican official to find votes to overturn the presidential election. That call has drawn condemnation from Democrats and some Republicans. During
What
his
kind of
rally
homework
in
I
Atlanta,
got some
the
A+ homework,
president-elect
some math
slammed
homework,
congressional Republicans who
some
say they
physics
plan
homework.
to challenge the results of the November election this
I think that's
Wednesday,
it.
when Congress meets to count the votes of the Electoral College. Mr. Biden also slammed the Trump administration's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. For more, I want to bring in Caitlin Huey-Burns and Adam Brewster. Caitlin is CBSN's political reporter, and Adam is a CBS News reporter. They are both in Atlanta. Hello, I want to start with the same question for
Racist
both of
people
you.
getting owned brought
What
you
have
back
you
to the
seen
light,
and
yeah.
heard from voters today?
It's the
and
racist
throughout your
people
time in
getting
the
shit on
state
for me.
covering this race. Caitlin, let's start with
Can we
you.
leave that in 2020, please? It's the blank for me.
Well, the consensus on both sides from voters that we've been talking to is that they are excited for this race to be over. Nearly $500 million has been spent on advertising here, and as we've talked about before, you cannot go a minute of watching television without seeing some kind of ad for one of the political candidates. So beyond the sheer exhaustion of all of the political campaigning that has been happening here in Georgia, Democrats that we talked to have said that they are excited about keeping up the momentum that they saw from the November election. Democratic voters that we talked to say that they saw that Biden's victory, of course, becoming the first Democrat to win this state in about 30 years, really gave them the energy.
I forgot
to
Bruce
kinda
Rauner
keep going,
existed. I
keep
just read one of my
participating,
comments.
and kind of
I
finish
forgot
the
he
job,
lost,
in their words,
and he
to
existed, and he
get
was
Democrats
governor,
elected
and
to
he
the
was
Senate.
shit.
Republicans
Governor of Illinois.
have had a little bit
Arlington,
more
Texas, so Trey
complicated
Crowder was a
messaging, as
huge
we've
fan.
talked about, but
Was a huge for
Republican
me.
voters
I
that
don't
we
know why I said
spoke
huge
to
fan.
here over the past couple of days, and when we were here last month before the holidays, they said that even as the president had been undermining the election results, that they
Trump's
still
ego is
wanted
absolutely
to come
massive,
out
which is why
and
he's going to
vote, that they knew
single-handedly
the stakes were
implode the
extremely
Republican Party.
high. So even Republican voters that
Warnock
we talked
has
to
a healthy
who
lead.
agreed with the president's false claims of voter fraud, they still said that they knew that they needed to turn out in this election. And so that's something that we're watching too, is how the president's messaging and rhetoric either encouraged or discouraged voters. The ones that we talked to, however, said that they were encouraged to come out and vote.
Adam, what about you? I mean, I remember reading your notes over the holiday break with all the latest developments, all of the twists and turns, as I've been calling it, in that Georgia contest. What is it that you've seen and heard from voters?
Well, I would first echo what Caitlin said about they're ready for these races to be over. I asked a couple of people when I was at an early voting site towards the time, or excuse me, at a voting site a little while ago, are you ready for the ads to be done? And they said, not just the ads, but the emails and the calls and the text messages and the mail and the door knocks. So I think people here are ready for that to be done. And Democrats really do feel that President-elect Biden's agenda is on the line. Everything that they felt that they voted for in November is at stake. You know, they have bought into that message. That is what they have been showing up for. And for the Republicans, I would echo that Republican voters, have repeatedly expressed to me that they were frustrated about the November election. Some, would say, using the phrase, stolen, which of course is not true, but that they were going to show up to vote anyways. And, some made snide comments about, we're not sure if our vote is going to count, but it's the only thing we can do. And that's been the message. The message from Republican candidates and Republican surrogates in the state has been, you can be upset about November, but you need to put that aside, and we need you to show up to vote on Tuesday, or show up during early voting to vote for these people, because it is the last line of defense. And that last line of defense line has resonated with a lot of Republicans. I spoke to one man today who hadn't voted in 30 years. He said he didn't vote in November. He showed up today a bit at the urging of his partner, but he said he felt that there was just too much at stake. He was voting for the Republican candidates.
Oh, the
on the same
trans
side,
bathroom issue? Yeah.
I met a woman today who sat out the November election.
I
she
wish
last
you
voted
were
for President Obama. She came to support the Democrats today, said she just didn't really get around to voting in November, and this was her second chance to come out and make right for that, for not doing it.
Same.
Wow, it's always so interesting
But
to hear.
that's why y'all gotta blow me up so I can debate
take the time
Ben Shapiro
to come out to the polls, especially in this kind of contest, a runoff contest. Well, Caitlin, many people, yourself, myself included, might be thinking back to November's election when it took some time to count all the votes and determine the outcome of the presidential race.
We're gonna find out who won very quickly.
How long might we have to wait in this race?
Well, just as we were cautioning viewers in the last go-round, we're saying the same message today, that don't expect results tonight on election night, and that's okay. The reason why is because it takes a while to process these ballots.
I'm wrapping up the
Here in
stream at
Georgia,
9,
unlike
so
some of those other states like Pennsylvania that had to wait until election day to start processing ballots, here in Georgia, they can start processing ballots before election
Shapiro
day.
doesn't debate
And
anyone
actually,
but
this
unexpected.
go-round,
Hopefully
they
when I go
mandated
to
that counties
college,
start
I'm going to
processing
a big
them at
college,
least a week before
so
election day.
Ben Shapiro can try it with me.
I am here at the Fulton County, where they are processing those ballots. If you can see over my left shoulder here in the corner is where the ballots had arrived. Then they will be processed. By processed, I mean here in Georgia, you have to sign the back of the envelope. Those envelope signatures are verified, go through the verification
Over
process,
1 million
and
votes
then they
have
are
already been
separated
cast,
from the ballots
or
themselves
counted
that
so
are then
far.
tabulated in these machines behind me. And so even though they've been able to process ballots before Election Day, they haven't been able to actually tabulate those votes until polls closed today, which closed at 7. Adam and I have spent more time than I think we would have realized coming into this election season watching these live streams of ballots being processed. As Ed O'Keefe mentioned in our last segment, it's really riveting television. But it just goes to show kind of this focus on ballots shows you kind of the state of politics now, and especially here in Georgia.
How do I feel about Hassan Piker? I don't really watch his stuff. I hear he's good.
I mean, the presidential race came to 12,000 votes. We're in a runoff, 2 runoffs actually, because the candidates didn't
Oh, I'm nervous. Come on now.
Threshold. This is designed to be an open process. There is a live stream camera. Observers from both parties are allowed to watch here. Poll workers here have been told to stay at least until 2 a.m., maybe later. So that's what we're going to be watching here in this facility.
I'm nervous. I just beg that
Adam, our exit
everything
polling found that a majority of Georgia voters think the presidential election in their state was conducted fairly, but about 3/4 of Republicans don't think that was the case. How has that factored into what we've heard from the candidates, and what impact is that having potentially on turnout?
Well, that's what the Republican message has been, trying to get people to put aside their concerns about the November election and make sure they show up to vote, saying, you know, you are the firewall, you have to hold the line. That is a phrase that's very common.
Because they got to put everything in scary-ass terms like that in order to
I was
get
at
to the
an
brain dead
event on
conservatives.
Sunday where Senator Ted Cruz and other Republicans spoke,
I
and
know someone who
one speaker was
fell
talking
down
about the
the
need for
line,
Republicans to vote, and some people in the crowd got upset and were yelling, what's going to be different this time?
True.
Still, most people in that
Who are
crowd
you
raised their
voting
hand
for?
to say
I
that
can't
they had
vote,
already
but if
voted.
I voted,
There are some
I would vote
Republicans that
for
have asked,
Ossoff and
are you gonna trust the results
Warnock,
from
and
this
then
election?
I'd vote for
There's
Joe
often
Biden in the
skepticism.
presidential election.
Some people say they feel better about it because of measures they think were put in place. Republicans recently touted having 8,000 poll watchers around the state, trying to show their people that this is going to be fair, getting them to participate in this election.
Well, Adam, there
I'm responding
have
to
been
questions
many,
on my
false
Instagram
claims
story.
of voter fraud made about the way the November election was conducted in Georgia. A number of those claims were made by President Trump. How are officials there in Georgia responding to them and assuring voters that every vote will count?
Well, Gabriel Sterling, who works for the Georgia Secretary of State's office, held another press conference yesterday where he went through and just repeatedly debunked some of the claims of fraud that have come up time and again, and seemed sort of frustrated, saying this stuff is all proven to be not true. We can show you that these things were not the case. Other Republicans, the governor has said, it's a distraction to focus on things like that. We've seen the Secretary of State, of course, in that phone call when President Trump, asked him to find those 11,780 votes, one more than President-elect Biden's victory in Georgia, and citing some of the debunked claims of fraud, and the Secretary and his lawyer pushing back on those, saying that those aspects and those claims were not true.
Well, Caitlin, this race comes as the coronavirus continues to ravage the country. According to our exit polling, 54% of voters said they have experienced financial hardship due to the pandemic. How have the candidates addressed that?
Well, this has really taken center stage in this race on both sides in the form of those direct payments to
Sorry,
Americans.
someone asked me
So
about
in the
Israel and
earlier version
Palestine,
of
so
the
what do I
coronavirus
identify
relief
as
that Congress had
political-wise?
originally passed
Libertarian
included
socialist.
$600
How old am I?
for
16.
Americans. Remember, then the president said no, he wanted $2,000.
I'm permanent banned from
and then that kind of scrambled some of the messaging
Twitter.
here.
What
For
did you
the
do on
Republican
Twitter?
Candidates who really needed to kind of sell some kind of accomplishment to voters heading into this runoff, and so they kind of quickly scrambled to support the president on that $2,000 mark. And then the Democrats
What'd you do on Twitter?
Seized on that as well, saying, "Look, McConnell, the Senate Majority Leader, is the one that is blocking those payments. So elect Democrats to the Senate, and those payments can go out." So they've really been center for both sides of this campaign, really focused on that economic relief for those suffering from the economic fallout from this virus.
All right, Caitlin Huey-Burns and Adam Brewster with the latest on the ground there in Georgia. Thank you both very much. Really appreciate it. Coming up after the break, both the Democratic and Republican parties have put a huge amount of time and money into Georgia's runoffs. Ahead, we'll take a look at their efforts to secure a victory. You're streaming CBSN.
All right. Yeah, I'm sorry. I went quiet because I have to respond to some people's comments or whatever on my fighting with right wingers, and then they got mass reported. You got Jesus. That's tough. If you ever set up a debate with Ben, make sure you dress the most hood way possible. Yes, sir. Best believe I'm walking over there with a long old chain and my cap with the flat brim, like as Ben puts it, hanging with sagging and everything. All right, back to this so y'all can have something to listen to while I'm shockingly silent.
Monday, in a final attempt to energize voters. This Senate race is also one of the most expensive in history. The candidates and outside groups have spent more than $514 million on ads to get the attention of voters. As we've been reporting, the results of this election will ultimately determine which party will gain control of the Senate. For more, I'm joined now by Tia Mitchell. She's the Washington correspondent for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Hi there, Tia. Thanks for being with us. So Democrats have focused their efforts on African Americans, young voters, and women this election. How key are those groups to the Democratic candidates, and what have been the messages from the candidates to these voters in the past few months?
You're right. Democrats have tried to expand their coalition. Not only have they focused on people of color, women, and other marginalized communities, they focused on young voters and infrequent voters, particularly people who didn't vote in the general election. I think their message was, look, if you like what Joe Biden has proposed, if you think Democrats are ready to turn the table after 4 years of Donald Trump, then we need Ossoff and Warnock in the Senate to make it easier for Biden to do what he would like to do, to remove
No, I'm not
roadblocks
sleeping.
that
I'm
we
looking
know
at my
Mitch
phone.
McConnell in a Republican-controlled Senate can put in
Kobe,
Joe
what
Biden's
up,
way.
boy?
So that's been a big message for the Democrats to engage voters.
I wasn't asleep. I was
energize
going through
voters to say,
Instagram.
we can
Does it look like I'm
make
asleep when I was
changes.
looking
We can
down?
pass
Oh.
voting rights reforms and criminal justice reforms and shore up Obamacare and pass another round of stimulus checks. But
We don't need Biden, we need Bernie. Yep, but we can't get Bernie now, can we?
Well, more than 3
I didn't even know it looked
million
like I was
people
asleep. But
cast
nah, I
their
was going through my
ballots early
Instagram.
in
I was
this
answering
election,
people's
with those votes
questions.
expected to largely benefit Democrats. How have we seen Republicans?
I love how
trying to
y'all
make up
typed,
that
hey,
ground
wake
and
up in
get
all
their
caps as if that would
supporters
wake
to
me
the
up if I
polls
was
in
actually
person?
sleeping. I could telekinesis through the screen that you guys are yelling at me.
We're hoping that turnout.
Yes, sir. That lead's growing. Let's go. We was just up by 30,000. Now it's
Democratic
165.
Advantage going into today's election
got my eyes
based on
closed.
early voting and absentee voting.
You got
So
banned
we
on
did
Rocket
have
League? What the hell did
President
you
Trump
do?
in Georgia Monday night, and even though his message he covered a lot of ground, he did stress turning out the vote and making sure Republicans show up today to cast ballots for Senator Perdue and Senator Loeffler. They need a big turnout. We think if turnout gets to about 1 million, that bodes well for Republicans.
Curse the little kid out, Jesus.
Because a lot of the Democrats who planned to vote had already voted early, either in person early
Notice
or
how the
absentee.
Trumpies aren't
So
talking
a lot
about
of
the
the
leaked
votes
phone
that
call.
were
They
earmarked
aren't.
out
They kept
there
that shit
today
under
were
wraps
Republican
because they
votes.
know that they've been screaming from the mountaintop. Yep, Warnock's pulling off
President
too.
Trump has repeatedly
Because
claimed
they know that
without
they've been preaching
evidence
from the
that there was
mountaintops
widespread
about how the
voter
Democrats have
fraud
been trying
in
to
the
steal the
November
election. And then when their guy literally fucking says, hey, I want to steal the election. Fucking radio silence. Crickets. Goddamn crickets.
Tia, is there any way to tell at all at this point how the president's rhetoric impacted voter turnout in this election? I mean,
The Dems
could we
need
see
election
this
day
tip
votes,
these
at least
races in favor of
40%,
a
yeah.
specific party?
Well, I think by the time that call came out,
I
with
think
the
Purdue and
Secretary of
Ossoff need
State,
to, not Purdue.
most people had made up
Warnock
their
and Ossoff
minds.
need
I'm
to
sure
expand
it
their
maybe
lead now
energized some
so they
folks who
can
already were inclined
withstand
to
the
support
Republican
Democrats,
catch-up from
just
them
to
voting
make
in
sure
person.
that they worked hard to get out the vote. But I don't think it changed a lot of minds because it happened so close to the
I
election.
know plenty of Trumpers saying there was nothing wrong with
However,
it.
you know,
Let me find one of them ones. One of y'all at me in
the
a video where
concern
people
is that
where Trump is talking
the
about how
messages
there's
sent
nothing
were
wrong with
mixed
it.
in ways
I'll
that
get
could
them all
have
the way up out of
depressed
here.
Republican turnout. Because even though he has advocated for Senator Loeffler and Senator Perdue, he also has said things like, you know, the election was stolen from me, and that even this runoff race was rigged and not being managed well. So some of those things he said don't really.
It was
encourage
hilarious.
voting.
A lot of
They
the brain dead
undermine
idiots who are going to vote for
confidence in
Kelly
the
Loeffler
voting
anyway
process.
should have watched the
And those are
goddamn
the
debate
things
where
that
she couldn't even
Republicans
answer
are
whether or
worried
not
about, and
the
we won't
election
know
was rigged.
until we get
Because if she
some of
said
those
yeah, then
final
Republicans wouldn't come vote
vote
for her. If
counts
she said
from
no, then she'd be
today,
calling Trump a
even
liar.
just the demographics of who voted today, we'll be waiting to see. But
There are
the
two Trumpers in
concern
my
is
English class. Well, they need to learn
him
English.
peddling that misinformation.
Hey, we're
and falsely
40%
accusing the
in,
state of
and it's
election
looking
fraud
pretty good right
may
now.
have caused some Republicans to stay home.
Damn, Ossoff is
Throughout
actually
the
taking a good
election
amount of
cycle, we've
voters
seen the
voters
GOP
from
candidates
45 to
mainly target
64.
Reverend Warnock
I expected
in
him
their
to get
attacks.
blown out in that
Not so much
department.
John Ossoff. Is it clear why that is?
And so is Warnock.
Well, I think it's two reasons. Number one, John Ossoff was a little bit more of a known entity he got put through the ringer when he was in that special election for a congressional seat in 2017. So I think Republicans felt, you know, Ossoff had pretty much been vetted and it was harder to come up with new attacks against him. But there also is the fact that, let's face it, Reverend Warnock is a black man who is a pastor of a progressive black church who has gone on the record with, you know, liberal views such as, you know, he's a pastor who says he's pro-abortion rights, and he's talked about.
Imagine if Raphael Warnock was a black pastor, but he was a conservative, like evangelicalist. I don't know what the fucking term is, but imagine if he was like a conservative Christian talking about how, like, black people are on the Democratic plantation and Jesus would disapprove, and how he's pro-life, and how he's pro-life and pro-police and everything, not instilling any Christian values, but it was a black conservative who was also a Christian, they would be touting him as the top token in the Republican Party. But because he's a pastor who can designate between what he personally believes and what he believes should be done politically and lawfully, now he's the worst, and he's socialist, and he shook hands with fucking Fidel Castro, even though, no, he didn't. And they don't bring up the fact. They simultaneously hit us with the words of MLK in order to say that we're being hypocritical, while ignoring the fact that Raphael Warnock is a preacher at MLK's church, and they smear him as being a socialist, when MLK was actually a socialist, but they don't talk about that part. There's so many fucking contradictions I could list off. We'd be here for 10 days.
Wisdom about what it would look like if there is a split. But again, these candidates ran as a ticket. You had Ossoff and Warnock together as a ticket,
has 24 sexual assault claims.
And they encouraged voters to vote for both. So, you know, it's probably a likelier outcome that either both Democrats win or both Republicans lose. But we do expect, no matter what, both races to be close.
All right, we are waiting with bated
I just
breath
beg
to
Warnock
reach
beats
out to you.
Loeffler
Thanks
because
so much for joining us.
Purdue's
We
an evil
appreciate it.
person and he's stupid.
Thanks for having me.
But like Loeffler's an evil
And
person
for the
and
latest
very
numbers out of
stupid.
Georgia, let's turn now to CBS
And a
News
billionaire.
Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto. All right, so Anthony, we are over an hour now from when polls closed in Georgia. What more can you tell us at this point?
And hours to go before we sleep, Elaine. Hours to go, I suspect.
Okay.
But look, people who watch election night with us are going to get used to this, right? These things take a while.
Yes.
Look, where we are right now is 40% of our expected vote in. Now, that's our expectation based on the patterns, based on the models that we have from the counties that we've seen reporting so far. What you're starting to get are two important things. One is you're getting some representation from counties that are rural and more Republican, and from Atlanta Metro, which at the moment is blue, is trending blue, and that's the way the Democrats would like to see it. But the other important part of this, Elaine, is that most of what you're seeing, I can report to you, is early vote and mail vote. And that's a place where the Democrats have had or had hoped to have a relatively better chance.
That's why I'm scared.
That is bearing out. What we've seen less of so far is that election day vote, and it's the election day vote where, based on exit polls and based on history, you expect the Republicans to do better. So this lead at the moment that Jon Ossoff has, and I'll show you in the first Senate race, and then I'll switch over to this one where it's Warnock with the lead over Loeffler. Now, this race is a toss-up. Both of them are still toss-ups because in our models, they are in fact much closer when you kind of put in the rest of the state that hasn't reported yet and the way that we know it already trends, either D or R. Now, the other thing, another part of this, Elaine, is when we zoom in and we look at some of these large counties in Atlanta, and in and around Atlanta, I'm going to zoom in here for a second. I'm going to show you, say, DeKalb. Okay, big margin there for Ossoff, but that's only a fraction of the votes that I expect to see out of DeKalb. And Cobb County, same idea. I mean, there's going to be 350,000 votes, perhaps, you know, out of Cobb, or probably more like 300,000 out of Cobb County, and this is just a fraction of those. So all of which is to say, Elaine, we're really kind of just getting started.
Yeah.
Okay, but always exciting, though, to see those places.
It's nerve-wracking because I beg that they just hold on to the leads.
Very exciting stuff. Anthony Salvanto. Anthony, thank you. We'll check back in with you throughout the night.
Let me check my camera battery for old.
Coming up after the break, the votes are being counted in Georgia as we await the results of the
I got the blue shirt because go Democrats right now.
Coverage after the break. You're streaming.
Who do I think will win? I think Warnock will win his race, and I think Perdue might win his. But let's just beg that I'm wrong, and Warnock and Ossoff both win both. Like the fact that 775,000 people have voted for him already when he literally said, "Screw you, I don't care about you, I'm going to use my office to make money off the pandemic," is baffling to me. Americans have some fucking issues. I noticed that Warnock and Ossoff are carrying more Republicans than the other two are carrying Democrats. But yeah, all we can do is pray that these leads hold and hope that the amount of election day votes is not enough to like completely trounce other votes, the mail-in votes and stuff like that. I kind of want to find a video to watch, like, kind of in the meantime, so it's not just all this. Why do you people want America to become like Africa? What are you talking about? Oh, we finally got an idiot in the chat. What are you talking about? Not only has no one advocated for Africa-like policy, Africa is a continent, first of all, and policies vary from country to country. But second of all, it's not a monolith, so I don't know what you mean becoming like Africa. Third of all, it's a mess. You want to know why? Because of European imperialism. When you invade an entire continent, strip it of its natural resources, and redraw borders all the way you want, putting tribes who don't mess with each other in the same country as other tribes who don't mess with them, you're gonna get a mess. Yeah. And we've just crossed the 1 million vote threshold for both Democratic candidates.
CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist, and Lanhi is a former policy director for Mitt Romney's 2012 presidential campaign.
So does North America.
And advisor for Marco Rubio's 2016 presidential campaign. Welcome. It's great to see you both. Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Linda, so we are, of course, very early in the night. We saw there on that graphic
now, Wendy, this isn't
early leads
well
for Ossoff.
It's
and
not
Warnock,
going to end well for you if you
there are
want to
still
debate
a
right
lot of
now.
votes to be counted, as we
White's
heard from
Bandit?
Anthony
Who else?
Salvato a moment ago.
Do you want to debate me? Do you want to debate me?
Elaine,
White's Bandit
I would just
after
say
they started
that,
it.
You know, my team is cautiously optimistic, but we're really
like
realistic about
you
the
don't
fact
get
that
props
this
for
is going
shooting
to
a
be
baby
nail-biter.
in the
It's
leg
going
and then
to be
taking it
very
to the
close.
hospital.
So I would just urge
I took it
folks
to
to
the hospital.
buckle
Yeah,
up
you also
and
shot
hold
it in the
on as
leg.
we continue to watch the numbers go in. It's going to be tight no matter what. I will say, Elaine, however, that I have spoken to a number of folks that are
It's definitely
working
a troll,
on
because no one would
Runoff,
unironically
in
come
particular,
make these
senior
arguments
advisor
to me.
to Ossoff's campaign,
Unless you
and
just
they are
don't know
saying
who I
they're
am.
feeling pretty bullish based on the numbers that they've seen as part
But
of
I
the
appreciate
early
it
vote
though. It keeps the
process, and
spirits
also
up
what
in
they're
this
seeing
long
in terms
ass
of enthusiasm and
in
activity
this long
today.
ass thing I'm watching. I'd probably get very bored if I didn't
Interesting.
have
Well,
at least
Lonnie,
some
a little under
troll or
3.1
some
million people
stupid
voted
comment.
early for this election. That's about 40%
I already
of
have
registered
researched it,
voters.
and I can tell you don't know what the
What
fuck
does
you're
that
talking
suggest
about,
to you
if you're
about how
serious.
voters are feeling about these races?
By the way, when I look over here, I'm looking at chat.
Well, there's a high degree of enthusiasm. You know, when you think about a runoff election,
profile picture, that
usually
giveaway. I can't
you would
really see the profile
expect to see a dramatic fall off. Because there isn't the weight of the presidential election, there isn't the same amount
I've
of
actually
attention.
looked into that.
This has
if
been a
you're
little
not
different.
troll,
There has been
I'll
a lot of
entertain it.
attention
I've
paid
actually
to
looked
both
into
of these
that. The
races
first
in Georgia.
slave owner
The
in
implications of both of these
American
races is
history
very clear.
was white. I forgot
and
what his
turnout
name
so
was.
far, at least a number of
he actually was white, and it was a distinction. It was in like 16 something. There was a distinction because back in around the time, usually people were indentured servants. At least the white people that were brought over from Britain to farm tobacco and stuff were indentured servants. But a way in which they designated between indentured servants and actual slaves was, I believe, the first slave was like became a thing because 3 people, 2 of them being white, tried to escape their indentured servitude. And the 2 white people got 1 extra year onto their sentence, whereas the black person was listed as Negro, not by their name, and was a slave for the rest of their time, which was like the first beginnings of slavery in North America. But yes, I think it was John Punch. John Punch was the first slave owner, and yes, he was white. Yes, you don't know your history. And then even if the first slave owner wasn't white, white people massively expanded the North American slave trade, or the transatlantic slave trade. They didn't just keep going back to Africa to get slaves. They brought slaves, had them have kids here, then made them slaves too. It was a unique type of slavery, chattel slavery. So yes, I already have Googled it, and the first slave owner was not black. The myth of Anthony Johnson is literally just a conspiracy theory. Yes, the first slave owner was not Anthony Johnson. They did go to Africa and steal slaves in that they had many black people in Africa were held as prisoners of war and as slaves because, like we said, Africa is not a monolith. There were multiple tribes warring against each other, and in the midst of the war, they took other people as slaves or as prisoners of war. Doesn't change the fact that Europeans still came down there, and in search of easy labor, they took slaves and brought them to North America. So yes, it doesn't matter what condition they were in Africa. As we said before, they didn't just keep going back to Africa and taking black people and bringing them here. Once they brought them here and endured them to a completely different type of torture and slavery than what was even close to being experienced in Africa, they then had them have children and then made them inherently slaves because they were the children of slaves, and that continued for another 200 years. So yes. Why haven't they banned it in Africa? They haven't banned it here either. Nah, because like it's hilarious. They haven't banned it here either. You do know in the 13th Amendment they said it outlaws slavery unless it's punishment for a crime, which is what our prison systems are, because they're having slaves. They're having people in prison who tend to be black people doing things like working as firefighters and paving roads and storing away bodies that have died due to COVID-19 without giving them pay. It's not outlawed here. So before you think that the great white Western civilization can do no wrong, slavery is still not outlawed here. And it's still not outlawed in most places. Why do you always say stupid shit?
Counties is at 9. Look, I think there will be a drop-off. But again, that drop-off...
Great fucking response, mate, because you just got bodied the shit out of. We're going back to our React cam.
seems to be relatively minimal, which I guess is good news for democracy.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that does sound like good news for democracy. Linda, the November race between Perdue and Ossoff was razor thin. Less than 2 points separated the two candidates, with Perdue coming out ahead with 49% of the vote. What has been
I got sunflower seeds here, boy, when I tell you I'm finna munch.
Third-party voters and perhaps even lure some Perdue voters over to his side?
Biden created the crime bill. Yes, and a majority of black people agreed with the crime bill, and the Republicans wanted to make it worse. Try it again.
Well, Elaine, I think Ossoff's strategy in a state like Georgia, which has been traditionally red, is not dissimilar from the strategy that we've seen work very well for Democrats in other
Biden's crime bill was the compromise position compared to what the Republicans wanted to do, which is why a lot of Republicans voted against the bill, because they believe it didn't go hard enough on crime.
To Joe Biden's victory in Georgia, but will also be a big, big piece of the pie as part of the runoff election that we're seeing today. Two is then also to grow the pie.
And he didn't start the concept of being tough on crime. That was actually started by Nixon.
That made a difference. Those suburban,
and Reagan.
Increasingly
both
suburban
Republicans.
Voters that are a big part of Democratic support in Georgia and other places. They also need to make sure that they're turning out folks that may not
Communist China is coming to the USA.
Or may just have been discouraged in previous elections. In fact, as you know, we're seeing there are over 100,000
you're a great guy or girl
cast
or
ballots
whatever
in this runoff election.
Stay here and watch this with
in
us.
The general election in
So
November.
you can
so hold the Democratic coalition
so we can vibe
together and also grow the pie.
I like you. I like the way you think.
Well, Lonnie, the other race in November was a special election, so there were a number of candidates. Warnock received the most votes with just under 33%, and Loeffler came in second with just under 26%. What does that say about Senator Loeffler's chances of keeping her seat when all the votes are counted?
Yeah, that was a very difficult campaign for Senator
Karen,
Loeffler. She ran against somebody in Congressman Collins who was sort of seen as the more pro-Trump candidate, was seen as somebody who was closer to the president, had been supportive of the president. It was a very divisive primary. And one does wonder, Elaine, the degree to which the president's mixed messages, for example, on the one hand, telling people to vote, on the other hand, saying it was rigged and that he got robbed in November and things weren't run fairly. How does that mixed messaging figure into a potential drop in GOP turnout that may have been necessary? So these are questions
Biden
that
works
we're going
for
to have to
China?
answer
I didn't
after
know
we
that.
know the
Isn't
results,
Trump the one who
after we
paid
know
more in
who actually
Chinese
turned
taxes
out
last
and
year than
voted.
he did in American taxes?
But it is clear that having that contested primary to a certain degree may have taken the edge off a little bit when it comes to this runoff.
You know, there has been a lot of back and forth between President Trump and Georgia leaders over the election, Lon. He's made these accusations of widespread voter fraud in Georgia, unfounded. There's
Trump
that
had no
phone call
evidence
as well between the president and
found with
Georgia Secretary
Russia?
of State.
I didn't
What do you
say
think the
Russia.
net effect of the president has been on these contests? Positive, negative?
Oh, and by the
Difficult
way,
to
that
tell?
Russia investigation came up with, what,
Yeah, I think
12
it's hard to tell
indictments?
at this point. One thing is clear about Donald Trump. He can drive turnout.
And a bunch
I
of
mean,
people are
he
now
can drive
in jail
turnout
because
with
of
the
it.
base. He
It
is
found
somebody
stuff.
who does have
It didn't
the
say that
ability
Trump
to
directly
drive a
conspired
lot of
with
people to the
Russia, but it
polls.
showed
Now,
that
that
Russia
could be a double-edged sword. He
interfered
could
in
be
the
driving
election.
people to the polls to vote against him as
And
well.
a lot of his contacts
that
had
dynamic
contacts
may
with
have
Russia,
been
so
less
that's
clear
why they're
in
in
this
prison now.
runoff election. But, you know, that's
But
the
nobody
challenge
brought
when
up
you
Russia
have someone
either.
like President Trump.
And,
The message, because it wasn't entirely
got
clear.
BTFO'd
I mean, he
on
did,
that
of
one,
course,
too.
say, obviously, vote for David Perdue, vote for Kelly Loeffler. He, of course, delivered that message. But mixed into that was a lot of
I'm pretty
grievance
sure I have a
politics.
Discord
And I
link in
think
my
that
TikTok
makes
bio
the
if you want to join
situation
and debate me.
considerably more challenging for Republicans. But there's no question that Donald Trump was going to be a key. It's why Republicans needed to hold Donald Trump inside the tent. They needed to make sure he did these events in Georgia, because if he wasn't there, if he did not show up, turnout would have been down even more
off too bad.
precipitously, and that would have hurt Republicans.
Let me make sure this debate still works. Yep. The link in my bio still works. If you want to debate, you can click on my Discord. Go to my TikTok, click on the link in bio. Let me know when you're there, and I can drag you into a call. We can debate.
So there was this challenge of how do you...
Secretary of Agriculture, a former governor, a U.S. senator, to a governor, just like he could speak to anyone.
Brian Kemp is talking.
I mean, he was the salt of the earth. And it has been heartbreaking for our family. But it's also been heartbreaking for the Deal family. And they are with us tonight. And I want to let you all know how much we appreciate you all.
Are we debating one year or not?
That you've been praying for his parents, Kurt and Jenny, and his sisters, Hannah and Hallie. And I hope y'all will just give a warm welcome to the Deal family tonight. And if you would allow me, I'd like to lead us in a word of prayer as I close out tonight. And then we get on to the celebrating.
Don't get it twisted. I still hate you, Brian.
Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for the
I
many
didn't know what he's talking
blessings
about.
that you have given us. I want to thank you for the life of Harrison Deal and all that he brought to my family, to myself, to his family, to this state, to these many people that he knew. I want to thank you for the light and the life that he has given to this state and all that his principled upbringing, his values, and his commitment to the things that we believe in, he left like we did on the field. And we will miss him, but we know that we will never
I guess we're not
forget him.
debating. He's probably one of those
I
who
just
thinks
ask
that
you
the
continue to
election was
bless
rigged
his
too.
family, our family, and all those that knew and worked with Harrison. I pray this in your son's name, who I know Harrison was a believer in, is with now. And we will do as he would want. We will keep on chopping. Amen. Thank you very much.
Who died?
Okay. All right, we're listening there to Georgia Governor Brian Kemp. We joined it mid-progress. He was reflecting there on the death of a campaign aide to Senator Kelly Loeffler. His name was Harrison Deal. He was 20 years old. He died last month in a car accident. We're going to continue to monitor events, of course, out of Georgia, bring you any updates as they happen. For now, though, a quick break. We'll be right back with the rest of the day's news. Stay with us. You are streaming CBSN. CBS News, always on.
Okay, Wendy, I don't know why you're still going, but the amount of brain cells you have are equivalent to that of a bike tire on a rainy Tuesday. So please see yourself out of my live stream or keep talking and let us debate.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
'Cause
and reach for the stars.
you don't know anything you're talking about.
Time.
Yes, it's my
I've offered to debate you multiple times. Hey, this is... But you don't seem to want to do that, so... That's tough. Uh-oh. What if Mitch McConnell is so evil because the pouch is trolling him? Think about it, his hands are black and the... Could be. We will just let her cope there, in her corner. Because all I can do is refute arguments, and then if I refute an argument and your response is, you're fools, and then just move to a different topic, it's not really productive discussion. You're kind of just begging the question here. Oh, for meds. Oh, wait, we're back.
Tonight, thousands of pro-Trump protesters gathered near the White House ahead of Congress confirming President-elect Joe Biden's victory tomorrow. President Trump promises to keep fighting it with what he considers a final test of loyalty for Vice President Mike Pence, tweeting falsely that the vice president has the power to reject fraudulently chosen electors. The president has privately and publicly pressured Mr. Pence to stop Congress from approving the election results.
I have to tell you, I hope that our great vice president comes through for us. He's a great guy. Of course, if he doesn't come through, I won't like him quite as much.
But election law expert David Becker said it's up to members of Congress to approve the Electoral College's count affirming Mr. Biden's win, not the vice president.
The vice president's role during this joint session of Congress is entirely ceremonial. He basically operates like a host at the Oscars would. His role is to open up envelopes and count what's in there.
For his part, Vice President Pence has sent mixed signals asking a federal judge to dismiss a lawsuit that claims he had the sole power to decide the election outcome, then offering this assurance.
I promise you, come this Wednesday, we'll have our day in Congress.
More than a dozen Senate Republicans plan to object to the results in key swing states, but a growing number of their GOP colleagues came out publicly today to say refusing to back the will of the voter is unconstitutional and harmful to the party. President Trump has called them the, quote, surrender caucus. Today, his successor praised them.
There are enough
really decent Republicans. You're seeing them step up now in the United States Senate who don't want to be
Sunflower seeds slap, and nobody can tell me otherwise.
A senior defense official tells CBS News there are calls all over social media for protesters to storm the Capitol, in addition to reports that some of them will bring weapons. Local authorities are urging people to avoid downtown, but President Trump is encouraging his supporters to protest
They've
and
already
even
played
plans
this, by
to
the way.
join them with a speech tomorrow morning. Elaine?
Weijia Zhang, thank you. CBS News has learned about a possible attack on the U.S. Capitol planned for Wednesday. The threat was captured over the radio frequencies used by pilots. Here's Jeff Pegues with the details.
The chilling threat, obtained exclusively by CBS News, was heard by multiple air traffic controllers on Monday.
I'm not listening to his voice again. I'm going to see if they have it on ABC. Hey, David Pakman stole my thumbnail. Mine's cooler, though. TYT's covering it.
I have a challenge for all
Oh
of
my
you.
God,
Go to
Mr.
every
Beast,
computer
hold
in your house, your mom's, your dad's, your sister, your brother's computer, and install.
Precinct voted, there was no line, so that's always a concern. But I'm encouraged by the fact that we had a record early vote turnout.
Radical liberal Raphael Warnock's winning. Can we get a radical liberal Raphael Warnock chain in chat?
Attention on a race in our state, whether it be a local race or a statewide race.
Her iPad probably
really
died. She'll be back soon enough.
People's interest in a way that otherwise, runoffs can be very boring, and people were excited to see Joe Biden here, Kamala Harris. They were excited to see D. Nice and Jermaine Dupree and G.
You're lagging.
and Neo. There was a national energy that we felt on the ground, and it got a lot of people paying attention. They early voted. Steady stream throughout the city and throughout the state, and talking with my fellow mayors, but that's what concerns me. What will we do on the election
Conservatives
day?
will say they need guns to fight
authoritarianism,
authoritarian government, but get mad when BLM protesters riot.
Whoever wins tonight, what will be the first thing you ask for help for your citizens there in Atlanta from the new senators that are coming in?
We've got to get some help with vaccine distribution in our state. We are per capita, I believe, second to last with distribution. So we've got to get some help with that.
That's when you have two Republican idiots
in the state. And also something that I've talked with President-elect Biden about on more than one occasion has been the mental health recovery.
You're lagging. How are you on ABC and lagging?
And that's what we're seeing across the country. Mayors across the country are talking about the spikes in violent crime that we're having. Domestic violence cases are up. People are suffering from depression and anxiety, and it's spilling out into our streets, and we're going to need some national leadership with that.
Mayor Bottoms, thank you so much for your time tonight. We appreciate it, as always. I want to bring in Republican strategist Sarah Fagan. I'm also going to go back to the map. Sarah, I just want you to kind of hear me out with some data points here. So, with 50% of the expected vote in, Republicans may have some things to worry about. I want to take you to Georgia's Black Belt, an area that they call the Black Belt because of a lot of the African-American residents who've lived there. Twiggs County, this is a county that President Obama won that flipped to President Trump. And right now, Perdue is holding the line. He's actually just slightly below President Trump. We go to another county as well over here, Dooley County. Again, this was a county that swung from Obama to Trump, and Trump held it, 2 months ago. Perdue's holding the line there. A lot of times people forget that President Trump was able to grow his base and that Republicans can still win these elections in the rural counties. From what you're seeing tonight, is there any optimism on the Republican side so far this early in the night? Well, it's interesting. So Republicans went in tonight, I think, fairly pessimistic across the board. Almost everybody I talked to felt not good about this election.
Spirits built throughout the day because of high turnout in these rural areas. There was fear because of Trump's comments and his attacks on the governor and the establishment in the state that turnout would be depressed. It appears like it won't be depressed, although it is still early and the tale is yet to be told on that. So, you know, it's cliche to say this, but it really comes down to turnout. And we know this is going to be a close race. I think what's different about tonight compared to November is Republicans came in strong. Election day turnout showed up early. Republicans were leading. People were less worried about Georgia until we got late in the night. And, of course, as the absentees were counted outside of Atlanta, Democrats picked up, and overtook very, very late in the process. This is different tonight. And so I think people are scratching their heads a little bit about why that is. Some of the suburbs are coming in earlier, some of the absentee and early vote being counted early. So I don't think we know yet. I trust Matt Dowd as much as anybody as a numbers analyst. So as a Republican, that gives me concern listening to his comments.
Sarah, on that point, we do have some of the early vote numbers, and we expect it to be 72% of the total vote when it's all said and done, with 63% of that early vote counted. And that's a lot of what we're seeing tonight so far. We know that from Georgia election officials. We can see Raphael Warnock with 56% of the vote, Senator Loeffler with 44%. It's a tough margin to catch up to. It can be done, but what you're saying, it's not going to happen in this early vote. It's going to be from the voting in person that happened today.
Yeah, Republicans will need to get, I think, about 900,000 people at least to show up today. They walked into today probably down about 200 to 230,000 votes, so you've got to make it up. Of course, you don't get all the votes. So I think we're looking at 900 to 1 million people having voted, and if that happens, Republicans will win these seats.
Okay, Sarah Fagan for us. Lindsay, I'm going to shoot it back over to you.
All right, let's bring in special contributor Mike Hughes.
I like these people better, and I don't have to listen to that one guy's voice ever again.
Traditionally, as you know, Mike, urban voters tend to vote
Democrat. That's the woman who moderated the debate.
Republican, but black voters often buck those trends, and regardless of where they live, they tend to vote Democrat. We also heard from the mayor who was talking about those community organizers, those boots on the ground efforts. Intentionally, they have seemed to be really singling out and going after the black rural voter. Why?
That's an important vote. I think it kind of goes back to Stacey Abrams back in 2014 with her initiative, the New Georgia Project. What Stacey really focused on was she recognized that when we think rural, we think white. But the whole narrative is that there are a lot of black Americans who make up the rural South. And what was recognized was that a lot of people hadn't went to them. They weren't seen. They weren't invited to participate in the democratic process, which is voting. And so what they did was really focus on that black rural South. And what we're seeing in the numbers in terms of early voting,
the lead is dwindling.
Same-day voting, is not only just Atlanta. We keep focusing on Atlanta and Fulton County, but that South rural aspect of Georgia, that is where I'm really interested in seeing in terms of, does the black rural South of Georgia cut off the rural aspect of the northern part of Georgia? And so I think that is going to be really key as we go through the night.
Mike Muse, thanks so much. I'd like to bring you back in, Steve Osunsami. You know, throughout the night, we've also been talking about this idea of the new South, this real intentional shift. What do you attribute that to?
Well, a couple different things. You have not only the black vote, but you also have new populations here to the south, especially the Atlanta metro area, a large Latino population, a large Asian population. There was a period of time.
You want to know one thing I can never get? Like, why is it that when you look at like demographics, right? If I were to ask a conservative, why are there so many black people living in the South? Oh, my freaking camera died again. What's my battery looking like? It's still charging. We're gonna go cameraless for a little bit. But one thing that I was thinking of is that
here in the South,
if I were to say, why are there so many black people in the South, right? A lot of people would be able to point to not even just if I said that. Like if I were to ask a conservative, why are there so many black people in the South? They would be able to tell me because they were, like, slavery was mostly in the South, right? So why is it that whenever I ask them, like, why are black people, like, as a whole more poor, or why is it, like, certain trends that happen with black people today, they never can point back to slavery. So if it's something as simple as, hey, why are black people living in the South predominantly? Like, well, that's where they were because they were slaves there. If I say, why are black people tend to be more poor? Why are black people tend to not be able to get access to higher education and stuff? Then it's all roundabout stuff, because in order to admit that, they'd have to admit that systemic racism is a thing. It's just really odd and double speak.
A friend who used to work for one of the Republican governors here, who explained to me
up?
that every 2 years, about 50,000 more people move to the Atlanta metro area. And that is changing sort of the dynamic here. And so this friend estimated that if Stacey Abrams were to run again today, she would have gotten the 50,000 votes that she needed to win because of the population shifts that are happening and keep happening here in Georgia. And what's happening here in Georgia is reflective of what's happening in many other areas across the country.
Right, and of course that we've seen that there's been a 5% increase in registered black voters in Georgia in recent years. I'd like to bring back in TJ Holmes. TJ, of course, as you talked about before, used to live in Atlanta, worked there. And so you have seen this shift really firsthand, because then you were back in Georgia for the election. So kind of talk us through that Stacey Abrams effect, if you will. You were there, it was ruby red, now quite a purple state.
Quite purple, but we were talking about the numbers and the increases over the past several years. But if you look from 2000 to 2019, there were about 2 million new people added to the electorate there in Georgia. Half of those were African Americans. There has been a shift. We talk about the Great Migration, right? When African Americans were trying to flee the Jim Crow South. But so many people are coming back to the South. African Americans, they have roots there, they have family there, they have history there. And now it's a place that they see a place certainly like Atlanta, which is referred to as the black capital of the United States, where African Americans can do well, where African Americans are flourishing, where you have this center of education with Morehouse and Spelman and colleges, Clark Atlanta University. So it's a place that has great appeal these days, more so for African Americans who are coming back. And we talk about, guys, this runoff election that we're in. We will see this dynamic continue to change over the years. No, Stacey Abrams was not successful. But what she has done is set up Georgia probably for years and years, and maybe decades and decades to come, and that she got so close in a controversial election. But we're talking about the runoff and how Warnock would have been the new U.S. Senator. Well, some of these runoff laws, it's important to note, these runoff laws have a history in Jim Crow in trying to keep African Americans from getting political power, trying to keep African Americans from voting as a block against multiple white candidates to make it more difficult. So even though we look at a runoff now and say, oh, those are just the rules there, and it seems pretty innocent, all of these things were put in place to actually suppress black voters and also to keep black folks out of office. And they're in place in Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, Georgia, South Carolina, places like that. So all of this is coming to a head and coming together in a state like Georgia, where it's now a national race and all eyes are on a place that's becoming diverse and really representative in a lot of ways in how the country is changing, how the face of the country is changing, how we're getting diverse, where you have people trying to hold on to some old ways, and you got others, Lindsay, and you had Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms on. Do you know on her transition team, she had T.I. and Killer Mike? If you don't know who that is, then you're not only missing some good music, but you're missing the point of what's happening in a place, a cultural and a black mecca like Atlanta is having such an impact on this race and on national politics, and it is a beautiful thing to kind of watch us all go through it, no matter what side you're on, to see the country evolve like this, and it's happening in Georgia tonight.
And with the Jeezy and the Gucci Mane versus as well, they gave the plug to
the way she said that.
Watching that, we appreciate your dual citizenship between Atlanta and New York.
But Lindsay, you make that point about.
We'll be right back.
Okay, go ahead.
We'll be right back with more from our legal team.
ABC is a vibe. ABC is low-key a vibe. I'm upset that my camera battery died. Does anyone know, like, better camera batteries? Huh? It's just one state. Can this hurry up, please? Yeah, I know. Uh-oh. Oh, this isn't good. This is not good at all. We got like a 20,000 vote lead for Ossoff, and we got like a 40,000 vote lead for Warnock. I don't like this. I never like this. Let's see what Twitter's saying. Let's say what we're saying. What Stacey Abrams has done in Georgia is undeniable proof that America has very few red states and too many voter suppression states. Every Dem state lead should follow the Abrams mode for 2022 and beyond. If this is breaking news on Fox Georgia, it must not be looking so good for Republicans. Yay in Christ is... Oh my God. Radical liberal Raphael Warnock, indeed. Polls show stimulus checks were the issue, which swing Georgia votes. Trump and Bernie were on the same side of this, and the Senate promptly blocked them. The Republicans lose Georgia tonight. Their decision to back Trump on declaring the election stolen but block him on sending the $2,000 checks is going to look very weird. Yeah. They're catching up now. It's 50-50 again. I don't like this.
Now, Tom Yamas and Lindsay Davis.
And welcome to our special coverage of the Georgia Senate runoffs. We have breaking news coming in. We have a tied race, folks.
Yep. And we're buffering.
As the entire country right now is watching what's happening in the Peach State.
Of course, so much importance and emphasis on tonight as control of the Senate hangs in the balance. And after all, Georgia has not sent a Democratic senator to the Senate since 2000.
We want to take a look at where the race stands right now. And as we said, we've just gotten breaking developments at this hour. So we're looking at the incumbent here, Senator Perdue, at 50%, Jon Ossoff at 50% as well. This is in the first Senate runoff. In the second Senate runoff race, we have Senator Loeffler at 49%, Raphael Warnock 51%, and this is with 60% of the expected vote in, almost carbon copies of each other. I want to explain what happened because before we went to break, there was about a 6 to 8% gap with the Democrats on top. So how did the Republicans catch up? A lot of it is on Cherokee County. This is the county with the most Republican voters. This is where they had to run up the score. 90% of the expected vote is in, and you can see Senator Perdue with 68% of the vote. He's holding the line almost exactly where President Trump was just 2 months ago. This was an important development for the Republicans in this race, with 60% of the vote coming in. But as we look at the Atlanta metro region, in places like Fulton, the largest county in all of Atlanta, you see Jon Ossoff at 74%. Joe Biden was at 72%. But just that 2% in this large county in Georgia is going to make a difference. A reminder, Joe Biden won the state of Georgia by just 11,000 votes. So any kind of incremental advantage the Democrats have is going to help them in the long run. We are seeing Democrats so far at this point, both Ossoff and Raphael Warnock outperforming Joe Biden in some of these major counties. That's a trend line, Lindsay, that Democrats hope to hold. But as we just saw, this race can immediately change with just one county reporting. Lindsay?
All right, thanks, Tom.
Okay, good.
Bring back in.
Boy, I thought it was like a statewide thing. It's only one county.
We were talking earlier about how the Republican candidates have had to walk such a fine line, really, because the party is so fractured and trying to remain, keep their allegiance to President Trump and at the same time keep a little distance as well.
It doesn't say
and just one of those examples is when it comes to those stimulus checks. You had both of the Republicans in this race vote for and support the $600 in that bill that the president's own team helped negotiate. And then we saw the president in the 11th hour come out and say that he wanted $2,000, and then they flipped their stance on that. Neither of the senators here either voted for or against overriding that veto that the president did on the defense bill. That's another example. And then, of course, you have the president's
he was happy with Trump trying to get
fight to overturn the results of an election that he lost.
You want to know what's hilarious? Bernie Sanders was saying $2,000 a month at the beginning of this pandemic, and everyone was like, oh my God, radical. And now, like, Trump's even saying it. Like, Bernie is just ahead of his time. He's just a legend.
She said that she supports this push by Republicans that we are seeing at least 140 members in the House that are supporting this, at least a dozen senators.
I said I was going to wrap up at 9, but it doesn't look like I'm going to wrap up at 9, which means I'm going to have to bring my homework in here and start doing it.
She support that. But, you know, voters here are taking
better to do it while my camera's recharging, so I will be right back.
She is very concerned that the fractured party right now is going to send the wrong message to Republican voters.
Andrew Yang started. I thought Andrew Yang started at $1,000 a month like UBI, not the $2,000 a month.
And let's also talk about Senator Perdue, who's been in self-quarantine. The last few days, the most critical time in this election due to an exposure that he had with somebody who was tested positive for COVID. How critical has that been for his campaign?
And it really could not have come at a worse time. When you're talking about this close election, his team knows that this will absolutely be a tight race. 88,000 votes is what he ended up winning by just the last time, a hair, but it just was not enough for him to seal the deal there, which is why this went into a runoff. And so just the final weekend heading into Election Day, he is now in self-quarantine after a campaign staffer tested positive for COVID-19. He is physically off the trail. He has been participating in virtual campaign events, but there is nothing like just that interaction with voters. And we have seen the Democrats do it today. We have seen, obviously, Kelly Loeffler hit the ground running, working late into the night, trying to get out the vote. There's nothing that beats that. And right now, Senator David Perdue just does not have that option, Lindsay.
All right. Thanks so much, Rachel Scott. Let's bring back in Mary Bruce and just kind of give us a sense of what's at stake here for the Biden administration and potentially how difficult it might be if they don't win both seats in the Senate tonight.
Well, Biden's agenda is at stake here. Now, when talking with the Biden campaign, obviously, I think they say
I'm
that
still mad. I ordered DoorDash and I wanted them to get me like some snacks or whatever
tackling
from
this
Walgreens.
pandemic, getting more
I asked them to get me a pineapple crush
those
and a root beer,
change, whether it's
and the dude was like, they're not available. So I was like, okay, give me a Sprite and a Dr. Pepper. The dude gave me a tiny 6-pack of Sprites and 2 Diet Dr. Peppers.
That he decides to tackle, perhaps the order in which he decides to go after and try and fulfill these campaign promises will inherently be shaped by who is in control of the Senate. Now, Joe Biden is adamant and very optimistic that even if Republicans maintain control, that he will be able to get them to the table. And he's relying in part on those relationships that he forged over many, many years in the Senate. He is a creature of the Senate, first and foremost. He has a very strong relationship with Republican leader Mitch McConnell, and he is adamant that despite the deep divisions within the Republican Party, despite the incredibly partisan nature of Washington politics now, that he will be able to work across the aisle.
And he's very naive
for thinking that. Said than done. The Washington that Joe Biden is inheriting is very different, far more bitterly divided than the Washington that he left. So Joe Biden, if Republicans maintain control of the Senate, will have a lot of work ahead of him. And I do think you don't have to look much further than the fight within the Republican Party over whether or not to certify the results of the Electoral College, as Rachel just mentioned, to see really what Joe Biden may be up against if Republicans maintain control of Congress.
All right, thanks so much, Mary Bruce. Let's bring back in Jonathan Karl. And John, give us a sense of, in your estimation, how large Trump looms over this election, and what does it mean if, what's the signal, I guess, if you don't have Ossoff or Warnock with a victory tonight?
Well, look, he looms large over the entire Republican Party, and this is the single biggest event left in the Trump presidency for his party. He has had a very hard time helping Republicans win when he is not on the ballot. Look what happened in 2018. Donald Trump got out there. He campaigned for candidates all over the country. But every one of his rallies is ultimately a rally about Donald Trump. The supporters are there for Donald Trump, and Republicans fared very poorly in those midterms. Now you have the extraordinary circumstances surrounding this runoff election, where Donald Trump has been largely absent except to complain about his own election in Georgia. Some members of his party, some people working on these two Republican Senate campaigns, musing privately about whether or not Donald Trump is trying to sabotage their election. He did come out. He did speak very strongly on behalf of both Perdue and Loeffler in his rally in Georgia yesterday. We'll see how that goes, but I think that ultimately Donald Trump will either take credit or get a heck of a lot of blame if the Republicans lose tonight.
But if you think if potentially Ossoff and Warnock both lose, do you think that means that this blue shift was perhaps more of a referendum on President Trump than anything else?
Perhaps, but this is, you consider the history here, as Steve Wilson-Sami talked about earlier. Democrats have a hard time with these runoff elections in Georgia. There have been many of them. There have been many Democratic hopes of knocking off Republicans that have crashed and burned. And I think that Republicans believe that if Trump had made this less about himself and more about providing a check on a Biden presidency, that the Republicans would have won both of these easily. If they win, if they pull off victories here, there will be narrow victories.
This is super close, and it's hurting me.
All right, Lindsay, I want to invite back
I've heard
Ron
the conspiracy theory that Biden will die a year into the presidency and Kamala will take over and AOC will be the vice president.
I'm going to start with you.
So that America will have a socialist takeover. I actually haven't heard that, but I beg that that's true.
Both races, both the first and second Senate races, runoffs, are carbon copies of each other.
Is that a Rahm Emanuel? Fuck you, cunt.
Votes more for,
I'm sorry.
For Ralph
I hate him.
Than Ossoff. But I want to talk about Ossoff and how he's doing in places like Fulton County. This is where Atlanta's at. He's overperforming from Joe Biden. He's about 2% over in Fulton. In the entire Atlanta region, really. In Clayton County, a smaller region, 75% of the vote in. He's at 89% versus 85%. And then DeKalb County as well. 85% for John Ossoff, 83% for Joe Biden. Ron, these numbers are important for Democrats because going into this race, there was some real worry about this 33-year-old political newcomer, if you will. Could he actually win a statewide race in Georgia? He underperformed from Joe Biden by about 100,000 votes. But tonight, with 63% of the vote in, you got to be happy with what you're seeing, Ron.
Yeah, look, actually, one county you left off there, you did a lot of Democratic counties. I think the Democrats are doing better in some of the areas. Take Cherokee County. If my memory serves me correctly, Donald Trump won that by about 58,000. And right now, the Democrats are only losing it by 36,000. So they are doing better in those rural areas and Republican strongholds than Biden did. And they're doing much better in the Democratic areas, like around the metro Atlanta area, than Joe Biden did. And the turnout in the Democratic areas is bigger or as big as Election Day November. So that bodes well for the Democrats at this point. And I want to pick up on what Jonathan Karl said. 3 weeks ago when we did the Sunday show with George, I said that Donald Trump wants to see the Republicans lose because he wants to, A, send a gift back to McConnell. He doesn't think McConnell's been as loyal, which would be a shock. But he wants to say, if I'm not on the ballot,
I know.
You guys can't win.
There's so much riding on this election. If they lose both, they're going to say, what the hell did the state go blue then? Like, I don't see how the state goes blue, but then we lose both Senate seats. Like, come on now.
Who he thinks
if that happens, they're going to raise hell about that.
He deserves. And that's what's going on right now. And the Republican Party, here forward, is going to be learned as before Donald Trump and after Donald Trump. And we're in the early stages of that after Donald Trump, and it is going to be, it's going to make the Sunnis and Shiites look like a very calm family gathering.
All right, I want to bring Chris Christie. Chris, I want to talk
He
about
just compared to a fucking Middle East crisis.
County. They're just outside
Damn,
of
Chris
Atlanta.
Christie's getting old.
That Senator Perdue won when he first ran for Senate back in 2014. Tonight, with 39% of the vote in, he's underperforming from President Trump just 2 months ago. How much do you think President Trump's actions over the last 2 months has hurt the Senate candidates in Georgia?
We won't know until we get the final results of the election. But what I will say is that when you look at counties like Fulton, for instance, you've got well over 85% of the vote in Fulton already counted.
David has unfortunately taken the lead. Yeah, probably. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that.
Very little of the vote in Cherokee has been counted yet. And so if I were Rahm, I wouldn't start dancing quite yet.
Governor, I do want to ask you something, though. On election night, I should say election week, we were here for so many days, and one thing we kept pointing out was President Trump was losing states, but his base campaign there
by like 3,000 votes.
I know he was there last night.
How do people even vote Republican? We have a lot of stupid people in this country.
You got to think these Senate candidates would be in a better position.
Tom, I just don't agree with your premise. I mean, you know,
Warnock's expanding his lead by a little bit.
In the 2020 election.
I thought it was
Joe
closer.
Biden's. He got more votes than any presidential candidate in American history. And so everybody grew more. Why? Because we had COVID and we had rampant broad mail-in voting that made voting a lot easier than it is normally. And so
they count the mail-in vote, yeah.
Second race.
They're starting to get
or 7-8 weeks after the last one. Of course, there's going to be a bit of a lower turnout. People's enthusiasm is not nearly as much for a race like this as it is in a presidential race. Now, all the work that's been done by both sides, the advertising, the get out the vote efforts,
yeah,
the
some of the
that have been done, make
mail-in
this
votes getting commented
the
already.
Greatest turnout race for a runoff election in Georgia history. But, you know, I think that the obsession of the media is to tag everything with Donald Trump. Either pro
rich
or
people in
con.
charge will ignore them.
It's
Yeah,
all
it's
about him.
sad.
It is not all about him.
It's all because they
And
focus their
David
argument
Perdue
on the
and
culture
Kelly
thing.
Loeffler
You don't want to vote
records.
for the
Their
SJWs.
opponents have records.
Despite the fact that if you actually sat down and talked to them about policy, that we probably agree more than we disagree.
Or than President
But they think that the left is going to put transgender people everywhere, so they're
So
scared.
the same argument can be made in the other direction, Tom. You know, Joe Biden just won the state. Why isn't that momentum?
It's a great strategy to tap into people's
for Warnock
bigotry.
and Ossoff.
But Governor, I mean, I don't know if it's an obsession. You talked about leadership. Leadership does matter.
It is.
Who's the head of the Republican Party? The head of the Republican Party is President Trump. And hold on, let me finish. And the question was, do you think
it's an obsession.
I hear you, but do you think President Trump, his actions, the actions of people like Rudy Giuliani, confusing voters maybe in Georgia about whether their vote counts, do you think that hurt the two Senate candidates who were competing for a very competitive race there?
I have a lot more faith in the voters of Georgia than apparently you do. I don't think they're confused.
You're a fucking idiot. He's not saying... Oh, my God. He's not saying that the voters are confused. But when you go out and you send a message saying, the election's rigged, what they did in Georgia was tragic, a lot of the people are angry in Georgia about what you did to me and stuff, and then you simultaneously say, but go out and vote again for Perdue and Loeffler, yeah, you're sending a fucking mixed signal. Oh, I swear Chris Christie's so goddamn dense, I forget sometimes.
I think they're confused about it. For candidates to win, you got to turn out and vote, because everyone has said from the day after the last election that this was going to be a very, very close election no matter what. And I just don't believe that Donald Trump is the determining factor in tonight's election, given the numbers that I've seen so far. Now, if Warnock and Ossoff were to pull away in a much bigger way and win this thing tonight, which I don't expect will happen, then maybe we'd have to reevaluate it then. But right now, Tom, I know everybody just wants to talk about Donald Trump all the time, but this is about Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue.
It's about a lot of people. I agree with you. It's about the two Senate candidates. All right, Governor, we thank you so much. I do want to bring in Terry Moran, our senior national correspondent out of D.C., who has covered so many political races for us, along with the White House.
It's so hard for
Washington. Terry, the way
it must be hard for him to not just fucking go off on him, because that was very stupid from fucking
bit tighter with 63% of the expected vote in. And I want you to take up some of the points that Governor Christie was making. He was saying essentially
a lot of votes still need to come in, so don't panic yet.
That this wasn't about President Trump. It was about the people who were on the ballot. Do you buy that?
Well, I defer to Governor Christie's political expertise. I've never run for office, and I agree with him that basically trust the voters. They can walk and chew gum at the same time. It never seemed logical to me that by Trump saying don't trust the results of my election, people couldn't go out and vote for the candidate they wanted to. The problem that Donald Trump made for Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue is he changed the issue. The issue is not an ordinary bread and butter issue about higher taxes, the way the Democrats are going to run the Senate. The issue is, do you want to betray the Constitution with me or not? And he forced Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue to sign on to his effort to overturn the democracy.
See, his lead just went back down. He was ahead by 21,000 just then.
70% of the people of Georgia demonstrated.
And Warnock's lead just went up. Come on, don't panic yet.
The election in the November in that state was held fairly, as every court has demonstrated, as their own Republican election officials certified, along with all the other 49 sovereign states. So he forced them to get into his cartoon view of what happened in November. And that, it turns out, was, at least as far as that particular issue is concerned, it could well be that they'll both win at the end. But Donald Trump twisted this election around his vanity and his need to defy reality to say that he won Georgia when 70% of the people of that state, according to today's exit polls, said, you know what, I think we had a fair election in November. That hurt the Republican candidates.
And so many major elections since President Trump was elected, and even in his first race, were about President Trump in one way or another. I want to bring Rahm Emanuel back in because I know he wanted to get in when his good friend Governor Christie was making his point.
Yeah, but look, if anybody sitting there on November 7th said, okay, we're going to have a runoff, it's clear, let's design it where the president's running around for the final 3 weeks, making charges about the election and throwing doubts about ballots and on the integrity of the vote, that would be not how you choreograph it. And Donald Trump has always, since 4 years ago, been the centrifugal force that drives energy on both parties. And the notion that somehow this was all about Perdue or Senator Loeffler and had nothing to do with the overarching environment and atmosphere that Donald Trump did. In the end of the day, no voters got persuaded for or against a candidate in any way. They got motivated to vote. And what Donald Trump was doing was creating confusion around that vote, and that was not helpful. That is not how anybody, and I know Governor Christie campaigned for state legislators, state senate. This is not how you organize a campaign. Now, will it have a detrimental effect? It wasn't helpful. We don't know if it was detrimental.
Governor Christie, I know you want to get the final word in before we hit this break.
And I'm not taking dancing advice from him.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't. You're a much better dancer than I am, Ron. But
that's very clear.
But listen, at the end of his point, it took Rahm a while, but he finally got it right. My point was,
thanks, Chris.
It's not going to be determinative. I mean, does the president have an effect on the election? Of course he does. The same way Joe Biden has an effect on the election, but not a determinative effect. And my point is that every question comes at me about Donald Trump.
You got a Discord? Yes, I do have a Discord, and it's in the link in my TikTok bio. I am not on Twitch yet.
The ones who matter the most, and the campaigns they run, and how they do things. And when you look at it right now, with 68% of the vote in, David Perdue's now pulled ahead, and Kelly Loeffler is within 5,000 votes of Raphael Warnock. This is going to be a very close race, and one that's going to be determined ultimately by Warnock and Ossoff versus Loeffler and Perdue, with Biden and Trump as background music.
Governor Christie, Rahm Emanuel, Terry Moran, please stick with us. I want to show you guys something fascinating that's happening right now in this race. Take a look at our big board right here. And we have what Nate Silver was sort of talking about, a split ticket right now. Again, still very early in the night, 14,000 plus for Senator David Perdue, 11,000 plus for Raphael Warnock. It is still very early. Our continuing coverage continues right after this break.
This is nerve-wracking. I don't like it. I don't like it. Look how close that is. Look how close this is. I don't like it. Why can't they find me a map of Georgia? Oh, gotta exit it. Gotta exit it again. Who's winning? Right now Raphael Warnock's winning and Perdue is winning his election. Actually, nope, they're both winning now. Oh, shit. Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue are both winning the election right now, with 69% reporting. I wish I just had a map to put me at ease so I can see where these votes are coming from and if heavy Democratic areas are in yet, or how much of the heavy Democratic areas are in. It's nerve-wracking. It's gonna be close. Yeah. I want to find, what was I going to look for? Actually, I'll just wait for this to come back on. NBC News election results, yeah. I'm keeping up with with ABC, and I'm looking at Associated Press, and yeah, right now. It's not looking great, but again, we still have a lot of vote out. I forgot Michael Strahan used to be a football player. That man did well for himself. He got himself a job on Good Morning America.
Apple Podcasts. ABC News.
I do care about your Apple Podcasts. I'm going to do homework while I try to cope. Honestly, we need them to win so bad. Like, just to get rid of Mitch McConnell, isn't it? All right.
To our continuing coverage of the Georgia Senate runoff elections, and so much has happened over the last 30 minutes. Republicans now on top with 68% of the expected vote in. Still very early. A lot of the vote is still out there. A lot of this vote, from what we understand, at least in the early part of this broadcast, was the early vote that was being counted. But you can see right there, Senator Perdue on top, 24,000 votes over Jon Ossoff. And then you have Senator Loeffler on top by 2,000 votes versus Raphael Warnock, the Reverend, of course, of Ebenezer Baptist Church. I want to bring in our political gurus right now. Mary Alice Parks and Rick Klein, our co-political directors. Mary Alice, I want to start with you because we almost have a split ticket here, and you'd have to wonder what type of Democrat or what type of Republican would vote for one of these candidates and then would vote for the other party in the other race.
Look, I still think it's pretty unlikely that at the end of the night we have a split ticket. But coming into tonight, everyone thought if that was to happen, it would be this scenario. David Perdue has been elected as a senator before. He's the only one on that board that has won an election in Georgia as a senator. Kelly Loeffler was appointed to her seat. She was largely appointed with this idea that she might be able to win back some women in those suburbs. That, really hasn't happened. We've seen Democrats start to really run away with the Atlanta suburbs. Instead, she's really hitched her wagon completely to President Trump, as has David Perdue, but he just has more name recognition in the state. He's been around longer. His family is well known in this state. And so if one of the two Republicans is to win and not both, I think that this is the more likely scenario, but I still think at the end of the night, it's pretty unlikely. I think it's probably going to be 2 Ds or 2 Rs.
Okay, Rick Klein, you were talking to me about this before we started tonight. Saying that Perdue, like Mary Alice has been saying, has the name recognition, especially some of the rural
Kelly
areas.
Loeffler and
voters may
David Perdue are both winning slightly.
Raphael Warnock, they may have gone with Perdue as well.
Yeah, we saw some split tickets back in November. Obviously, that's how Joe Biden won, and neither of these Democratic senators actually topped where the Republican votes landed. So it obviously happened at that time. And I think what's really interesting, if you look at some of the messaging that seemed to break through in this election, all you heard from the Republicans was these guys, these Democrats are liberal stooges. They're going to go enact the socialist agenda. And it really seems like that worked. That kind of messaging worked. 46% of voters overall saying that Warnock is too liberal for the job. You contrast that with the alternate messaging, is Kelly Loeffler too conservative? And it just doesn't, it didn't really hit the same way. So I think when you saw messaging that was aside from the Trumpism of this election was rigged, focusing on the ideology of the candidates, it's a reminder that Georgia still is a relatively red state. These candidates are much different animals, and a lot of these voters were able to process that information and make some different decisions.
One point I want to make before I kick it back over to Lindsay. One of the biggest Republican counties in Georgia, Forsyth County, we're still waiting on votes to come in there. One of your guys' deputies, Quinn Scanlon, one of our political producers, points this out. That's going to be a huge number of Republican votes. We're still waiting on that. 63% of the vote in. Lindsay, it's 50-50. It's essentially where we were with the Trump-Biden race.
And where we started at the beginning of the night. Anybody's race. I'd like to bring in now Leah Wright-Rigor, special contributor here at ABC.
Oh, I get. I don't like the fact that this is kind of where we were with the Biden race, because that means they were going to be sat here for 12 years.
And let's think about the idea that since the 1990s, Democrats have only won one of 7 statewide runoffs. So give us the backstory of this controversial history of the Georgia runoff law and the connection with Jim Crow.
So what we know is that these kind of laws emerge right around the same time that we start to see laws, anti-discrimination laws emerge around voting rights. And so we start to see in Georgia's case, we see in 1963 roughly, we begin to see these laws emerge that are designed to really stamp out what we call black bloc voting, or the power, this large power of large black voting. So it essentially sends it to runoff county. But we also see other kinds of, preventative measures. So this kind of runoff works well with things like grandfather clauses, poll taxes, literacy tests, these kind of old, techniques designed to keep black people out at the polls. So we may think that this is something that's ancient history, but in fact, it's still very much in place, and it's very much designed to dilute black voting power, and has that kind of effect, and historically has had that kind of effect, particularly in Georgia.
All right, thanks so much, Leah. I'd like to bring in now Kate Shaw, legal analyst. And Kate, many people are saying that President Trump's call to Georgia's Secretary of State on Saturday crossed a line. But is it your estimation that the right move at this point would be for the Fulton County DA to investigate it?
I think it's interesting that the Republican officials across the state of Georgia have sort of been uniform in condemning the president's call. It's a state that is basically run by statewide elected Republicans, and none of them have been willing to disavow the possibility that some local prosecution, or at least investigation, of the lawfulness of that Trump phone call might be in order. So, it seems to me that doing that, making that call in the run-up to this election may have had a very significant political cost for President Trump and for these 2 Senate candidates, but also could conceivably at least lead to an investigation. The problem, of course, is a criminal justice standard will typically involve a state of mind, right? Establishing that the president knew that he was attempting to coerce fraud or commit fraud.
Who do I think will win? I think Warnock will win his race, and I think John Ossoff will lose his.
So that, I think,
but right now both of them are losing.
So obtaining a conviction, but I think an investigation certainly seems to be a live possibility at this point, at least after January 20th when he leaves office.
If I can put you on the spot for a moment, Kate, what was?
Oh, John Ossoff just caught up massively. What the fuck happened? Warnock's back in the league? What happened?
Lindsay, I listened to the full.
What happened?
I'm sure a lot of people did. And
what the shit just happened?
Didn't really even do justice. The experience of listening to someone, who really seemed to dance around and then actually come right out and say, "I need you to change the results of the
what the fuck happened?"
The democratically, sort of the will of the people.
This says that they're still. What the fuck happened, ABC?
And I need you to find those for me. So he talked about fraud, but at a couple of points he seemed
what happened?
To be
what the fuck? So what happened?
So for a sitting president to do that, I think I continue to be shocked.
Whoa!
And we will see what, if any, legal fallout there might be.
I'd like to bring Terry.
Y'all see, I'm not tripping, right? What happened?
The call, Terry. And
look at that.
Earlier from the lieutenant governor of
Whoa!
Georgia, who has said in the past that he believes that
he was just up by 37,000.
To have a reckoning. What do you feel the role and the impact of?
He was just up by like 15,000.
To the Secretary of State in Georgia, how that
there we go.
Play out
we needed that big vote
not
boost.
only in this particular election, but down the road for the Republican Party.
Great question, and I think we saw in Lieutenant Governor Duncan's answer to your question the beginnings of a post-Trump Republican Party. Look, he knows his colleagues. He wants to stand by the citizens of his state who overwhelmingly believe that they held a free, fair, and true election in November. And so he said very carefully that one of the things that had mucked up this election was Republicans talking about these issues of fraud, which were not true. He praised the other the Secretary of State and Brad Raffensperger and Governor Kemp, and he also went on to essentially open the door for the pivot. He explicitly said, let's talk about a pivot. He is an ambitious man. He's a talented young politician. He clearly thinks of himself as a rising politician in Georgia, and he is moving away from Donald Trump. And I've asked him specifically about that call. He says, I believe in law enforcement. I'm not a lawyer, but I believe in law enforcement. That's the kind of thing that most Republicans have been terrified even to whisper with Donald Trump in the White House. This is a guy who looks to the future for himself and for his cause and his state, and I think he's seeing a future post-Trump in part because of that call.
Terry, we're going to pick up on that call now with Sarah Fagan. You also wanted to play. What's your thought as far as the role of that call on this election?
All right,
and also
I'm going to get some
Republican
homework
Party
done while I have a breakdown about this election.
Well, I think it was really inappropriate, the call, and I'm glad that the Secretary of State and Governor and others have pushed back on it. I believe it deserves to be pushed back. I think that, the president doesn't put any strategy into how he approaches these politics, and sometimes that has really benefited him. He's done some amazing policy things because he doesn't know what he doesn't know, and the Abraham Accords and tax policy. But here in a political race, man, it's really a problem. And I look at this race and I think there'll be a lot of factors as to why candidates win or lose, but he is going to be the biggest factor. And if our candidates, the Republican candidates, lose a close election, all of the sowing he has done and the distrust will undoubtedly, in my mind, be the biggest factor.
Yvette, you wanted to play with this as well. What's your thought as far as the implications of the call?
I think when we think about all the things that Donald Trump has done to erode Americans' confidence in democracy, and there's a long list, this just tops the cake. I mean, when we think about all the controversy around the Ukraine scandal and did he do it and what did he mean and whether it was intentional or not, there's definitely no question that he was asking an elected official, a member of his party, to swing the election in his favor. And I think when we think about the fact that Americans already have such little faith in government, particularly over the last 4 years, what this does to make people, and what we've got to do as a country, I think, to restore people's faith in democracy.
Now Purdue's back up by 30,000. Now Loeffler's back up by 12. What is going on?
Next time we might get a Donald Trump that's not so clumsy and not so obvious. And how do we make
Are
sure
there
we
any
guard
counties
against
left
that
that are
going
blue?
forward?
Yes, a lot.
But I got to tell you, even though I'm someone who always is never surprised about Donald Trump, this surprised me. This was really overwhelmingly shocking. And anyone who listened to that, who
hopefully this spike that they're gonna go up is like the end of the big Republican counties.
Thanks so much. I want to switch gears here for a moment and bring in LZ Granderson, special contributor, also columnist for the LA Times. Now you have said, and you're taking us back to the back story a few years, that we might not be in this predicament had Stacey Abrams actually won and become governor of Georgia.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, considering how much credit she's gotten, and deservedly so, for helping to flip Georgia for Joe Biden, remember, if she was governor at the time, she would be consumed with trying to manage a COVID crisis in her state. If she was governor at the time, she probably would not have been organizing to get African Americans to vote the way that she did over the last 2 years. So in a lot of ways, the corruption that preceded this election actually kind of created the scenario that we have here today. But, you know, one of the other things I think that's really fascinating about what Stacey Abrams has been able to do is that she has really challenged this notion that the South is still the South, which is a phrase a lot of us, particularly who are black, talk about the South. That yes, there are hubs, urban hubs like in Atlanta, but you go a little bit further outside of Atlanta and it's still the deep South. What she has illuminated for the entire country is that outside of Atlanta is a booming, multi-generational, multiracial voting bloc that is ready and mobilized. And they may actually inspire other cities around the country to look to see if they too have these untapped sources of voting blocks outside of their major urban hubs. It's a fascinating sort of development, but I firmly believe that if Stacey Abrams was Governor Abrams, Georgia may have gone to Trump.
Heidi Heitkamp, like to bring that same question to you. Do you agree with LZ? And many people talk about the Stacey Abrams effect. Perhaps it has dual meanings.
Well, I've known Stacey since she was a junior.
Hell is her background? Why is it so blurry?
Talented and can chew gum and do a lot of things all at the same time. And so I think that she's a force to be reckoned with. But I want to weigh in a little bit on the side of Chris Christie on what all of this means. One thing that Stacey did, and if you watched her interviews, if you watched the interviews of the Democrats, they had message discipline. They did not make this about Donald Trump. They made it about Loeffler and Purdue. They made it about insider trading.
Gaps widening.
They made it about COVID and the lack of getting COVID relief. She knew what she was doing, and they knew what they were doing. This was very disciplined, and I think that's why this race is close, because they ran against those two candidates and did not run against Donald Trump.
The fact that 1.6 million people watched Kelly Loeffler stand on the damn stage and say what she said against Raphael Warnock and thought that was good, it gives me a heart attack.
You know, the race changed so much from 2016 to 2020. Joe Biden really overperformed from Hillary Clinton. It was plus 150,000 in Atlanta. In the suburbs, it was plus 180,000. And still the race was so close, 11,000 votes, but it went to Joe Biden. As we look at the race tonight, I want to check in on the boards right now to see where we're at, where the race stands, because we have had a lot of vote come in over the last 10 minutes. 77% of the expected vote in. Senator Perdue is up plus 43,000. As we look at the second race, Senator Loeffler is up as well, plus 24,000. As you look at the numbers, and there's still Atlanta, the suburbs, there's still a lot of vote out there. Are the trend lines now worrying you, or are they still encouraging Democrats at this point?
Well, I think you don't want to see getting behind in this way, of course. On the other hand, I got to tell you, from 2016 to now, so much has changed. Not only has it been easier to vote in all the court cases that Stacey Abrams won after 2018 and changed the policies in order for people to vote, but secondly, I just want to say, seeing a woman of color, a black woman, win or run statewide, begin to play a leadership role nationally has huge implications for what happens down ballots, for the kind of leaders you engage and you inspire. And you did see that in this last election. The first Latina actually won a county seat in Georgia. Those kinds of things, no matter what happens in this election, will continue to matter, not only because people see themselves, but also building upon the momentum of even having this conversation tonight that we are this close. We'll see what happens, but this isn't ending. This is just the beginning of the future that Stacey Abrams started, but certainly it carries on with all the grassroots and the people she has now engaged.
Okay, Amanda, thank you for that. With 75% of the expected vote in, I want to bring in Steve Osunsami, our man in Atlanta, and Matt Dowd as well, our chief political analyst. I want to get both their opinions on what we're seeing so far. So, Steve-O, I'm going to start with you. A lot of the votes still out in the Atlanta metro region, but we have both Republicans on top. Still a very close race. What is standing out for you at this hour?
Well, I'll say first that the vote is coming in a lot faster than what we're used to here in Georgia. For example, Fulton County, with that much of the vote in, I think is really atypical. We're used to seeing Fulton come in late, so we're used to seeing all of those blue votes coming in later. I haven't seen the exact percentages of the counties that were still out, but I would say keep an eye on Clayton County, which is a very large and blue county. Keep an eye out on DeKalb County, see how much DeKalb County's vote is in the next time you look at the map. Also, Gwinnett and Cobb, those are where your large population centers are. It is interesting that this is coming down to as tight a race as many people were predicting. It now means maybe those provisional ballots and military and overseas ballots may factor into deciding who wins this race. I think that, you know, a lot has been said about this urban and suburban versus rural divide. We are certainly seeing that here. We don't know exactly how many people actually showed up to vote today. We were told that they were expecting about 1 million people to come out to vote. It could have been as low as 600,000, higher than 1 million. That number, when all is said and done, is going to factor in to who won this. And I will mention something about a split ticket that people have, that you've been talking about for a little bit. You know, there is plenty of evidence here in elections, in the November election, that either Republicans or Democrats chose to vote for a Republican in one race and a Democrat in the other. And proof of that is Joe Biden's victory here. Joe Biden won the state by, what, 11,000 or so votes. But in the race between John Ossoff and David Perdue, Perdue was up, you know, a little under 100,000. Perdue was up a little under 100,000 votes, which says that some people switched parties and voted for one person for president of one party and a person for Senate in another. So that indeed does happen, and by the numbers that we're seeing now, looks like it's probably happening here again.
Steve-O, we thank you for your reporting out of Atlanta. I want to go to Matt Dowd now. Matt, we hit you at the top of the broadcast. You said the trend lines
I'm scared
were
too.
encouraging for Democrats.
But we're going to
Steve-O
keep
mentioned
looking.
some of those, you know, counties around Atlanta that the vote is still out, but some of them the vote
They
is
haven't counted all the
coming in,
mail-in ballots
and a
yet.
lot
I
of
don't know
them,
how
you
what
we
percentage of
almost
them
have
they
all
have.
the vote in. I'm looking at the rural counties, and both Republicans are performing either at where President Trump was or slightly better in those rural counties. At this hour, with 78% of the vote in, tell me what you're seeing, Matt.
I still think all the indicators are that favor the Dems in this race. And it's not what the number is total right now. It's what's remaining. And then when you add to it, I always do this. Keep in mind that in 2020, Joe Biden had an early lead. Then Donald Trump took a big lead. And then as the remaining 25% of the vote, 20% of the vote came in, Joe Biden took a lead. That's what I think is going to happen in this race. Let me give you a couple of facts. First, the majority of the votes remaining to be counted are early votes.
Yes!
Early votes are people that cast votes in person or by mail. So that's what remains. And the majority of the votes that were cast on Election Day that remain to be counted are in the Atlanta suburbs.
Yes!
DeKalb County alone, the remaining votes in DeKalb County alone that haven't been added to the mix yet, will give both Democratic candidates a net 80,000 margin just out of DeKalb that's remaining to be counted that will be added to the mix. So to me, if you're a Democrat, and I know they see these numbers overall slightly behind, which is why every time I'm in a room in a campaign, I tell people, don't just look at what the overall numbers, look at what remains. And right now, I mean, obviously this is a close race, a point or so on each side of it, and we'll see what remains. But all of the remaining vote looks much more favorable to the Democrats than it does to the Republicans.
Matt, are you the guy in the campaign room with a calculator, or are you just doing this in your head?
You just stupid ass.
Well, I learned to do it in my head. I did have a calculator, but I learned to do it in my head. And it's just a pattern that you follow
Let's
in
go.
all of these things. As people watch the
all right,
numbers,
well, we should be in for a good night.
While we were not,
maybe.
while I wasn't on,
Not
I
getting
looked
my
at
hopes
whole
too
counties that had come in. And one of the things you mentioned, Tom, this is why the Republicans are going to end up being behind when that DeKalb vote comes in. Is that even where they're matching Donald Trump, the percent of total vote is under 90% of what it was in November. And where the Democrats are exceeding them in the blue areas, their vote is above 90% of what it was in November. So even where Republicans are matching, they're not matching on a total net vote. They're matching on a percentage, but not total net vote. And Democrats are exceeding the turnout of Republicans in the red counties from the blue counties from November. So look at what's remaining. It's still a lot of early vote and still a lot of absentee by mail that's out there. And as I said, the remaining Election Day votes, the majority of the remaining Election Day votes are in the suburban. They're in DeKalb, Gwinnett, Cobb. Those are the majority of the remaining Election Day votes. So if I were the Dems, I know they get nervous and they run around like cats in a rocker factory, that they should feel pretty good. It's going to be a close race. It'll be a point or so. but they should feel pretty good right now at this point in the evening.
All right, Matt Dowd, we love you for your brain and for your sayings and your analysis. We appreciate it all. I want to go to Nate Silver, a man who doesn't need a calculator. Nate, so we're seeing Republicans on top right now with 20% of the votes.
That's what he looks like? I didn't even know Nate Silver looked like that.
Senator
He looks
Perdue
miserable.
looks to be growing his lead, 62,000, excuse me. Loeffler with 36,000 ahead of Warnock. But do you agree with Matt Dowd that there's still a lot of Dem vote out there, a lot of those blue counties? There's so much of that vote out there that Democrats could come out on top?
Yeah, for sure. In fact, that's the probability at this point. As Matt mentioned, DeKalb County,
hey, Nate Silver's
100,000 votes
pretty accurate
there alone when these early election votes are accounted for in DeKalb County. The rest of it beyond DeKalb is also fairly blue. So if you go to betting markets, they have Warnock is about a 95% favorite and Ossoff about 85%. So people putting money on the line are looking at where the vote is, and the math is actually not that hard here because we know how blue Atlanta is. We know roughly how many votes there are. It's going to be close, especially in an Ossoff race. I would not count on anything, but you know, that's who you'd favor at this point for sure.
Okay, Nate Silver for us. We're going to take a quick break.
I didn't know that's what Nate Silver looked like. That actually just caught me off guard. I thought he was some like well put together, like gel slick back hair like my guy right here. I did not expect him to look. He looks like just a normal like couch potato like political dude. He looks like he makes videos screaming at conservatives. So it looks like the betting markets are still on our sides, and it looks like we might come out with a dub here. Let's just keep praying. I have my camera turned off, remember, because my camera died, so I'm going to keep watching out for that when it decides to be done charging. I have a second camera charger somewhere, but I don't know where it's at. Alright, it's talking about Charlottesville. I still can't believe that people were like, oh no, he condemned neo-Nazis because he fucking said, like that whole Charlottesville thing, when he said that if you look the night before, those were people very quietly coming to protest the statue when the night before was a literal torch rally. Like, I got very peace of mind from Nate Silver and the other guy then because I didn't know how much outstanding vote was left. Because, like, when you see the percentages go up like that, you just go, like, how much of the outstanding vote is still left? Uh-oh.
Versus the company.
Okay. Yeah, you're just like, how much of the outstanding vote is left? And we just found out that apparently it's a lot, and it's from mainly Democrat areas, so we might be good here. I spelled Utah wrong on my homework. Don't hate me. I spelled borders wrong too. I'm pretty illiterate, guys. Leave me alone. Fuck. Oh my god. I just. And then we go. We're back.
And welcome to our continuing coverage of the Georgia runoff Senate races. This is where the race stands at this hour right now. With 79% of the expected vote in, you can see Senator David Perdue, the incumbent, plus 58,000 votes at this hour. Senator Loeffler plus 32,000.
Imagine one of them comes out and declares victory and then fucking
of the
loses.
expected vote in, but this race is far from over. We're going to explain to you why as we come over here to the map of Georgia.
Let me see with my own eyes.
As we've been telling you all night, a majority of the votes in the state of Georgia are going to be coming from Atlanta and the metro region. This is the most important part of the state when it comes to garnering votes. And when we go into one of these counties, a place like Gwinnett County, you can see there's 89% of the expected vote in. Ossoff is on top here. But if you start adding up all the percentages that are out, DeKalb County, one of the largest counties in the state of Georgia, only 37% of the vote in. In other places like Cobb County, 55% of the vote in. You can see the Democrats are on top here, but there's still so much of the vote that needs to come in from the Atlanta metro region, and that's why Democrats still feel like they have a chance here. I want to bring in both Rick Klein and Mary Alice Parks. They make up our team of political directors here at ABC News. Rick, I know you have some new reporting from the Secretary of State of Georgia. What is he saying tonight?
Yeah, the Secretary of State's office has just updated reporters and said that the biggest outstanding votes are exactly where you were just pointing at, in those Atlanta suburbs. Those are heavily Democratic parts of the Atlanta suburbs. And the point that they are making is that the remaining vote is big batches of Democratic votes and smaller batches scattered around the state of Republican votes. We're seeing record turnout, huge numbers, including many on Election Day. That actually, in some cases, appears to be favoring Democrats as well as Republicans.
Now, Mary Alice, I want to bring you in on this point. So when we look at the amount of early vote, we can see Democrats are on top. We have 86% of the early vote in. But you were telling me just before the break, this is a little misleading because there's still some of the early vote and provisional ballots that are coming in up through Friday.
Right. Democrats worked really hard to make it easier for folks to vote by mail. You could turn in an absentee ballot as late as today. So that term early vote is a little bit misleading because you could have an absentee ballot, not a traditional ballot, that was just dropped off today for someone that waited to turn it in, that didn't trust the mail. And remember, if this race is really, really close, military ballots coming in from overseas can arrive as late as Friday. People that had issues with their absentee ballot,
what day is it?
maybe
It's Tuesday. No.
Secure their ballots as late as Friday. So if this gets really close, we could still be in for a long haul.
Well, I'm going to put you on the spot for both of you. Do you guys see a scenario at this point where we go to a Friday where it's going to take a few days to figure out who wins in Georgia, similar to what we saw in November when it was the presidential race and Joe Biden was up against Donald Trump and it was so tight?
I think it depends on two factors, Tom. One is going to be how quickly these places report in, and then what the ultimate margin is. And that's really all you're looking at. You know that the early votes favor the Democrats, and we're going to get that coming in over the next couple of days. I think there's some X factors that if it's close enough, where it seems to be right now, it's just going to take a while. All that's going to matter is that margin.
Yeah, somewhere like Cobb County, like you were just saying, we need more vote from there to really understand. If the margins as they are right now hold, that's really good for Democrats, and they could wrap this up actually quickly if we get another big drop from Cobb County. But if it starts to narrow somewhere like that, then we could be in for a few days.
Okay, guys, thanks so much, Lindsay. I'm going to kick it back.
All right, all we got to do is hold that vote lead in Cobb County.
Terry, you know, going into
and
this, people said that this race was
going to be the greater Atlanta metro area.
Statistical dead heat, and these races are really coming off as advertised. With the races being so close, with them being so tight, what are the necessary next steps to make sure that we can verify and validate?
Well, that's a great question. I assume that they are being taken right now. In fact, Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger tried to reassure voters, knowing that this kind of election was going to play out very close with some of those big population centers, which trend Democratic, bringing their vote, dropping their vote totals in as they tabulate. That'll be later given the size of that vote and giving Democrats an edge there. That will lead to distrust. Look, a lot of voters have been told that they can't trust the election results. So what have they done? Well, they put monitors and cameras in there. They've made sure that
I'm glad I get to stream this, by the way, for people who may not have like cable
oversight
and stuff
of the counting itself.
Like
None of that is likely to help if Republicans follow in the footsteps of Donald Trump. And without any facts that stood up in court, scores of courts allege that those Democratic counties fixed the vote. That is unlikely to have happened, obviously, given the security around it. But what Georgia needs to do, and frankly what we in the media need to do, is report on the kind of security around this count. I've covered elections in other countries where the military counts the ballots, and the military is run by a strong man. I've seen that. You can't trust that count. In our country,
we're coming up on 3 hours of streaming.
And they're overseen by other of your neighbors. And the
I'm doing my homework
decentralization
about
of
the
the
Civil
American
War right
election
now.
system, the way that local officials are responsible for it, they're proud of that responsibility. They take it very seriously, as we've seen in Georgia, has probably helped save the democracy from what was an anti-democratic assault from the White House. But tonight, they'll have to make that case again.
Terry Moran, thanks so much. We'll give the final word to TJ Holmes. And TJ, earlier tonight we heard from Chris Christie, and he called Biden and Trump just background music. And earlier you and I were talking about the literal music, the rappers who have gotten involved with the Get Out the Vote effort. We talked about the young generation, the Rayshard Brooks, the Stacey Abrams, and how all of this is coalescing to really culminate in this, producing this one moment.
And it's happening in Atlanta. How appropriate is it? And that's what I can't help but think about. It's happening in Atlanta. Rayshard Brooks' funeral was last summer at Ebenezer Baptist Church. A month later, in that same Ebenezer Baptist Church, was the funeral of Congressman John Lewis. Two different men from two different generations who still suffered at the hands of police for different reasons in different places, but still representing the struggle of their times in a lot of ways. And not too far from Ebenezer Baptist Church, still in downtown Atlanta, is a place that a lot of people may have heard of, iconic, Magic City, where two rappers sat in a strip club and had a rap battle. But before they battled, they had a video message from Stacey Abrams that played, that was seen by millions of young people who tuned in to watch that rap battle. All of those things come together in a way that only it can in a place like Atlanta, that has led the way for years and years and years now when it comes to black planning, black struggle, black protest, black hope.
You respond to comments? Yeah, I just haven't been looking at chat.
Hope for what can be. And so I look at Atlanta now, and once again, and I see this work that Stacey Abrams has done to get black voters involved, the work that, yes, the rappers have done down there to get young black men and women involved in the process to show that, no, this system was not set up for you. That's why it doesn't work for you. But you can't sit on the sidelines and expect that system all of a sudden to start working for you. That message seems to be getting through to some young people, and all of these things are kind of coming together in a place like Atlanta, which has led the way for change in this country, Lindsay, for so long. And we might be seeing it, maybe not tonight, but somewhere in the near future, Atlanta is still going to, in a lot of ways, be leading the way for some type of change and an example for this country.
And you brought up John Lewis. This really all comes full circle because John Ossoff was just 16 years old when he wrote to the congressman that he would like to volunteer. And here we are 17 years later, that full circle moment. Tom.
All right, Lindsay, we thank you for that. And as we say goodbye for right now, we want to just check in with the race where it's at right now. We do have 80% of the vote just coming in. Both Republicans on top, Senator Perdue with plus 69,000 votes at this hour, Senator Loeffler with plus 43,000, but Democrats are poised to be in very good positions as more of the votes come in from those blue counties around Atlanta. So much is happening in this race. It's changing every minute. We are going to continue our coverage.
What are the odds that the gap is the exact same? This is
WSB
hilarious.
in Atlanta.
And we are not going anywhere. We'll be right back here at 10:30 on the East Coast with George Stephanopoulos. Keep it right here on ABC News Live.
10:30. What time is it now? It's 9:02.
Hi, I'm Justin Farmer. Results coming in by the minute, so let's take you there. Showing you the latest numbers that we have as we're just a few seconds past 10 o'clock now.
Yes, taking a look right here.
Who are these budget people?
61%, some absentees outstanding. We have 50.9% for David Perdue leading John Ossoff, who has 49%.
As you'd imagine,
I'm about to order some dang food for myself.
Kelly Loeffler against Raphael Warnock, and right now they're separated by just a few thousand votes.
On ABC.
Okay, guys, so this is the ultimate life hack for buying all this new.
I don't care. I don't care. You're scamming. I don't care.
Analyst believes that the way the votes are being counted, in terms of what Metro County votes are still outstanding, According to Bill Crane, our political analysts lean Democratic.
Imagine having 15,000 people watching. You know, I have like 15. I love y'all though.
We have reporters and photographers live as the results come in tonight.
What Republicans were hoping for was high turnout, especially in the northern parts of the state and conservative parts of the state. They were really aiming to drive up turnout among Trump's own supporters, and that's why they had the president come here last night to campaign. Democrats, meanwhile, had been focused on recreating the turnout that they saw in November, and they wanted to make sure that the Democratic candidates could catch up to Biden. Because remember, in November, the Democratic candidates got fewer votes than Joe Biden did. So they had been really aiming to turn out people who may not have voted down ballot, but voted in the presidential race, and also to turn out new voters. Another really interesting stat here is that over 100,000 people voted in these runoffs who didn't vote in November, which is pretty extraordinary considering that this is a runoff. It's happening in January. These elections don't have the kind of a big pull of presidential races, but on the ground here, it really has felt like a presidential race with about $500 million spent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it really is extraordinary when you think about that turnout. We're just coming off the holidays, and for all those reasons that you just mentioned, to have that many people coming out is really quite remarkable. Well, you have been on the ground there in Georgia talking with voters. Caitlin, did you get the sense that this race would turn out to be as tight as we are seeing it now?
They were expecting a really tight race, and no campaign was relying on polling because it's really difficult to tell who's actually going to show up in a runoff election. So it's difficult to get a real sense of things. So everyone that we spoke to, voters and campaigns and candidates alike, were saying that they believe this race could be anybody's guess. And what was really interesting, Elaine, earlier this afternoon, we got a statement from Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue, the Republican incumbents here, saying that while they were encouraged by some of the turnout in some of the Republican areas, they were still urging people to turn out and vote. That was a statement sent out in the afternoon. So that suggests that they, may have been worried that not enough Republican voters, especially Trump Republican voters, were turning out.
I just watched someone on my Instagram feed get their neck ripped off. Not literally, but it was like wax. Looked like they got their neck ripped off.
Just a couple of precincts.
Well, these elections went to a runoff because none of the candidates were able to secure at least 50% of the vote back in November. What were their strategies, Caitlin, to not only keep the voters they had back then, but gain new voters to put them over that 50% threshold?
Well, one thing was trying to target voters who either didn't show up in the presidential or new voters entirely, especially younger voters, voters who may have turned voting age after the November election. That was certainly a target for Democrats. So what Republicans were trying to do was two things. First, target those Trump voters. Make sure that people who turn out in a presidential race for the president, the top of the ticket, and especially Trump's base, which is really, reliable to him, make sure that could transfer down ballot. And so that's why you saw the Republican candidates really align themselves with the president and try to make sure his voters turned out. But they also wanted to speak to more independent-minded voters, those voters who may have voted for Joe Biden because they didn't like the president, but who may have been inclined to vote for Republicans to show a balance of a check on power. And a few Republican voters that we talked to today said that they were voting because of that, voting for the Republicans to be a check on Biden. Democrats were hoping...
Your guy literally just wanted to spawn votes. What do you mean voting as a check on Biden? As a fucking check. You need to check your goddamn president. He literally just asked to spawn 11,000 votes because he lost. Like, if anything, he's tyrannical. Fucking Biden hasn't even spent the moment in office yet.
Biden also showed up in this race. And Democratic voters that we spoke to said that the victory that Biden got, becoming the first Democrat in nearly 30 years to win this state, this traditionally red state, really gave them the energy to kind of keep going and keep participating and get every last vote out.
All right, Caitlin Huey-Burns for us. Caitlin, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And for the latest on how the races are shaping up in Georgia, let's turn to CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto. All right, Anthony, the races tightened up over the last hour. What is the very latest?
Has indeed. Hey, Elaine. So first of all, Georgia is counting ballots a little quicker than we thought they might tonight. 83% in. That's well ahead of where this was in November. But let me show you this. First, you see in the tallied vote right now in the Warnock-Loeffler race, we've got 50.7 for the Republican and 49.3 for the Democrat Warnock. Now, if I take you behind the scenes of the decision desk a little bit, I'm going to show you what our model estimates show. And that means we take not only the counted vote, but we also take the trend lines. We take the counties that haven't fully reported and we extrapolate what they've got into what we expect to be all of their votes. Again, it's a model estimate. I'm going to turn that on and you can see that Warnock could still go up. Again, very close, but that's 50.9 to 49.1. Now, why is that? I'm going to go back to regular counted vote here and I'm going to zoom in a little bit for a second and I'm going to show you, let's say, Cobb County, where I think there's going to be, and there's going to be like 300,000 votes there, and you see they haven't counted all of that, only 55% in there. I'm going to show you Fulton, a little more here, 95%, and okay, Warnock hitting his marks there. Democrats got to have a large lead there, and in fact, he does. I'll show you Gwinnett, another one of those metro area counties that's so important for Democrats, 89% in. Okay, so there's still plenty of votes out there, 10% or so of the votes there, and he's got a large lead there. And DeKalb, here's a big one because it's only 37% in, and that's another place where over 80% for a Democrat means a lot. So if you extrapolate from what we might expect a Democrat to do, you can still see a path for Warnock, even though he is currently trailing marginally in the overall count. And really the same goes overall for the Ossoff and Perdue race. Here we've got Perdue up. I can turn on the estimate, and once again you can see that if those large counties start to come in, and they come in the patterns we expect from Democrats, that the Democrats still have a shot, even though they are trailing in the counted vote line.
All right, Anthony Salvanto for us. Anthony, thank you. President Trump is urging his allies.
I swear the news just seems so awkward sometimes.
Certifying President-elect Joe Biden's electoral
Is your
college
camera charged?
Wednesday. The pressure
Freaking
campaign threatens to derail a ceremony that typically
Yes,
takes just
apparently.
a matter of minutes. Here's White House correspondent Weijia Zhang.
Tonight, thousands of pro-Trump protesters gather near the White House ahead of Congress confirming President-elect Joe Biden's victory tomorrow. President Trump promises to keep fighting it with what he considers a final test of loyalty for Vice President Mike Pence, tweeting falsely that the vice president has the power to reject fraudulently chosen electors. The president has privately and publicly pressured Mr. Pence to stop Congress from approving the election results.
We're back!
I hope that our great vice president,
Your great vice president is shit.
Vice president comes through for us. He's a great guy. Of course, if he doesn't come through, I won't like him quite as much.
But election law expert David Becker said it's up to members of Congress.
8 weeks. So you don't see a lot of change in voting patterns. That's why we keep talking about turnout elections. It's who's energized, who identifies their votes, who gets them back to the polls. And in the examples you've shown, Democrats are a little bit higher, the Republicans are a little bit lower. That makes a wider gap. And you're going to see that play out. Rockdale County has been a democratically controlled county for a little bit more than 12 years. Started with their county commission as that county became majority minority. And now all of the office holders, the sheriff, the school board, are all African American.
I'm doing my homework.
And those shifts in demographics.
Oh, look at the Bernie sticker. I forgot I had this.
Basically,
Yes,
from
sir.
southeast or middle part of the east, across the, through Gwinnett County, over into Cobb County, and that kind of outside 285 next circle of counties is where the Republican Party has to start at a future date recapturing voters, or they will no longer be the majority party in Georgia.
And again, talking about Warnock and Loeffler again, highlighting Rockdale for 2021 right now with 100% in, 72 for 27, something you expect to see. Bill Crane, we will check back with you a little bit later. Jovita?
George, thank you, George and Bill. Happening now, let's take a look. This is a 9-camera live look inside of the Fulton County ballot counting process right now. The county is live streaming this on YouTube, so you at home, anyone who wants to stare at their screen for a couple of hours, you can do this as well and take a look.
I've been staring at my screen for more than a couple of hours.
Middle box there, like right at 6:30. That's Channel 2's Audrey Washington there in the yellow. She continues our live Team 2 coverage now at the World Congress Center in downtown Atlanta. Again, that's where Fulton County's election workers are counting ballots tonight. Audrey.
Yes, and I just got briefed by Fulton County election officials just about an hour ago, and they told me they are still counting those absentee and mail-in ballots. I'm going to step out of shot so I can give you a live look at what it looks like inside here at this hour. We are live inside the Georgia World Congress Center here in downtown Atlanta. You can see election workers checking those ballots and getting them scanned. Now, Fulton County election officials told us about 270,000 people voted early in Fulton County, and that doesn't include the absentee ballot drop boxes. Here's more from Fulton County election officials.
We should be able to process almost all, if not all, ballots tonight. And we are uploading, we will be uploading early voting results shortly. We will continue working tonight until probably around 2 a.m.
Yeah, so you heard that correctly, 2 a.m. Fulton County officials say if not by 2 a.m., they should finish up by 9 tomorrow morning. Now, it's important to note that earlier today, there was a bit of drama that happened here behind me. There was an election worker who notified officials here that someone, one of the observers, had a camera. So what happened was, of course, that is not allowed for observers to take pictures. So one of the officials came over here. They checked that observer. They told me they did not find a camera on that observer, so everything went back to normal. As you can see, the counting continuing. And we are live here in downtown Atlanta. Audrey Washington, Channel 2 Action News.
Audrey, thank you. And that's a perfect example right there, that shot we saw of Audrey. We saw people counting votes in that county. Bill Crane talked about the data dump that's going to come from large counties like where Audrey was. So we're going to be seeing that in the next few minutes, in the next hour. We will be here to watch it all. So at 10:13, in 2020, Georgia became a blue state for the first time in 28 years when it comes to the presidential race. The flip is historic. Many say the result is a rise in naturalized voters and a growing Latino electorate. Channel 2 anchor Wendy Corona learned the collaborative effort among minority groups is becoming a force in Georgia.
We just finished knocking on 67 doors.
2020 has been a busy year for Monica Cruz and Jasmine Trejo. They canvass neighborhoods with Latino voters daily, ensuring those who can vote make a plan and do it.
It feels great to see that we have a lot of younger Latinos who are really trying to go vote, and not only that, helping their parents go vote.
Latinos now make up about 10% of the state's population. For 17 years, Galeo has worked to promote civic engagement and leadership development in the Latino community, and its efforts are working.
The Latinos in Georgia that are registered to vote are showing up to vote and are really participating in our democracy.
In 2003, there were only 10,000 registered Latino voters in Georgia. Now it's estimated to be well over 250,000, with the majority of the Latino electorate being millennial.
So that means that the power of the Latino electorate is only going to continue to grow because the average age of a Georgia voter is much older than that.
1 in 10 Georgia voters are naturalized citizens. And at naturalization ceremonies across the state, groups like Galeo reach new citizens in the moment. They register them to vote on the same day they become U.S. citizens. This ensures their first step in the process.
I wouldn't have been able to become a voting, active, naturalized citizen had it not been from community organizations that have been doing this work.
And now, as executive director of the Latino Community Fund, Gigi Pedraza is among a team of volunteers who help voters at the polls with translation and guidance for many first-time voters not familiar with the process. Of Georgia's 159 counties, only DeKalb has voluntarily made...
I have to mute it. I'm sorry. I don't know. They've been talking in my ear for too long. But yeah, we're looking good as of now. We're behind by a decent amount. actually, but from what I'm hearing, a lot of the vote remaining is from heavy Democratic areas, so I wouldn't get too nervous yet. I now find myself describing the context of the freaking, what's it called, Dred Scott decision. I'll let y'all hear the stream, the live or whatever.
Numerous minority groups in Georgia have harnessed their potential, committed to vote, and now flex their power at the polls. In DeKalb County, Wendy Corona, Channel 2 Action News.
And we continue our special report, and your voice, your vote. Take a look at your screen right here. This is the results right now. When you take a look at the map and walk over, we can go ahead and unselect that. You can have the entire state of Georgia right here. 49% for Raphael Warnock, 50.9% for Kelly Loeffler. And we click this on right here. Take a look at the other race we're looking at. 72.4% for John Ossoff, 26.6%. Sorry, when I click on the entire state, it's 48.7% and 51.3%. I had one county highlighted. 72% of the precincts reporting. Let's go ahead and toss to Justin Gray. Justin Gray's been following the Secretary of State's office at this point. And Justin, you have rare insight into what's going on in there. You actually have the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, right now.
Yeah, George, we got the Secretary of State, pulled him out of the command center here, and you're telling me that big batch of votes that everyone's wondering about, those early votes from DeKalb, you expect those to be coming very soon?
They should be here before 30 minutes, so that'll make a big, give us a good indication where we're going with this race.
Yeah, as you say, that's the largest group of votes still outstanding.
Yeah, one of the largest groups out there, and it's obviously going to be a bellwether.
Big news!
It's interesting watching how it all's turning out. Obviously, everyone loves Bubba right now.
Yeah, you're alluding to the Public Service Commission race where he's running stronger than either of the Republican Senate candidates.
Yeah, well, Bubba's just a great person, and he's been around for a while, and people really value what he's done on the PSC Commission, obviously.
Do you think there's anything else going on there?
No, I just think that everyone loves Bubba, and that's a great thing. I'm sure he's feeling really good right now. And we'll just see how this all shakes out.
The Secretary has a mask. There might be a smile underneath that mask there, I think. Talk about how quickly these results seem to be coming in. This is much faster than we've seen in either the general or the primary.
Yes. Well, that's really because we told the counties with the new SEB rule that you had to go ahead and scan those ballots 1 week and 1 day before. And so they are up to speed.
I'm not aware of the whole Bubba versus Blackman race or whatever.
The November race.
And you were always saying wait till tomorrow, but do you think we might have a final answer here? If not final, a good idea where we're heading tonight?
Well, I know that some people are already making projections about some of the races, but we're not there yet. But obviously, they'll be working fairly late tonight, so we'll see where it really leads us, and definitely by tomorrow.
Secretary Raffensperger, thank you. Again, the big news here from the Secretary, that cache of outstanding DeKalb votes, those early votes in DeKalb, a very large number. We expect those down here in a matter of minutes. Reporting live at the command center, Justin Gray, Channel 2 Action News.
Justin, thank you. Now, of course, we all know about the Senate races. There is one other race on the ballot that could affect how much you pay for your power bills at home. It's the runoff for Public Service Commission District 4. It is between the incumbent Republican Lauren Bubba McDonald, you just heard Raffensperger refer to him, and the Democrat Daniel Blackman. As you see right now, almost done here. 80% of the ballots counted. Of course, absentee ballots across the state also being counted right now. And McDonald has nearly 52% of the vote. His challenger with 48% of the vote. Now, the PSC is important. It regulates utility services across the state, which also sets our rates for Georgia Power and Atlanta Gas Light.
So it really does matter what you do in terms of deciding on a public service commissioner, because those members of the PSC are the ones who completely control what you pay for power and other utilities.
So you heard it there from Clark. Now, PSC commissioners.
So why are you voting for a Republican?
All of the seats on the commission right now held by Republicans.
Well, as we watch this evening's results coming in, remember, you can see them at the bottom of your screens. How did we get here? You may be wondering why Georgia even has this kind of runoff system. Channel 2 investigative reporter Richard Belcher now with us live to look at a law here. Maybe you don't know some of its history. It's quite fascinating how it works both ways. Richard.
Yeah, after a Republican surprised everyone and nearly won the governor's race in Georgia in 1966, Democrats who dominated the legislature quickly passed a law that said that in statewide races, to win, you had to have a clear majority, 50% plus one, or there would be a general election runoff, which is what we have this year. In fact, we've got a couple of them. Republican incumbent David Perdue got 88,000 votes more than Democrat Jon Ossoff November 3rd, but he did not get a majority. Without the requirement that the winner get 50% plus one.
We're the only state that does it quite like this.
The law backfired on Georgia Democrats in 1992. Incumbent U.S. Senator Wyche Fowler got more votes than his Republican opponent, but not a clear majority. Political analyst Bill Crane says even Fowler didn't initially appreciate that he faced a runoff, which he ultimately lost.
He got 49% of the vote and had been declared the victor by all three major news networks and cable news network. He thought he'd won re-election, only to find that that law also applied to Senate contests.
Incumbent Republican Senator Saxby Chambliss was forced into a runoff in 2008, but he held on to the seat 3 weeks later. It's a different landscape in this year's Perdue-Ossoff runoff. A federal court ruling requires that Georgia now wait 9 weeks before voting again. Crane suspects that will reduce what had been a Republican advantage in late runoffs. Crane also notes that the Democrats in the General Assembly in 1967 clearly thought that they were doing something that would benefit their fellow Democrats who were running statewide. It hasn't happened so far, but perhaps 54 years later, we'll see whether it does tonight or tomorrow. Live in Midtown Atlanta, Richard Belcher, Channel 2 Action News.
All right, Richard, thank you. I want to play a game right now I like to call Ring Around the Metro. We're going to do it with each race. We're going to start with the Ossoff and Perdue race. We're going to go around the Metro. Metro, we know it's going to be blue. What does Perdue need to do? Let's click on Bartow County. Not enough precincts reporting, but obviously a very strong lead. Let's go to Cherokee. Almost all precincts reporting, 70%. That is a good lead for Perdue. Forsyth, 67% over 32%, but only 40% of the precincts reporting. So keep following that number. You see 74, we go to Butts County, 71, we go to Spalding, we have 100% and 59.3%. This is exactly what David Perdue needs to do, the ring around the Metro, and needs to stay strong. Let's go ahead and bring in Candace Presley right now, and then we'll go to the other race. Candace, from what I just told you here, does anything surprise you at 1024 with, I don't know, about 60% of the precincts reporting?
No, Justin, nothing really surprised, or George, I'm sorry, George, I know you. Nothing surprises me at this moment. What I'm thinking about, though, is the late Congressman John Lewis and what he said to us in that final essay that ran in the New York Times, where he said that the vote
We do need to win the Senate.
If I owned a bank.
Wow, that's a great question.
Why'd they just cut?
If I were a bank owner?
How about no?
No.
No way.
300 for that and 2,000 for this.
Watch,
way
he's
too
going
expensive.
up.
But today I'm going to show you guys how to get all this stuff for a lot cheaper.
There's 1.9 million people who have voted for both of these fucking idiots.
Friday nights, 9/8 Central. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues. The Hunt. True crime. 2020. Friday nights, 9/8 Central.
Here, hold on a sec. When I tell you homework is very tedious. Was Missouri. Okay, there we go. I'm doing homework about Dred Scott. Makes a lot of sense. Who do you want to win? Of course I want Ossoff and Warnock to win. Ooh. Thoughts on nuclear energy? We need to invest in it. I've seen some things about nuclear. We should be doing both. We should be doing nuclear and green energy. Anything possible to get off of fossil fuels. But apparently, I've been misled about green energy for a long point in my life. So I need to do more research into it. But apparently, it's actually a very good thing to be looking into. It's not as dangerous as people make it seem.
For the Senate, Ossoff versus Perdue, Warnock versus Loeffler. Election night, the Georgia Senate runoff. Now reporting, Chief Anchor George Stephanopoulos.
Good evening. Just 5 days into this new year, 15 days before Donald Trump leaves office and Joe Biden takes the presidential oath, voters in Georgia tonight are determining control of the U.S. Senate and the initial course of the Biden presidency. 2 seats at stake. If the Democrats win both, the Senate will be split right down the middle, and the tie-breaking vote of Vice President Kamala Harris will give them majority control. If the Republicans hold on to at least one of these seats tonight, they will control the Senate, with Majority Leader Mitch McConnell the chief obstacle to Biden's agenda. Which is why both parties have fought so hard in this state that Biden won in November by less than 12,000 votes. They have spent record amounts of money. They are driving record turnout. And as we come on the air tonight, here's where things stand right now. It is very close. In that first race, Senator David Perdue, former businessman, leading John Ossoff, independent filmmaker, just 33 years old. In the second race, Kelly Loeffler, Republican senator, she was appointed to the seat by the governor of Georgia, leading Raphael Warnock, right now at least the pastor of Ebenezer Baptist Church. Of course, that was Martin Luther King Jr.'s church. I want to go to Steve Osensami, who's at the World Congress Center in Atlanta, where they are counting the votes right now. And Steve, it seems like they've been counting the votes and recounting the votes ever since November 3rd.
You know, there have been so many recounts, so much attention focused on this election, so many allegations of fraud that state officials here who run the government, who are all Republicans and Trump supporters, have had to fight back against. You know, everyone here is looking forward to the end of this, to the end of the national spotlight. This is going to be a close race. The numbers that are coming in tonight keep jumping back and forth between the two candidates. We're still waiting for some of the larger blue counties to report some more of their vote totals pulls in to see where this ends up. George?
Let's take a deeper dive into that right now. Steve Osunsami, thanks. Tom Yamas is here with that. And Steve, as Steve just said, the numbers have been jumping around all night. Right now, Perdue and Loeffler have small leads, but there's a lot of votes still left to be counted.
There is, and I want to start in DeKalb County right now. And George, this is the number I want to focus in on, 42% of the expected vote in. So Ossoff is running well right now. He's running like Joe Biden did at this point. But with 42% of the vote in, there's still about 171,000 votes still outstanding just in DeKalb County. This is one of those blue counties Steve-O was just talking about that Democrats need. That's the type of trend they'd like to see. Another trend they're enjoying as well when we look at some of these other counties, Henry, just outside of Atlanta, Ossoff's at 63%, Joe Biden at 59.7%. When we look at the other Georgia race, Raphael Warnock, 63, Joe Biden, 59. Those two are almost mirroring each other. And we go to one more county here, Rockdale. You can see the Democrats at this point right now, George, are outperforming Joe Biden in some of these suburban counties around Atlanta. Two trend lines we are seeing. Senator Perdue is outperforming Senator Loeffler, and Raphael Warnock is outperforming his fellow Democrat, John Ossoff.
Tom Yamas, thanks very much. Let's get more on this now from Lindsay Davis. And what's driving the Democratic numbers right now, of course, black vote.
You know, normally it's funny, we look at votes as they come in terms of two colors, red and blue. But tonight it really appears to be a red, blue, and black thing, as once again, similar to November, it appears that the black vote is potentially going to be pivotal in both of these races. Traditionally in Georgia, the black vote decreases, the turnout decreases during the runoffs. But this year, according to the exit polls, we're actually seeing an increase in black voter turnout. According to Pew Research, when you look back at 2016, from that time, there's actually been a 25% increase in black voter registration. That's the largest of any ethnic group. And so it really appears that for the Georgia candidate, they now have to reckon with the power of the black vote.
Lindsay Davis, thanks. Nate Silver, a lot of high-quality pollsters decided to sit this race out coming off of the November 3rd election. As Steve Osunsami said, the numbers have been bouncing around all night. What are you seeing? What are you looking at?
I see DeKalb County, where it's projected that about 150,000 votes could net out toward both Democratic candidates, and that would be enough for them to overtake the current GOP lead. So it really is kind of like a waiting game on DeKalb.
So we're waiting for DeKalb County right now. As we do that, I want to go to John Carl, who covers the White House, our chief White House correspondent. John, we saw President Trump come in last night, but over just about every day since November 3rd, he's been making these false claims about his own loss in Georgia, and that's led to recriminations within his own party.
George, I've been talking to Republican leaders tonight who have been watching these returns and are frankly furious at Donald Trump. They are blaming Donald Trump. Right now, both Republican candidates have a narrow lead, but you have all these outstanding votes. They believe that if it weren't for Donald Trump effectively sabotaging the election for those Republican senators in Georgia, that these would have been easy victories in a solidly Republican state, making the argument that these Republican senators would be a check on Joe Biden. That argument was thrown out the door by Donald Trump.
Of course, you had that phone call to the Secretary of State that was leaked over the weekend where the president was trying to get him to change the votes. It's led some to speculate that maybe the president wasn't all that eager to have the Republicans win these races.
There are a lot of Republicans who think that that Donald Trump did not want these Republican senators to win, that if they win, there would be one Republican who lost in Georgia this cycle, and that would have been Donald Trump, and that he just simply did not want to see that happen.
John Carl, thanks very much. I want to bring in Mary Bruce, who's been covering the Biden campaign, the Biden
sorry I'm being
transition.
silent. I'm literally typing.
So much at stake for the president-elect tonight.
The Economist
George, Joe Biden's entire agenda is at stake
Are you
here.
serious?
This is not just about control of the Senate, but how much
joking?
Joe Biden
Why
and
would
his
they do
administration
that?
will be able to get done going forward. Everything from getting his cabinet picks confirmed to future judicial nominations to the future of another round of COVID stimulus relief. All of that is at stake here. And Joe Biden and his team said they were optimistic going into this. You have to imagine that they like what they are seeing here. And if Democrats are able to pull this off and gain control of the Senate, well, then Joe Biden will have a much easier time of fulfilling those campaign
Our final
promises.
pre-election forecast
raising
is
the minimum
unclear which
wage
candidate
will
will
be
win
on the
Georgia.
table. It means those $2,000 stimulus checks the Democrats have been pushing for. Those would happen at a much more rapid pace. Now, if Republicans do maintain control of the Senate, Joe Biden has been optimistic all along that he will be able to work with Republican leader Mitch McConnell. We know they have a good relationship, but George, that is a lot easier said than done.
Mary Bruce, thanks very much. We're going to take a quick break. Right now, the races are too close to call. We'll be back with our Powerhouse Roundtable in just a minute.
Where do you see that at? Oh, search up The Economist on Twitter. That's not what they said. They didn't say you will not replace us. They said Jews, but I understand the censoring. Folks, it's over. We have enough returns to project that both Raphael Warnock and Jon Ossoff will win their Senate runoffs in Georgia, giving Democrats the control of the U.S. Senate. Breaking. The Economist Dylan Reuters project that both Jon Ossoff and Raphael Warnock will be elected to the Senate. From an analyst at The Economist. Don't get me happy. I've been kindly asked to clarify that this is my view and not my employers. They would have fired his ass for saying that. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. Holy fucking shit. Please be true. This is the sexiest fucking thing I've read all year. Facts. MVP. Facts. Please be right. Why is this man bald? I swear to God, if he's wrong, I'm going to punch myself in the throat. He's going to get so ratioed. If he's wrong, he's going to get buoyed off the fucking face of the earth. I don't want to get my hopes up either. Stop getting me excited. No, but if he's actually wrong, holy shit. That's going to be so bad. The betting markets show both Dems winning. Yeah, I was one of the anchors on ABC was talking about that earlier. Which, you know, they're going to start sobbing about the fact that they had a 100,000 vote lead and then the Democrats came back out of nowhere. I told you it was rigged. Whereas you just needed to pay attention during election night to find that the outstanding votes were coming from Democratic areas, which leaned in favor of Biden and is going to do the same for Ossoff and Warnock. So even though their leads look massive right now, 78,000, 109,000, those are not going to hold up because they don't have much votes left to get.
Special elections, these special Senate elections in Georgia tonight. You see the board right there. These races are close right now. The Republicans, David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler, right now leading Jon Ossoff and Raphael Warnock, but there's still votes left to come in. I want to talk about this now with our roundtable. Let me start with Rahm Emanuel, former chief of staff to Barack Obama. You know, this could be determined by about 100,000 votes either way. As someone who served as chief of staff to a president as he started in office, those 100,000 votes could make all the difference for Joe Biden these first 6 months.
Every one of those 100,000 votes can make the difference. And, you know, with the gavel comes control, George, and with control comes power, period. That's it, not more. And if you think about it, everything, as Mary Bruce was saying, if you, rather than go on bended knee and ask Mitch McConnell, can I put a minimum wage in and he's going to extract something, you can go to Chuck Schumer and says, we're going to run the minimum wage, it's going to be $15, here's how it's going to go. And your negotiations are different. Now, it's still a narrow path. That means nobody's allowed to get this flu, COVID, sick. Nobody can be missing for any reason. But those 50 plus 1 votes is a real difference to the agenda. And it means, pointing forward, when you have a reconciliation on the budget about 12 months, everything the president talked about, from revenue to taxes to spending to climate change, that's where you can get it done, because in reconciliation you only need 50 plus 1.
But that he's still only as strong, can only be as ambitious as his most moderate Democratic senator.
Oh, every senator thinks they're a king, and they're going to be a king. There is no doubt about it. And everybody can hold something up in that effort. Now, there's going to be a sense of teamwork. We have a Democratic president. But you're going to have to work from Bernie Sanders to Joe Manchin in the caucus. But I really do think this is going to be the president-elect's instinct, and he's going to not want to prove that he's not like this, which is there are a lot of Republican senators who don't want to do obstruction. They want to do legislating. It is incumbent on the White House to make them feel like they're part of something, and that allows him to play a triangulation to Mitch McConnell's caucus.
feeling kinda optimistic,
There's going to be
same.
about 5 or 6, as you saw in the budget, in the COVID relief bill, who want to legislate. They are tired of just saying no. This is the opportunity to give them a chance to sit at the table, roll up their sleeves, and if they can be players, a senator wants to be a player, and that's going to be incumbent on the White House. And I think Biden's team, from the chief of staff down, Steve Ricchetti also as a counselor, know exactly that.
Of course, the votes are still being counted, but Chris Christie, as John Carl was reporting just a moment ago, the recriminations already beginning inside the Republican Party over the prospect, perhaps, of losing these seats tonight, blaming President Trump. Does he deserve it?
Well, George, I'll tell you this. I think that we still have a lot to go here tonight, and I'm not ready to declare this race over one way or the other. I've been saying all along it's very close. But remember, a leader of the party, one of your obligations is to make sure that you do everything you can to help all the members of your party. And so if the Republicans were to win tonight, the president will get a good deal of credit. If the Republicans lose tonight, very fairly, the president will deserve a good part of the blame. That's what happens in politics when you're the leader of the party of the country or the leader of the party in your individual state. And building on one thing that Ram said, if it were to be a 50-50 Senate, he said every senator is king, and that's true, but the king of kings will be Joe Manchin. The only surviving standing Democrat in West Virginia left of any consequence is Joe Manchin. And both President-elect Biden and Chuck Schumer, if it's a 50-50 Senate, are going to have to be very careful not to put undue pressure on Joe Manchin, because quite frankly, his life would be a lot easier in West Virginia now as a Republican than a Democrat.
Thank you, Chris. Of course, Mitch McConnell is still hoping he is going to be the Republican leader. I want to bring in Sarah Fagan on this. Sarah, since November 3rd, Mitch McConnell has been laser focused on winning these Senate seats in Georgia, but he's been facing rearguard actions in his own caucus, people taking up President Trump's cause against the last election, the president not helping him all that much.
Why the fuck does Joe Manchin
particularly
exist?
in this race? Look, in a close race, which this clearly is going to be, every vote matters. And this noise and the call the president made to the Secretary of State, these are all distractions. Think about his attacks on the governor of Georgia, a person who's done a very good job for the state, all the thousands of appointees. How many of those individuals stayed home? 100, 200? That matters. It adds up. And we've seen some reports that perhaps rural turnout is a bit depressed here. I think that's going to land squarely on the shoulders of Donald Trump.
Sarah Fagan, thank you. Yvette Simpson, the woman who started this all when she ran for governor, Stacey Abrams, continuing with the turnout drive through these special elections, hoping it's going to pay off as we all wait for DeKalb County. That could tell the whole story.
I think that's right, and I actually feel really optimistic, George, when you think about the numbers that still are remaining to come in DeKalb County and some of the other counties where we have large urban centers or suburban centers where we expect to see a huge Democratic turnout. And I think all thanks goes to Stacey Abrams, who started this march several years ago, all the organizers, Black, Brown, Indigenous organizers across the state of Georgia who have been fighting through this thing. I can tell you Georgia's going to want a national day off after this from all of the pressure that they've been under, and they should probably get a national holiday for saving democracy, both with the Trump win and also saving the future of this country by giving Mitch McConnell a seat and letting him sit down so we can actually get some real work done. So I think all thanks goes to those organizers who registered new voters in this second election, who got folks out who traditionally don't vote in runoff elections. They deserve all the credit, and certainly all the voters in Georgia who came out during this very deadly pandemic.
So predict shows both them to winning. The economy's called it.
There
A
is no
majority
question
of the
about it.
votes
Whatever
at this point
happens
will come
tonight, the state
from
of
Metro
Georgia is
Atlanta,
changing.
and New
before
York
our
Times
eyes, becoming
forecast
a brand new factor in American
them
politics.
winning. I have slight optimism. Same.
Yeah, it's
I'm
Georgia's
very
one of the states
reserved.
that is
I'm very
moving
reserved in
in the
my
opposite
optimism
direction
here
than some of the other states that have moved more red, as we've seen over the last 10 years. Georgia, Arizona, ultimately a place like Texas, Nevada have moved towards purple. This race obviously was still to be called, still out, though I think all the data points, George, in this race point in the same direction, which is it's very much like election night Georgia in 2020 when Joe Biden took an early lead, then Donald Trump took a big lead late in the night, And then as all those counties, blue counties, ended up getting counted, like DeKalb in November of this year, it put Joe Biden over the top. And so I'll agree with a number of things. Races are always multiple factors in these things. The African-American vote in this race is key. Well, also key in this was a continued inroads into the suburban vote. But I'll emphasize something Sarah said. If the Democrats end up winning both of these races, which I think, as I said, the indicators point that way, two other factors came in. Underperforming in rural areas and red turnout, GOP turnout being down, and that lay squarely at Donald Trump's feet.
Matthew Dowd, thank you. Let me bring Heidi Heitkamp, former Democratic senator from North Dakota. Heidi, whatever happens tonight, Chris Christie was talking about Joe Manchin. He's going to have an awful lot of power. Actually, the balance of power in the Senate is going to belong to people like Joe Manchin, also moderate Republicans, who will be needed for any major piece of legislation.
Yeah, I wish I had a dime for every person who speculated that Joe was going to shift political parties. He has way more power as a Democrat. Plus, he is a Democrat, and on economic policy, he's going to stand with people like Bernie Sanders. On fiscal policy, on things that matter to the country, he's going to vote like he's from West Virginia. So it's going to be an exciting time. I think it's going to be a time when we have a real shot at getting things done. And so yay to Georgia if this works out. And I think that we're going to see a whole new day in Washington, D.C.
What's the first thing Joe Biden should do with this new Senate?
Well, I think sit down with some of his colleagues on the other side, the people who are part of the Common Sense Coalition that we started when I was there, and they now have the ability to drive the agenda for the people of this country. And it's going to be an exciting time, but it also is going to have to mesh with Joe Biden's agenda. And so I think that Joe Manchin has an incredible opportunity to provide leadership to bring Republicans along because they trust him. They know that he is a straight shooter and he can get things done.
Thank you, Heidi. The votes are still being counted across Georgia. We're going to go back there after this break.
Jesus. We're on a break. Yeah, it's getting very, very interesting. It looks like we might be able to escape here with a dub based on where the outstanding votes are coming in from. But again, I'm very slightly optimistic. I'm still a little scared, yeah. But let's just beg that these outstanding votes come in at a high enough of a frequency to push Ossoff over. Yeah, 88% already. Yeah, there's still 42% from there's still 42% from DeKalb County reporting, and that's over 170,000 votes left. And a lot of the votes coming in are still from Metro Atlanta area, which are heavily blue areas. So we're just counting on. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be close. But as of right now, the margin isn't too massive that like a good share of DeKalb County votes won't close that. Actually, let me see how much here. Okay, so I just did the math, right? So say there's 170,000, according to them, about 170,000 outstanding votes in DeKalb County. And the margin is 115,000 votes. In order to make up that margin like perfectly, he would only need to win 67% of that vote. And I'm pretty sure he's in the 80s, which I'm pretty sure with that alone would be enough for him to take the lead in the election. And then that's not even with the other counties being counted. So I'm pretty sure he's running in the 80s in DeKalb County, and he would need to carry at least like 67% of that vote that's still left to be dumped in order to in order to close up the margin. So, yeah. I don't know. It's going to be close. It's always going to be close. It's never going to be a blowout, but just keep hoping. Your comments keep disappearing. Maybe they're getting reviewed. Hold on, let me look. Nah, oh wait, actually. I don't see how your comments keep disappearing. I don't know. I see it then, now I went cold. Feed the flame, cause we can't let go. I gotta watch this video for my math. I'll do that at a different point. I'll do that before 12. Cause I have to watch a goddamn Ed puzzle for my math homework, and I'm not trying to play that shit in your ears. My food's on the way. That's good. Alright, let's see, we're back.
There you see the numbers right now. These special Senate elections in Georgia, Republicans David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler holding on to their leads with 91% of the expected vote in. Right now, I want to go to Rachel Scott, who's at a Republican watch party, outside a Republican watch party in Buckhead near Atlanta. Rachel, what's the mood there?
Well, Republicans here know that this is their last line of defense, and so now comes the waiting game, and they really are looking at the rural counties, the suburbs here in Georgia, especially northwest Georgia, where the president was campaigning just yesterday for these two Republican senators trying to turn out the vote. But, George, I talked to so many of the president's supporters who said they were on the fence on whether or not they should even cast their ballot. Those allegations of a rigged elections that just simply are not true really sunk in for them. They were asking what was the point, and that message is just something that Republican leaders here really feared heading into these critical runoffs, George.
Rachel Scott, thank you, Tom. Let's take another look at where the numbers are coming in right now. 91% of the expected vote.
Yeah, 91% of the expected vote, but a lot of the area we're still waiting on the vote is the Atlanta metro region, the area where there are the most votes, where Democrats hope that they can run away in this election, break away from the Republicans. I want to talk about two counties around Atlanta. The first is Gwinnett County. You can see Jon Ossoff right now, who's taking on the incumbent Senator Perdue, is outperforming Joe Biden by 2 percentage points. Now, you may not say that's not that much, but in a tight race, it's important. And it's even more important because in 2014, Perdue's first race, he won Gwinnett County, and now he's at 40%. When we look at Cobb County, again, this was the political home of Newt Gingrich at one point. Jon Ossoff at 57.2, running about close to where Joe Biden was, 94% of this in. But again, 2014, George, this is a county that Perdue won. But the big unknown right now is still DeKalb County. We're waiting for any minute for the votes to come in, and we're talking about plus 170,000 votes. Once that dump comes in, and again, President is already tweeting about this, but once that dump comes in, these are votes that are still being tabulated. That's going to change this race, and that's what we're waiting on, George.
Okay, Tom, thanks very much. The president is also tweeting about tomorrow in Congress, a momentous day in Congress. They're going to count the electoral votes. Normally, that is a ceremonial. That is just a ceremony in the Congress, but as you know, there are Republican challenges to some of the states, Pennsylvania and Arizona and Georgia tomorrow, prodded by the president. John Carl, I want to go to you with that. The president is not giving up this fight, despite the fact that he has no chance.
The vice president, in his ceremonial role as the president of the Senate, will actually be presiding over that count. And Donald Trump somehow believes that because Pence will be holding the gavel when the votes are counted, that he has the power to overturn the election, to discredit the electoral votes from states that Trump is contesting. Trump has made it clear to Trump that Pence has made it clear to Trump that he does not have this power. And I am told, George, that Donald Trump is prepared to go after his own vice president and go after him hard if he does as expected and follows the rules tomorrow.
Okay, John, Mary Bruce, you cover the Congress every day as well. This is a vote that Mitch McConnell does not want to have.
George, he had urged his Republican colleagues not to do this, not to object to the certification of the Electoral College results, and yet you are seeing more than a dozen Republican senators, more than 100 Republican representatives who are siding with the president here. What is normally a routine ceremony has become very clearly a loyalty test for Republicans to the president. This is going to be a show for an audience of one in many ways that is going to drag on for hours, and yet you are seeing this huge divide within the Republican Party because of this. And it raises a lot of questions about where this party is headed going forward.
Right, but we do know the outcome. The votes will be counted. Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States. I have to take one more break.
I've always loved sci-fi and the idea of being right on the edge of discovery and frontiers of space. And doing exploration in the East.
ABC News Live.
Neighborhoods are underwater
24/7.
In Soviet Russia, our sci-fi destroy you. I still can't believe I posted that clip today about Kelly Loeffler talking about they want to take our guns and they want to tax guns. We're taking the guns first, then we're taxing them. And then 2 million people proceed to vote for her. Like, what is wrong with people? You know what's hilarious? I've actually had someone try to make a point on TikTok trying to say that Democrats vote for people based on their personalities and not their policy, and Republicans vote based on policy. I'm like, well, no, because my guy, haven't both people who have been TV stars been Republican? Ronald Reagan and now Donald Trump both were like movie stars, TV stars, and then y'all decided it would be a good idea to make them president. And y'all didn't talk about no policy. You said build the wall, and all you had to do was say that over and over again, and y'all just started cheering. Y'all didn't ask him how much it would cost if you could actually do it, if it was legal. He said build the wall, and everyone was like, yeah. Like, that's not really policy driven if you ask me. But I'm gonna be right back and go get my food. I just had to go on a little bit of a rant because it pissed me off. You don't believe it. Run away. I am back.
Xbox, PlayStation, or PC, Capital One Shopping automatically applies coupon codes at checkout.
I really did not ask about Capital One Shopping. As shocking as it might be, I do not care. Yo, what up? We are here watching the election night coverage.
Competition, the number one
I'm probably
daytime
gonna
talk
mute
show, and number one in streaming
my
news.
mic and just let y'all
ABC
listen for a
News
little
is
bit.
America's number one news.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast
A
out there
CNN
to listen to
reporter
every
said
day?
that
Well,
the Democrats
Edward
did a lot
O'Rourke
better
would
in
say
election
it's
day
start
than they
here.
expected. That is really good. Let's hope that is a sign.
Stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next. Then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC
The
News.
GOP
It's
should be
like no
freaking
other
out right
news
now. They
podcast
lose
out
both
there.
these seats. That
Even
is
the critics
devastating.
agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
Yes, mornings may look different these days, but where you start your day,
Where you spend your mornings, where you get connected to everything that's happening.
And face it, there's a whole lot happening in our world these days.
where you get all the breaking new information of the day to help you navigate through these times.
That's why we're here.
Good morning, sunshine.
And making sure you start your day off with a smile and some sunshine.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
I love that.
Good morning, America.
GOP
Oh, how I
said
love
that
saying
the DeKalb County might kill them. I love that shit. They need to burn. I'm joking. Not individuals, just the party. Just the party. The party irritates my soul.
Anytime. Nightline.
Friday nights, 9/8.
Another source said, if the Republicans aren't freaking out, they should be. We're just waiting on that vote dump.
Tonights, 9/8 Central on ABC. Now, when it matters most, the straightforward facts. ABC News is America's #1 news. #1 in the morning, #1 in the evening, with America's most watched newscast. #1 in late night versus the competition. The #1 news magazine on Friday nights. #1 in politics
On Friday
across
nights
this
in
historic
particular.
election versus the competition. The #1 daytime talk show and #1 in streaming news. ABC News is America's #1 news.
The most powerful stories of our time, anytime. Nightline.
I know what happened.
Yeah, no, I saw the
And I'm not guilty.
Economist
Why the
called it.
fascination with criminal trials?
It's looking good.
Figure out what's really out there.
How's everything going? Everything's going relatively good right now. Both the Republicans are leading right now, but the outstanding votes are from heavily Democratic areas, and a lot of people are starting to freak out on the Republican side. The Economist already called it. Well, not The Economist. A reporter from The Economist called it. Apparently, there's a massive vote dump from a heavily Democratic area that we're still waiting on that could completely change what's happening right now.
Central and Pacific on ABC. It's all about you.
What you're seeing right now, this is part of the eye wall. This procession of migrants goes back 2 miles.
There is going to be catastrophic damage.
This fire has made a run. You can see those flames shooting up into the sky.
We are on the jam-packed red carpet.
To the right, guys.
I turned off my camera so you guys don't have to look at me.
Weekend of protest.
When I tell you I'm starving,
It was voted Tree of the Year, but that did not stop it from getting the axe. The 150-year-old tree taken down in the UK to make way for a housing development that apparently did not include the tree in its plan. A strangely symbolic moment for a country that's been knocked down and now locked down again. Showdown in Georgia, voters taking to the polls today, waiting on some long lines to decide the balance of power in all of Washington, D.C. The high-stakes battle between Senate candidates who've accused each other with some low blows. President Trump attacking fellow Republicans in the state, how his high-pressure campaign is playing out. Meanwhile, President Trump issuing a veiled threat to Vice President Pence, calling on Pence to step in on that brewing electoral college fight. The nation's capital on high alert, with thousands of Trump supporters expected to protest there tomorrow. The COVID crisis not slowing down. Hospitalizations nationwide hit a new record high. Los Angeles County ICUs at threefold capacity. Ambulances told to not transport any patients who have little chance of surviving, as more people sleep in their cars overnight for a chance to get vaccinated, only to be turned away. And the emotional plea from a hospital bed from someone who once regularly went maskless.
Just wear a mask. Do it for your children, for your loved ones. Do it for yourself.
No charges to be filed against the officer who shot Jacob Blake in the back multiple times. A state of emergency now in place as the city of Kenosha, Wisconsin braces for possible unrest. What Blake's family is saying tonight. And with all the excitement that the new year will move us past the pandemic, the original epicenter already has. A look at how Wuhan is thriving while so many Americans are dying. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. Well, I can't sing it like James Brown or belt it out like Ray Charles, but many of us have Georgia on our minds tonight. Polls have been closed now for several hours while votes are counted in the runoff that will ultimately decide the balance of power in Washington. Democrats need to win both runoff elections to get to 50 seats in the Senate, and with Vice President Kamala Harris breaking the tie, they would ultimately have control of the chamber. So let's show you the two races that we'll be tracking all night long. Republican Senator David Perdue is taking on Democratic challenger Jon Ossoff, and Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler, appointed 1 year ago by Georgia Governor Brian Kemp, is trying to win election for the very first time over Pastor Raphael Warnock. Voters lined up before sunrise this morning in Atlanta after a record early vote of more than 3 million. Tonight, Democrats hope their strong early turnout will prove decisive, while Republicans are banking that a big turnout today will give them the victory. And with tensions mounting in Washington over Congress's certification of President-elect Biden, ABC News has now learned that Vice President Pence pushed back against President Trump during their weekly lunch today, telling the president he does not have the power to reverse the outcome of the November election on Capitol Hill tomorrow. We'll have more on that in just a bit, but first, our Steve Osunsami leads us off tonight from Atlanta.
In Georgia tonight, they are starting to count the votes and ending the national focus all over this one runoff election.
The future of the country is on the ballot here in Georgia today.
Y'all sound like you're ready to win an election.
It is super clear to voters here who were lined up before the polls even open that their decision is bigger than Georgia President-elect's agenda. At the 11th hour, Joe Biden and the Democrats are saying that what happens here today could determine if Americans get those $2,000 stimulus checks. What do you think
about
this election?
It's a lot. My phone has been vibrating. Have you voted? You have a voting plan? Have you told 3 friends to vote?
It's insane. Do you think that the two Republicans can win?
I hope so. We'll see. I hope democracy does what it does, and the people of Georgia get to decide who's best.
Democrat Jon Ossoff.
I didn't turn my mic back on. Democracy, yes. Coming from the dude who wants to vote Republican. The same Republicans who are backing Trump trying to spawn 11,000 votes to overturn the democracy. Makes sense. I swear Republicans, even when they're not trying to, are just unintentionally fucking stupid.
Who's hoping to take the seat of Republican David Perdue, was out late trying to get more of his supporters to the polls.
Georgia voters have never had more power than you have today. That's the reason the whole world is watching us in Georgia.
A constant noisemaker in this election is the President of the United States, who held a rally for the two Republicans Monday night. After weeks of saying that the November election in Georgia was rigged, he was here telling supporters to go out and vote anyway. Senator Kelly Loeffler, who's hoping to defeat Democrat Raphael Warnock and is trying to please the president and his supporters, announced that she'll join the group of senators trying to fight the election results.
I will object to the Electoral College vote. That's right.
All of this has put election officials here, who are all Republicans, in a tough...
That's a gloat? I will fucking stand in the way of democracy. Yeah. I claim to love Georgia, but when Georgia voted against the person I wanted to win, I'm now gonna go against Georgia. Like, what the fuck? And people vote for that shit. Wow. Fucking wow.
Spot as they try to convince their voters that this election was safe and secure.
The Secretary wants me to make clear that everybody's vote is going to count.
Steve Osunsami joins us now from Atlanta. Steve, you've been covering Georgia politics for years. So what stands out to you tonight from what we know so far of the vote?
Well, what stands out to me are a couple things. One is that you saw the same sort of split in the early vote in the blue counties that you saw in November, which was 7-3, 8-2 in favor of the Democrats. But you're also seeing this city and suburban versus rural split that's taking place between votes that are already in the bank and votes that happen tonight, which is why this race is so close. It is possible that we are looking at some of these provisional ballots starting to matter if this race continues to stay this close. Lindsay?
Steve Osunsami in Atlanta for us. Thanks so much, Steve. Rachel Scott joins us now from a GOP watch party in Atlanta. Rachel, what's the mood there as the results have been coming in throughout the night?
It is definitely a waiting game here. Look, Republicans knew that this was going to be a very tight race. It's one of the reasons why President Trump was in the 14th congressional district just yesterday. That is an area in the northwest part of Georgia that they are particularly concerned about. It had lower voter turnout than it did in the general election. The president there trying to rally supporters, get them to head out to the polls and vote. At this point, they are liking what they are seeing in sort of the suburbs, the rural areas that are coming in that are showing a little bit of strong turnout. The Republicans in this race were betting on their voters to turn out today. They weren't really looking at those early voting numbers and seeing very strong signs for them. They know that Democrats traditionally like to turn out early to vote. They're hoping that their base got out today, and they hope that last night's rally for President Trump and the candidates in this race did the job, Lindsay.
And you talked about that rally last night. It was at that rally that the president repeatedly pushed Mike Pence to, quote, come through tomorrow during the Electoral College certification. Were voters more fixated on the November election or the runoff?
Way more concerned about overturning the results of an election that the president has already lost. And President Trump, before he even said a single word about the candidates that are running in these two critical runoffs that are going to determine control of the Senate, he went on this long riff pushing these false claims that the election is rigged. And so I talked to several of the president's supporters yesterday as they were heading into this rally, and all of them said they were on the fence, worried whether or not they should even cast their ballot because they believe the president's false claims. Take a listen.
I don't have a lot of faith in it. It's frustrating.
It's just very frustrating. But I still believe in the democratic process, that we have a right to vote.
Just kind of like after the election for the president, it was just kind of like, wow, did our vote count?
You think the mixed messaging could potentially cost your party the Senate?
It could. I don't know. I have friends that have been even, and these are people that were door knockers, like they were on the ground, boots on the ground people, all in for the GOP that actually have felt conflicted because our Secretary of State has lost our trust, and we have not understood why our governor didn't call a special session like we asked. We called our state legislators. We sent them emails and phone calls. We did, and we feel ignored, and we don't understand what's going on.
Yeah, and that woman, Shauna Anderson, said she was personally trying to convince her friends and her family to get out and vote, but she said it was a total change from what she was seeing earlier. She had friends that were door knocking for President Trump in the general election. Now they were worried about sitting this election out because they believe the president's false claims. And we just have to say this, Lindsay. We cannot say it enough. There's been no evidence of the widespread voter fraud that the president is claiming. I've already gotten text messages from his campaign tonight continuing to push that narrative. He has lost more than 50 cases in court. What the president is saying is just simply not true, Lindsay.
Rachel Scott, thanks so much. After today's high-stakes runoffs, we'll take a preview at tomorrow. Big day on Capitol Hill with Congress set to certify the presidential election results as Vice President Mike Pence presides. But President Trump is pressuring the vice president to overturn the electoral count, something that Pence has no constitutional power to do. Meanwhile, Republican senators remain divided on whether to certify Biden's win or to object. Here's ABC's chief White House correspondent, Jonathan Karl.
He lost at the polls, he lost in the courts. Now Donald Trump is demanding that his own vice president act to overturn the results of the presidential election.
I hope that our great vice president comes through for us. He's a great guy. Of course, if he doesn't come through, I won't like him quite as much.
Tomorrow, like vice presidents in the past, Mike Pence will preside over a joint session of Congress as the electoral votes are formally counted. Though it's a purely ceremonial role, today Trump tweeted, quote, "The vice president has the power to reject fraudulently chosen electors." That's just not true. Pence has no actual power to change or reject any electoral vote. And one of Trump's longtime lawyers is saying as much, directly contradicting the president.
I actually don't think that's what the Constitution has in mind. If that were the case, any vice president could refuse any election.
Pence has been trying to walk a fine line, not repeating the president's conspiracy theories while remaining ever loyal.
I'm here because I stand with President Donald Trump.
Trump's effort to pressure his own vice president come after he tried to turn
So
the
who
screws
won?
on
We don't know
local
yet.
officials in Georgia, demanding the Secretary of State find enough votes to change the election result.
So what are we
Oh,
gonna do?
wait, you're a
I only
Republican?
need
Oh,
11,000
no.
votes. Fellas, I need 11,000
Yeah,
votes.
your guy lost.
Now Trump sees
over.
tomorrow's joint session of Congress as his big last
Trump
chance.
lost,
He has
and
summoned his
there's
supporters to
nothing,
Washington. So
you guys can do
far,
about it.
several hundred have arrived.
There's
13
nothing Pence can
Republican
do about it
senators say
either.
they'll join the more than 100 House Republicans expected to vote to reject Biden electors. But more and more Republicans are coming out to say the effort to overturn the election is unconstitutional.
There is no role for the Congress to object to the electors.
Senator Tim Scott, a top ally of the president's, released a statement saying, quote, there is no constitutionally viable path. As for President-elect Biden, he said he is encouraged to see Republicans standing up to Trump.
There are enough really decent Republicans, you're seeing them step up now in the United States Senate, who don't want to be part of this Trump Republican Party.
Biden making a distinction between the Trump supporters and Republicans. Jonathan Karl joins us now. John, we know that President Trump and Vice President Pence met today. What are you hearing from his camp on how the vice president will handle tomorrow, and how do they think that President Trump will react if he ultimately certifies Biden's victory?
Well, the bottom line, Lindsay, is that the president believes that the vice president has a power that he just doesn't have. And the vice president himself is fully aware that he doesn't have this power. So Pence has said nothing publicly. We've asked his spokesperson nothing in response to what the president has said here. But I am told by people close to the vice president that he intends to defy the president on this, that he intends to follow the rules, which means that at the end of the process tomorrow, it will be Vice President Pence who is the one announcing that Joe Biden officially, formally, and finally has won the electoral
Ain't that some goddamn karma?
presidency. And that is something that, by the way, these allies of the vice president fully expect will incur the wrath of a very angry Donald Trump.
Right, we heard him say at that rally last night that he'll like Pence a little bit less if that is to be the outcome. Now, Republicans in the House and Senate are divided on how they'll vote tomorrow. So just explain to us the process for tomorrow's joint session and how these objections will be raised.
Republicans are
shit! The vote done came out! Oh shit!
A number of Republicans object to this. That
at least for Ossoff, oh shit!
Voices in Congress are on the other side saying that
Look!
This is wrong, this is dangerous, it's unconstitutional. That's what Mitch McConnell has said. That's what Liz Cheney has said. They have said that to a degree.
I don't know why I still haven't put it up for Warnock yet, but holy shit!
Republicans. But what's going to happen is
that gap is gone.
Process that is kind of an afterthought. Each state ballot is presented, each state's electors, and counted, starting with Alabama and going through alphabetically. And there are at least 6 states that Republicans intend to challenge. At least House Republicans intend to challenge.
Oh shit!
And on several states,
Raphael Warnock's winning!
Republicans.
Oh
if
shit!
A Republican from the Senate and from the House both step forward to challenge a state's electors, then there are 2 hours of debate and a vote on whether or not to accept those electoral votes. So I expect to see.
I don't care what you expect to see. I'm looking at the vote totals. That's DeKalb County. That's fucking DeKalb County. Let's go, baby.
And only 70 or so members at a time are allowed on the House floor where this will all be taking place. So the voting takes place in waves. It's going to take a very long time. Each vote will take at least an hour, perhaps quite a bit longer. So this could go on into the night.
Sounds like a long night ahead. Jonathan Karl, thanks so much.
Thank you, Lindsay.
We're joined now by Delaware Senator Chris Coons, a close ally of President-elect Biden. Thanks so much for joining us tonight, Senator. Now, as of now, 13 Republican senators plan to object to the final certification of the Electoral College vote tomorrow, instead calling for a commission to conduct an immediate audit in certain states where there have been allegations of voter fraud, which we note there's been zero evidence to support. So what's the Democratic strategy to respond to this at this point? How do you anticipate that this will all play out tomorrow?
Oh, shit.
Well, Lindsay, I expect senators, both
fucking
Democrats
David
and
Perdue's back
Republicans
up by
in the Senate
19K
tomorrow
again.
to emphasize what we know is the truth, that on November 3rd, the American people elected Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to be the next president and vice president of the United States, that in more than 60 court cases, state and federal court cases, they've either been thrown out for lack of evidence or withdrawn, and that state after state, with both Republican and Democratic governors and secretaries of state, have certified their results, in some cases like Georgia, after several recounts. There is no compelling evidence for the efforts being made by a small band of Republicans to challenge this important part of our democratic institutions, and I'm confident it will have no impact on the fact that 2 weeks from tomorrow, President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris will be sworn in.
So let me ask you this. If the fraud allegations are completely baseless, would it be in Democrats' interest to agree to some kind of bipartisan commission in the new Congress to look at any and all fraud allegations
that is a very close
fully
gap.
debunk them so that these claims don't stay alive?
Let's go,
Lindsay,
Raphael and
John.
John. Let's go.
Voter suppression.
All right, I'm back. What did I miss? You missed this.
And to consider allegations.
Look at the bottom of this screen.
Clear. We should not be
Raphael Warnock is back in the lead.
in any way that would slow down the swearing in of the next president. We have a raging
And John
pandemic.
Ossoff is
We
closing
have
in.
economic recovery to get to. We have bringing our country together. That are commitments that Joe Biden made as candidate, and that are important efforts he's going to begin as president. We should not be delaying that valuable work one more day.
Come on, Georgia!
Would you say there's any chance that President-elect Biden has been too passive in letting this drag out as President Trump and now multiple Republicans question the legitimacy of his election? It seems like he's waiting for this to maybe all just blow over, but does it hurt his ability to be an effective president from day one if large portions of Americans potentially believe that his election wasn't legitimate?
Lindsay,
Christian
it does
Walker's
harm
already
the prospects of
having
a
a
successful
tantrum on
Biden
Twitter.
presidency
Are you
that
serious?
President Trump, rather than focusing on responding to this pandemic, which is surging out of control, has spent the last 2 months golfing and tweeting and indulging himself in conspiracy theories and in whipping up opposition to Republican acceptance of the outcome of the election. That is a real challenge. But I don't think President-elect Biden has in any way been passive. He's instead been
America.
assembling a talented and capable cabinet.
They closed right when both Purdue and Loeffler took the lead. I'm sick of this. You're a fucking cluck. Hold on. Let me pause this. Christian Walker, I hope you see this clip because I'm posting this shit on TikTok. Let me look directly at you. And I'm going cam mode, bro. You're a fucking idiot. Okay? Dog, it's literally a standard election process. They're giving you step-by-step play of what's going on. They're looking at the map. They're opening the map. They're saying, this is where the votes are coming from. This is how many votes are supposed to be coming from there. This is the gap. The amount of votes that are coming in favor Democrats, so the Democrats are going to probably catch back up. So, you go on and you fucking say, so now anytime Republicans are winning, they're going to stop counting votes. The fuck? They didn't stop counting shit. They're still counting. I don't back any blue who backs terrorists. Shut the fuck up, you cluck. You're coping already because you know you're scared shitless that your precious Republicans are going to lose. Oh my God. I'm done. I'm done, bro. It's people like you that's the reason why this country doesn't have progress. Raphael Warnock is projected to win. Raphael Warnock has just won! Oh! According to Vox and Decision Desk, Everything Georgia, they just called it for Raphael Warnock! Bro.
our people together after the
What?
divisive Trump presidency.
Now, I know you've been an optimist on the idea of bipartisan cooperation in the new Congress, but how can President Biden and Democrats work with these senators who are questioning?
They just called it. Hold on a second.
Are Biden's unity efforts going to be harder to achieve after January 20th than he expected?
Hold on, this calls for celebration.
Are you ready to be heard? Learn
No!
music production online at the Los Angeles Recording School, a division of...
Let's go. Bruh, bruh, bruh. Bruh. Hey, 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 hey. Bruh, 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 bruh. Let's go, Raphael Warnock. Let's go. Let's go! I think we just got one of two. Alright, pause you. Let's go back to news now.
Turning now to the runoffs tonight in Georgia, I'm sure you're confident the Democrats are going to be able to pull off.
Now, when it matters most, the straightforward facts. ABC News is America's #1.
David Perdue's gap is closing.
Savannah, Chatham County. So you have Raphael Warnock with 58% of the vote. He's about where Joe Biden was 2 months ago, but there's only 82% of the expected vote in, so there's still a chunk of the vote in a very blue county. The race is very close. Senator Perdue looks like he's in good shape at this point, Lindsay. But again, some of those blue counties, we're still counting votes there. There's still about 5 to 4% of the vote still in. We're talking about more than 100,000 votes still out there. So this race could change, Lindsay.
All right, thanks, Tom. And let's take it back to Nate Silver. And Nate, we were talking earlier about the outstanding votes. So as Tom just said, still about 4 to 5% that we're still waiting on. What are you seeing in those numbers that have yet to come in?
They are all very blue votes. They're mostly early votes in very blue counties, so Democrats might win those votes by 3-1 or 4-1. That's why you'd much rather be, I mean, frankly, I think Loeffler is in very, very deep trouble. Perdue in slightly better shape. But if you have 100K outstanding votes and they're going to go 3-1 to Democrats, you can do the math and you probably expect Democrats to...
Raphael Warnock, it's over! It's over!
Count potentially.
And Mary,
he's up 25K.
Point as far as the 140.
Purdue's getting closer.
Wait, right? I mean, we're talking about right now 50-50 still in.
Boy, when I tell you we finna be blasting music if they win this.
Half of a percentage point. One candidate would have to win by more than half of a percentage point in order for this not to get tied up in a lot of litigation.
Exactly. We saw that in November. We saw the race was so close that the votes in Georgia were not counted once or twice, but 3 times, and then a 4th special audit to work on signature matching. So the Georgia officials know how to do this. They know how to go back and check by hand, by machine. So
we're gonna.
This gets really close.
Raphael Warnock is going to win.
If none of these,
I've seen multiple stations call it via Twitter now.
Very likely.
It looks like Raphael Warnock's going to win.
And then the larger question you're getting
Vox
at that
calls
point
it.
Of does that mean we could still be
Decision
waiting
Desk
even
HQ
longer
calls
to
it.
know which party is controlling the
Kelly
Senate?
Loeffler's
That
so
would
loyal to
just
Trump
be
that she
remarkable.
also lost an election in Georgia.
Today, and turns out you'd have to go back 140 years to the great Senate deadlock of 1881 before you saw Americans.
This is the problem with making the GOP party the party of Trump. If he's not on the ballot, Republicans aren't going to come out. He's an egomaniac. He pulled the party attention to himself and away from the Georgia election. Thanks
to not know
for
what that's going to
the
look like
win.
next year.
And talk about unusual, Lindsay. I mean, this was the same ballot that everyone in Georgia got to vote on, and the fact that you'd have this 20,000 vote margin, you know, one candidate being up by about 10,000.
I'm also going to make my own
a similar margin. It's remarkable. I mean, reminder that Senator Perdue is the only one of the 4 candidates to have won a race at all among any of the people running tonight. But it is a testament to how tightly divided things are. Keep in mind, Joe Biden won this state by only 12,000 votes. So seeing that 20,000 vote margin, that looms huge tonight. That's control of the Senate potentially if you take that snapshot, and that's how things end.
And what's your speculation as to why somebody would say, I'm going to vote for Warnock and I'm going to vote for Perdue.
Yeah, so David Perdue, keep in mind, he won an election 6 years ago, and his cousin, Sonny Perdue, is a former governor and a former agriculture secretary that polled very well among black voters. So that's a name that actually means something among black voters. And of course, his opponent was white. John Ossoff is as we've been talking about, the pastor at Ebenezer Baptist Church. Raphael Warnock has a constituency and has established himself a lot more. John Ossoff, only 33 years old. He would become the youngest Democratic senator since Joe Biden, of all people. And he just doesn't have the same kind of name recognition, connection to voters, or natural constituency. So it's possible that a lot of people split their tickets. A lot of people did do that in November. We know they did, and that's why we're in this runoff situation. But the fact that it seems to have continued during this runoff, despite the fact that both tickets basically ran as teams, is a remarkable thing.
Tom.
Yeah, I want to show you guys a point since we're talking about this, just to show you where John Ossoff and Senator Perdue are. So at the end of November, after the November election, this is how they ended up. So this is 2 months ago. Senator Perdue was on top. This is what led to the runoff. John Ossoff, about 2.4 million to John Ossoff's 2.3 million. The separation here was about plus 88,000. Yep. For Senator Perdue. When we look at the
Can Ossoff still win? Ossoff might win.
Senator Perdue's lead is now plus 3,000.
We're good on
less people voting in this runoff election. But Rick Klein, I want to go back to you when we talk about this. That's actually pretty good numbers for Ossoff, considering where he was at the end of the general election and where he is tonight, because we still have those outstanding votes in those blue counties.
Yeah, he lost to David Perdue. He lost pretty substantially. David Perdue did better than Joe Biden, and was able to
he's only up by 3K. Come on.
State, and only because of the fact that Georgia has this runoff rule where you have to crack 50%, that we even have tonight as an evening at all. Otherwise, David Perdue would have been reelected already. So coming into the night and coming into a runoff, a lot of strategists thought you got to pencil in the Republicans. They tend to do better in the runoffs, and you had Perdue at the top of the ticket, who came pretty close to winning the election in the first round. So the fact that they were able to make it competitive is a testament to their turnout efforts and I think to the messaging.
Mary Alice, I want to talk about the Republicans now in places like Cherokee County, where most of the Republican votes, the county with the most Republican votes, are going to happen. In Cherokee County, Senator Loeffler, I mean, she performed well. She overperformed from President Trump with 99% of the vote in. But what we're seeing in these red counties across the state, you were talking to me about this, they can be a little deceiving, because even though the percentage numbers are overperforming President Trump, the raw votes are not, correct?
Yeah, exactly. And we don't know what the final raw vote will be. Those percentages are
what I missed.
Guesses,
You missed.
All right, what we assume.
Raphael Warnock is the next senator from Georgia.
The Democrats have been saying all along that they don't believe
Raphael
they've
Warnock
hit
has
their
just
ceiling yet in Georgia.
Kelly
They are
Loeffler.
trying to
They have not called it
new
yet,
voters.
but various
and frankly,
news stations
the
have
new
called
voters
it.
in Georgia are in Democrats'
You could 31
favor.
vote, 31,000 vote margin.
Diverse ethnically and racially.
It doesn't look
so
like the votes
1 or
outstanding
2
are going to come from
percentage
anywhere
points in
that
those
Loeffler
really
can catch up
big
from.
urban centers can just represent a lot more raw vote than in the smaller rural counties.
Yeah, and I want to talk about one more county we really haven't talked about a lot tonight, which is Clark. It's a Democratic stronghold. It's Athens. And you can see even a place like this, when we talk about 1 or 2 percentage points, you can see Warnock's on top from Joe Biden, just a percentage point. But those little increments and advantage of Democrats are going to help in a very tight race, Lindsay. What we're seeing throughout the state is the Democrats in a lot of these blue counties, some of the Democratic senatorial candidates did better than Joe Biden, and that's going to help. But again, as we're ticking down the clock, 4% left to be counted. This race is so close. We're seeing Senator Perdue's lead shrink, and we've seen the Reverend Raphael Warnock, his lead increase now over Senator Loeffler.
Tom, I'd like to bring back in Steve Osinsami at this point. And Steve, you know,
see, I knew they said it was going to be a vote dump, but I didn't know exactly how much of a vote dump.
Underperformed President-elect Biden by about 100,000 votes. Is there an indication on the ground there in Georgia that a number of voters there really wanted Biden for president, but wanted to make sure that Republicans would remain in control of the Senate?
Well, you know, I'd say that more of what I saw from, and this is anecdotally, for example, there was a lot of focus on a particular voter south of the city who was accused of a dead voter voting, and it turned out it was a woman who was voting for her husband, and she was approached by a local reporter who explained that, you know, she really wasn't trying to vote for the Biden guy, as she said. She just didn't want to vote for the president, and she sounded like she probably was a voter who the president could have expected. I think there was a lot of that happened here. And, you know, this idea of the split voting, that doesn't happen. That was disproven here in the general election. As you point out, you know, if people were voting a straight ticket, then the lead that Joe Biden enjoyed, John Ossoff should have enjoyed a similar lead, and he didn't. We're seeing something similar happen tonight. And one thing I'll point out about Reverend Warnock and that particular campaign, his race with Kelly Loeffler, you know, race played a significant role in that campaign because of Loeffler's attacks on using his sermons from a historic black church. He's the Reverend of Ebenezer Baptist Church. She was using sermons to portray him as anti-police, anti-military, and anti-Israel. And a number of black Americans here in the Atlanta area.
And you also had an interview with a fucking white supremacist.
A group of black pastors got together and wrote an open letter to her saying that she had crossed a line. That no doubt played a role in this election. I know a lot of black voters in this region who were offended by that line of attack. And when you look at DeKalb County, which is the county that I live in, it's majority black. The numbers that just came in, you know, that may have played a role in that county's totals, and for the voters in that county who are majority black, who absolutely identify.
Oh shit! David Perdue's only ahead by 456 votes.
You know, we still, of course, have votes to be counted. We don't know where this.
Oh shit!
But you know, Reverend Warnock, he appealed to a lot of constituents here. In his commercials, his dog was a star. He made his puppy part of his campaign, and said that, you know, they're going to say that I hate puppies too. It was really well done and appealed to a broad section of voters. And I personally am not surprised that we're seeing a split and that there could in the end be a split.
But what do you think also, Steve, about the role of the WNBA players who really opposed her stance as far as Black Lives Matter? Of course, she is an owner of the WNBA team there in Atlanta. It seems like she got a lot of pushback in the black community as well for that.
She did, and there are a lot of people in the black community who found it a little rich that she would argue that Reverend Warnock was more out of touch with Georgia voters than she was, considering that, you know, her positions and the fact that she is, frankly, one of the wealthiest lawmakers in American history. And so all of that factors into what we're seeing tonight, and we'll see how these votes fall.
All right, Steve, thanks so much. I want to bring back in Rachel Scott. Rachel, let's talk about the push to engage young voters on the ground there in Georgia.
There was a big push this time around. When you look at these numbers, especially Joe Biden winning the general election in Georgia here, this state, for the first time in nearly 30 years by less than 12,000 votes. There were groups that were looking at the numbers, and they saw that from that point in November to now, there were around 23,000 young black voters who turned 18 years old. And so there's been a push on the ground here to engage those voters, to get those voters out to the polls and to broaden it, not just from here in Atlanta, to reach out to the suburbs and to reach out to different areas. That's why you saw Kamala Harris, the vice president-elect, coming down campaigning for the Democratic candidates in this race just this past weekend, trying to bring it home for them. Obviously, Joe Biden, the president-elect, here as well. But this has been a months-long effort by so many here on the ground. And what I've been hearing from Democratic voters, especially at that Harris event that she was at, was that it was really about the investment. It was really about the face-to-face conversations that they had with people from their own communities. Democrats engaging their neighbors to turn out and knock on doors. And that really did pay the difference for a lot of Democrats in this race.
Rachel Scott, thanks so much. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
All right, by the time we come back, Ossoff could be winning.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know seems to change, well, like every day. So what is it that you really need to know, want to know, to help you not just get through your day, but make the most of it? Feel smarter, feel better, feel...
Boys, let's go. Ossoff is very fucking close. I need acknowledgement. If I got it, then tell me I got it then. I'm balling out of control. Keep on receiving the scholarship. We listening to that song if Ossoff wins. Or once he takes the lead. I'm about to sneeze. COVID everywhere. I'm watching that vote count. Ossoff is gonna win. We don't know. We don't know. Maybe. We don't know. How many people are here now? 17 merchant. Y'all got the news, huh? Feel like I'm destined. I don't need no second resting now. Boy, you testing. I'm not gonna force y'all to watch this entire stream. When this gets posted, I'm probably gonna unlist it and then clip the part where we come up on Warnock winning and Ossoff winning. Yeah. New York Times says he's 94% likely to win. Yee. Don't get me too happy. I don't believe it till I see it. I'm balling out of control. Keep on receiving the scholarship. I need acknowledgement. Yeah, if I got it, then tell me I got it then. Demon, they calling my show. I should fuck all of you hoes. I'm balling. Yeah, there's no coming back for Loeffler. Thank God she lost. Thank fuck that she lost. She's actually like brain dead. If we would have let her win, bro. Alright, here we go.
Now, and this story and this race is changing almost every minute. We have 97% of the expected vote in right now. And with that, Senator Perdue, the incumbent, going up against Jon Ossoff. Right now, we are seeing his lead almost evaporate in real time. At one point, he was up by tens of thousands of votes, now up by only 456. And then in the next race, the other Georgia race, the Reverend Raphael Warnock up 34,000 votes. He actually has the most votes so far of the four candidates in this race, up 34,000 ahead of Senator Loeffler right now. We want to go to the map to show you where some of the outstanding vote is still left at this hour right now, as we ask our Steadicam operator to come right back around. So this is the map of Georgia. This is where it looks like right now. We still are waiting on 3% of the vote still to come in. There's also other votes that we're waiting on as well. This map, the way it looks like right now, this jigsaw puzzle of red and blue, is identical to the way it looked at the end of the election just 2 months ago in the presidential general election there in Georgia. So not much has changed. What have we been watching? We've been watching the areas of Atlanta, the suburbs around there, Savannah, Chatham, and Liberty County, and then, of course, the black belt of Georgia as well. So why are Democrats leading in one race and almost leading in the other? What we've seen so far is that in those blue counties, they're overperforming the percentages of Joe Biden, which has helped them tremendously, while Republicans, on the other hand, have been holding the same percentages as President Trump, but the raw votes just aren't there, so they're not overperforming technically to President Trump.
The media doesn't decide the election. The media does.
Including some provisional ballots and early votes that came in today. I want to go to Rick Klein, our political director.
Apparently people hate Loeffler. Exactly.
What exactly is happening in the votes
Warnock
that are
has
still
won,
outstanding at this
basically.
hour, Rick?
Well, yeah, I mean, making the point that, this election night is
Kelly Loeffler's not going to get 30,000 votes from
We've got
anywhere.
50-50 races. I mean, look at those numbers. All 50s. That's as evenly divided as you can possibly imagine things to be. And in that universe, small batches of votes that might take a little while to come in or to get counted matter quite a bit. This matters less in the Warnock race if that lead holds. But looking at the numbers in the Perdue-Ossoff race, there's a universe of as many as 17,000 overseas and military ballots. Those could take as long as until Friday to arrive. Now, not all of them are going to be sent in time or sent in at all, but that's just one batch in addition to the outstanding vote that we're still expecting to get counted that's going to make this potentially last several days. Again, the Warnock-Loeffler race in a little bit of a different scenario, but you start to think, where can you find just a few hundred votes to make a difference in the other race?
Yeah, I'm going to get Henry on the steady cam here, a little dizzy, but just as you were speaking, Rick, the race changed again. Now we have Senator Perdue up by 3,000 votes. His lead was shrinking. Now he's back up by more than 3,000 votes with 98% of the vote in. Raphael Warnock still on top with 32% as well. I'm sorry, with 32,000 votes ahead of time. We want to go to the Republican election official, Gabriel Sterling, who was speaking just moments ago. Let's listen in.
If they had waited to get all those ballots in tonight, there would have been about a 3-hour gap of time. So out of an abundance of looking out for their employees and not wasting time, they're going to allow the registration group to finish their work tonight and hand it over tonight or first thing tomorrow morning, and then Chatham County will come back and complete their work on those absentee ballots. But it's really just the absentee ballots that came in today from the mail and the drop boxes there. So now I'm going to give you the list of the counties we do not have everything in from. Appling, Bibb, Camden, Cobb, Coffee, DeKalb, Douglas, Floyd, Forsyth, Fulton, Gwinnett, Henry, Houston, Lumpkin, let's see, Newton, Pickens, and that's it. Those are the last counties that we do not have the full reports in from. So as you can see, it's still a very set of tight races out there. Bubba McDonald has the largest lead amongst the Republicans. Perdue has a small lead right now, and Senator Loeffler is behind Reverend Warnock right now. So the other thing to remember, Fulton and DeKalb, these larger candidates, are going to have big swaths of votes that came in today. So keep that in mind as you're looking at what you're expecting to come out. So with that, I'll take any questions you might have.
So you're expecting more dumps from DeKalb, Fulton?
Only on the absentees that come in from Fulton. Fulton's got all of their advanced in already. They're going to be processing at the Georgia World Congress Center through a large portion of the night until they reach a potentially good stopping point. And then again, that's only the absentees that came in today. They've uploaded everything else already.
Gabe, is it fair to say that the counties that you went through, and I can't speak to each of them specifically, but they appear to be predominantly Democratic counties? At least
You know how much skill it takes to do that shit?
In terms
The
of
translating
the amount of votes that are potentially out there coming
with the
from
sign language, you know how much
largely
skill
Democrat
that man
counties.
is
Some
so
Republicans got
talented.
Floyd,
He's inspirational.
Forsyth, Appling, but they are smaller.
Wish I
in
could be
comparison
something like
to
that.
DeKalb's, Gwinnett's, Cobb's, and Fulton's.
That's like the equivalent of being able to immediately
That tells you
speak
what you have
Spanish,
outstanding
like,
will likely
fluently
be
to
leading
anybody.
Democrat at best.
That's so
What else?
cool.
What are you going to be doing the rest of the night?
Looking at spreadsheets, trying to figure out what's going to be happening and trying to prepare for what's going to be happening tomorrow, because we do have these close elections. And there's a potential where some of these elections could be within a half a point, so the second place finisher will have the opportunity to potentially ask for a recount again.
Is it possible you'll know the answer tonight?
It's possible, but it's not likely, especially with the number of absentees we anticipate being counted tomorrow in the larger counties.
And how many do you expect tomorrow?
We have no way of knowing right now. But we've told all the counties to get their information in to the ENET system, voter registration system, by 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Any surprises in this election? I'm not talking about everything that led up to it.
In the election itself, it was a very smooth election. You know, we had a couple of things here and there with Columbia County with their issues the first thing in the morning, but in general, it was a very smooth election. We didn't have any issues. The election night reporting has gone relatively smoothly, so we feel like the counties are kind of getting in the groove, despite the fact we know they are all exhausted.
Any idea yet on numbers today, voters today?
Yeah. Give me a second. I can look them up real quick. I hate to do it on the fly. We ended up having probably close to 1 million altogether right now. In fact, I'm looking at so far and this may have all of them, we're looking at 1.244 million votes, which was more than we anticipated, actually. We were looking at, that's today, that's Election Day votes, 1,244,374. And the absentee by mail so far is at 995,410. And the advanced voting that's been reported so far is 2,054,776.
Warnock won easy.
Are results coming in faster than expected?
One of the things about having only 3 contests.
Purdue's lead is shrinking again.
Actual physical ballots this time. Every ballot was 11
Bro,
inches.
I swear to God, if Ossoff loses, my heart's gonna ache for dude,
So
bro,
obviously
because
be
it's so
faster than the November
close.
elections because there's just fewer steps in the process and it's easier to handle smaller pieces of paper at the end of the day.
Knowing what you know now, what are the possibilities that there might be some contentious comments made as this vote is so close, just as there was after November 3rd?
Frankly, John, I'd be shocked if there weren't contentious remarks made about the outcomes with them being so close. We have a state that is very closely divided amongst a partisan divide right now, but I want to emphasize a point again that Bubba McDonald and the race that most people didn't think about today has more votes than both the senators, which shows there's potential that there were Republican voters who chose not to vote for the 2 Republican senators, maybe because of all the contention, but that's speculation on our part. Anything else?
So that's it for tonight?
I think that's going to be it for tonight. I don't see anything else big happening. The biggest thing we had hanging out there were that really giant tranche of DeKalb County advanced votes. They may load the additional 20,000 tonight. It may be tomorrow, depending on how they have to work through the 2 memory cards they're dealing with. And all that was they sent 2 scanners out to 2 advanced voting locations. And instead of making individual cards for each one, they only made 2, so they could upload one or the other. So they're likely going to have to rescan some of the stuff out of those 2 ballot boxes.
And just for our morning folks, do you anticipate any brief?
Okay, we've just been listening to Georgia election official Gabriel Sterling right there, who was talking about the outstanding vote and where it stands right now. I want to show you where some of these counties are, and then we're going to get reaction to some of this. So there are Republican outstanding votes as well. We want to show you where some of the bigger counties for the Republicans are. Forsyth, this is where a lot of the Republican votes come so far. You can see Senator Perdue has a very comfortable lead here, but I wanted to focus on this number as we compare them to the blue counties. So this is about almost 3% of the pass size of the entire total election for Georgia, okay? So that's one county, and then we can come over here. Let me see, make sure I can find Floyd. Floyd County is another Republican county here. You can see Perdue, again, with a comfortable lead. But again, I want you to focus on this number. It's less than a percentage point of the entire Georgia election population. So those are the Republican counties, and there's a few other ones where the vote is still outstanding. But then he's talking about the big counties here. We still have 7% out of DeKalb. Look how much bigger this number is. 7%, nearly 8% of the total vote there. That's a big Democratic-leaning county. Also, Forsyth as well. We still have Fulton. We still have 5% of the vote out there. This is at Georgia's biggest county. This is where Atlanta is. You can see it's nearly 11% of the total population there. And then Cobb, still 5% there. You can see Ossoff on top. It's a little tighter than those other blue counties, but the Democrats are expected to win in Cobb County. And then Gwinnett as well, 8%, 5% of the vote out from there. So what's the point that we're trying to make here? The point that we're trying to make is that in these Democratic-leaning counties, there's still a lot of the vote outstanding. From my rough math, there's still more than 80,000 votes left. And when we look at the big wall, Henry, if you can show them up here, Senator Perdue's lead at this point right now is plus 1,000, nearly 2,000 votes. Raphael Warnock on top of Senator Loeffler by plus 35,000 votes at this hour. But if there's still 80,000 votes still left out there, a lot of them from blue counties, that's why Democrats think they could still have a chance in this race, at least winning both Senate seats, because it looks right now that Raphael Warnock's in a very good position. Rick, as we come to sort of the end of the night here, we're waiting on this last 2% of the vote in. What are you seeing, especially when we hear about some of the provisional ballots?
Oh, my camera died
still gonna count,
again.
that came in today, that's going to be counted tomorrow.
Yeah, the Republicans are going to run out of places to find additional votes. And that's why that lead by Raphael Warnock right now looms as large as it does, and why that Perdue lead is as tiny as it is at this hour. To look at all of those places that the votes can continue to come in,
my camera
you just
died again.
recognize that there's just those are blue places. And if they at all match up with expectations. Another big headline from what we just heard from the Secretary of State's office, Election Day voting exceeded 1.2 million. Now, they came into the day saying, we're not really sure. It could, there were so many early votes. They thought at the high end, maybe 1 million, 1.1 million. And the conventional wisdom was that a very big number, great for Republicans, because they were going to save all those votes for Election Day itself. It turned out there was a more nuanced story.
Big turnout usually helps Democrats.
And we saw Democrats outperform their numbers, even in rural areas of the state, including in red areas of the state, just to hold down some margins and really run up the score in other places. And many of them did vote today. They may have voted in a traditional way. They may have just dropped off that early ballot in person. So a lot of votes that we thought might have been banked, the Republicans like to say the Democrats cannibalized their vote while they had a lot of feasting still to go on Election Day itself.
And Mary Alice, Gabriel Sterling, the election official, was also making another point, why he thought, some evidence, if you will, if you want to call it that, why he thought some Republicans may have gone to vote, but they didn't vote in the Senate races.
Right. There was actually one other race on the ballot for Public Service Commissioner, and Sterling was referring to that. It's a Republican on the ballot who actually is outperforming these two Republican candidates. And so Sterling was making the argument that it's possible you just have too many disillusioned Republicans who were turned off by the actions of the president, perhaps turned off by these Senate candidates. They're going and voting for other Republicans, or in this case, one very specific Public Service Commissioner seat, but they're not voting for their current sitting senators. It will be really interesting to watch the end of the night if that's true. And you had Gwinnett up there, and I think it's worth noting. You referred to it as a blue, a blue county, and obviously it is, but it is so recently blue. We're talking about less than a decade. This is the kind of county that Romney won by 7 percentage points, that Hillary Clinton barely won, and then in the last 5 years, we've just seen this explosion of new people in that area. This is a new Atlanta, and we are seeing that in full force tonight.
Yeah, no, the state has definitely changed. It's a great point. Hillary Clinton outperformed Barack Obama, but Donald Trump underperformed from Mitt Romney, and then the trends just changed in 2020. I want to bring in Terry Moran now. Terry, this is still such a close race. We're not making any calls yet. We still have 2% of the vote out, but we are seeing some trend lines. We are seeing the Reverend Raphael Warnock here, a political newcomer. Yes, he was the senior pastor at Ebenezer Baptist Church, but he's the man who's on the board right now with the most votes out of 2 sitting senators, right? And then you have John Ossoff, a political newcomer as well, who is in a very tight race, losing right now, but in a very tight race against the incumbent Senator David Perdue. So my question to you is, Terry, how much did the president's actions matter in the weeks and months after the election up until this point? We kind of got into a heated debate with Governor Christie about this, but how much do you think the president's actions had to do with what we're seeing tonight?
I think it had to do a lot with shaping the debate. Look, if you're a politician running for the Senate from a state, you want to talk about the issues for the people of your state. Yeah. You want to talk about whether it's high taxes, whatever it might be, energy policy, agriculture policy. You want to talk to the people of your state about their concerns. Donald Trump demanded of the Republican candidates that they go with him, storm the democracy, demand on no evidence that any court has found reliable, no evidence that any Republican elected official responsible for certifying the election in Georgia found reliable, that somehow the election was stolen, just like he said the Iowa caucuses were stolen when Ted Cruz won them, et cetera, et cetera. And that took them off their game. It's like a sporting event when the other team forces you to play a different game than the one you wanted. And that, in the end, I think in such a close election that they weren't able to talk about their agenda. They had to talk about Trump's agenda. And when Joe Biden came to Georgia and he said, you have 2 senators who aren't loyal to you, they're loyal to Trump, that was important. And the whole story, it seems to me, however these races turn out, begins to turn the page on the presidency of Donald Trump. We heard it tonight from Lieutenant Governor Duncan in his interview with Lindsay earlier, where he said this is a pivot point, and our party, he said, the Republican Party has to be bigger than one man. And I think one of the issues that Donald Trump is going to have tomorrow when he tries to get Republicans to overturn the election and going forward is if you say you win all the time and you start losing, the spell breaks. The enchantment breaks. This was a bad night for Donald Trump and a good night for those who want a Republican Party beyond him.
Terry Moran, we thank you for that analysis. I want to bring in Nate Silver right now, the editor and founder of 538. Nate, this is really when we start to rely on your expertise in crunching some of the numbers. You have a feeling that both these races are going to lean a certain way. I want you to just, as simply as you can, walk our viewers through it.
Yeah, I mean, Democrats will probably win both these races. Warnock's already ahead by what's now a somewhat, not comfortable margin, but like a meaningful margin. And the outstanding votes are all in very blue areas. So DeKalb County alone, about 20,000 more early votes in very black precincts. That will probably net John Ossoff maybe 15,000 votes on their own. That would be enough for him to pull ahead and Warnock to pull further ahead. There can be tabulation errors and irregularities, things we don't know about, but there's not like a kind of conventional path back for Loeffler. Certainly, she is, I think, pretty much toast. And you need something irregular to go on for Perdue to hold on, I think.
So, Nate, but on that point, and for our viewers, I keep looking to my right because that's where we have our big wall, and I can see the numbers up close. We have Senator David Perdue up 2,000 votes, but we still think there's about 80,000 votes outstanding, that 2%. Plus, we have the votes that are being counted today, and maybe those provisional ballots going ahead. We don't know how those will break either. But you've seen enough in the data and the numbers and the history, if you will, to feel that the Democrats are in the position right now to be a little more comfortable than Republicans at this hour.
Yeah, because it's a finite math problem at this point, right? We know where the votes are. Sometimes there are surprises, but they're in very blue areas, and they're the bluest type of votes, which are early votes in a lot of places. And so it's just like they're going to be close elections, right? Loeffler might lose by 1 or 2 points. You know, I wouldn't totally I'd still have some nightmares if I were Ross about who knows some irregularities somewhere. But the math is pretty doable at this point. Georgia has very good reporting on where the votes are outstanding. They keep people very much up to tabs on that. And so there's not as much guesswork involved as there was, say, in Pennsylvania or Arizona in November. We have really good info from Georgia on where the outstanding votes are, and we have a good idea about who those are likely to turn out for.
Yeah, and I want to go to Rick before we kick it back over to Lindsay. Rick, but everyone's going to be careful about how they call these races because it's still very close. The networks, the wire services, news organizations are going to be very careful because it's still very close. And even though people may think it's going to lean one way, there's been so much made about Georgia that no one wants to get this wrong.
That's exactly right. I'll tell you, our standards are that our policy is not to make a projection in the race that's going to land within 1 percentage point, and certainly not within that 0.5 percentage point that we've been talking about tonight as grounds for a potential recount. So we're looking at the numbers. Our team is very much dialed into the vote that's outstanding. We're seeing the same things that everyone else is, and I think the analysis that Nate pointed out is correct, that it looks very good for both Democratic candidates. That's not a secret here, but the process has to play itself out. We know that it took a couple of days to get a final picture out of the presidential race. It appears that the election officials in Georgia at the state and local level have been working overtime to try to rectify some of the delays before, because this is a lot more vote than we expected coming into the night. The fact that it's midnight and we have 98% plus is something of an achievement, but these are very close races. We're still talking about very narrow margins that could land in the mandatory or the possible recount territory.
That is real
and there's
tough.
still outstanding votes
Trump
that needs to be
single-handedly
calculated.
cut his
Lindsay,
own
as we
party.
wait for that final 2%, I'll kick it back over to you.
All right, thanks, Tom. I'd like to bring in Yvette Simpson back into the mix. And Yvette, throughout this whole election, we've really seen the Republicans attacking the Democrats, calling them radical liberals. In fact, so much so there were some college students that started playing a drinking game every time that Loeffler said the word radical liberals. According to the exit polls, it sounds like that was an effective strategy, but maybe according to the votes, perhaps not. Of course, there are a number of factors that have gotten us to this 50-50 race result in both of the races at this point. But do you think that it's possible that one of the issues is that Georgia is in fact becoming more progressive?
I think it is. I mean, when you think about the fact that, and I wanted to comment on this earlier, Raphael Warnock got early support from progressives. He was supported right away from our organization, Democracy for America, almost immediately. He had a huge coalition of support. He also had, black voters, rural black voters, brown voters, all over the place, right? So we had this huge coalition. When Ossoff came into play, progressives joined alongside him because we needed both seats. And so if you think about the fact that Raphael Warnock has been an unapologetic progressive from day day one, and he is in a significant lead right now. And so some folks would say he probably carried Ossoff in some of the places where he wasn't as strong, and is part of the reason why Ossoff is doing as well as he's doing now. So I think that that's a fallacy. I also think when you think about in those final weeks, we came down to real solutions for people in this pandemic, and you started to hear Ossoff and Warnock talking about $2,000 payments for people in the pandemic. A progressive proposal started with progressives back in March. I don't believe that Georgia or any state, frankly, is a state where progressive values can't win. And I think if you talk about real issues, if you talk about where people are real people, I think it can be unifying. And I think the fact that you've got two Republicans who were bolstered by Trump, who stood with Trump, are now finding themselves not in the strongest position that they want to be. I think the fact that the fact remains that progressive values can win everywhere, and progressive candidates can win. And so I'm excited that we're seeing that result tonight so far.
Yvette, thanks so much. Sarah Fagan, I'd like to bring you back in here. When you think about the position of this moment that we're in with ahead of tomorrow's certification and the seeds of distrust that President Trump has sown as far as democracy, especially in Georgia, do you feel in some ways that President Trump has sabotaged his own party?
I think that the
so I've been right so far on my
ultimately
prediction.
show
Let's hope my prediction was not right.
Many factors as to why
because I said that Purdue would win.
If in fact
so
that's
let's
what
hope that I'm wrong
here.
in that regard. But I was
the
right about
biggest fact,
Warnock.
I think, will be the distraction. Rather than talking about Bernie Sanders being the budget chairman, card check coming to the Senate, potential tax increases, minimum wage, which many people agree with, but others understand is flawed economic policy. That's the debate Republicans needed to have, and to make very clear that if they don't have control of the Senate, these are the policies coming to America. That was talked about to some degree, but what was talked about much more was a fight within the Republican Party. Donald Trump attacking the governor, attacking the Secretary of State. The senators, Kelly Loeffler was somewhat vocal in criticizing her own fellow Republicans in the state of Georgia. That creates division, and if there are 2 or 3 or 6,000 Republicans on the fence, that could matter. And I think what's so concerning to me as I look at these numbers is that local race, that statewide local race, where the individual is outperforming Senate candidates. That almost never happens. That means something. That's telling us something. That's a factor. And so I think, when you look back, there's going to be a lot of debate about whether Donald Trump is causing the problems or whether he's creating high turnout. I think there's a little bit of both, but probably he's going to get a lot of blame tomorrow.
All right, thanks so much, Sarah. Heidi Heitkamp, like to bring you back in here. We heard from Gabe Sterling just a little while ago, of course, the Republican top election official there in Georgia, and he was saying that the results are leaning Democrat at best. Earlier tonight, you talked about...
Remember when I said I was going to end the stream at 9?
What else do you think has changed here in Georgia?
Well, the demographics clearly have changed. More and more people are moving to Atlanta. More and more people are moving to Georgia. It's becoming a tech center, becoming a media center. And so it's a completely different place than it was 30 years ago. But let me tell you, here's the theory of the Democrats' case. You're suffering. Our own exit polls, ABC exit polls, said that over 2/3 of Georgians say they are suffering economically because of the pandemic. And then you take 2 millionaires, in fact, 1 billionaire, who then uses their position to basically make stock trades and benefit themselves, but won't give you $2,000. And so races are about comparisons. They're about choices between two candidates. If you want to look at why I think the statewide candidate running for the Public Service Commission does so much better, it's because people didn't trust the two senators, not just because of Trump. And the other important thing is, why didn't Perdue debate? I mean, he had a chance to take the stage to make his argument, and he couldn't do it because Ossoff held him accountable for these stock trades every time he stood there. And so I think that this played a huge role in the decisions that Georgians made tonight. And I think along with just an incredible turnout, Stacey did a great job, but she also did a great job, and so did the Democrats, on staying on message. This is about Georgians. This is about how you're hurting, and these people are exploiting their position for their own personal gain.
Heidi, thanks so much. Steve Osunsami, I'd like to bring you back in. You've been talking all day about how easy it was to vote in Georgia, even in the blue counties. And perhaps it sounds like Republicans are already in the throes of creating some new rules, particularly as it pertains to absentee ballots if you don't have a good excuse.
Absolutely. We all know that the mail-in vote was hugely significant in not only the November election, but also this one. We're seeing that already. It's made it easier for people on the blue team to vote. We saw record numbers of people in the middle of this pandemic using the mail-in vote, and we saw what happened. Joe Biden was able to win this state. There were a lot of factors, of course, that contributed to that, but the mail-in vote was hugely significant. Well, Republicans in this state have already taken an eye to that. In the name of security, we are going to be expecting from the Republican legislature here new rules on mail-in voting. For example, right now you don't need an excuse to get an absentee vote. You're probably going to need one next go-round. There are going to be tougher rules in terms of identification. A number of different rules that will be coming to perhaps make it more difficult in the eyes of some people for people to use the mail-in vote. And there's one thing that I want to point out in having watched these elections for many years and watched the number of runoffs in this state that I have, and that is that no matter how these results shake out tonight, and right now these races are tight, no matter how they shake out tonight, something clear has happened. The fact that we are even talking about Democrats possibly winning a runoff election in the state of Georgia, which means you had to get Democratic voters to vote twice. The fact that we're even talking about Democrats even in the running of possibly winning is a major shift in this state, where if you had asked me 2 years ago, I would have told you that right off the bat, before even knowing the candidates, that neither Democrat had a chance. That's usually the story in Georgia, and that is not what we're seeing tonight. Lindsay?
A different story altogether. Steve Osunsami, thank you so much for your reporting. Tom.
All right, well, our coverage is going to wrap up right now of this broadcast, but we're going to have continuing coverage on ABC News Live with our partners at WSB, our powerhouse station there in Atlanta. We are expecting the Reverend Raphael Warnock to speak very shortly. We're going to have updates, of course, on Nightline, GMA tomorrow morning, and here on ABC News Live, we will bring you that joint session of Congress. We will have it all right here on ABC News Live. I'm Tom Llamas for Lindsay Davis and all of us here at ABC News. We thank you for watching.
Are we? And I don't think we will. We're encouraged by the early returns, and I think we're on track to have a good evening. Hopefully we can get it done earlier so we can truly celebrate here together as a good family of people who love one another.
You lost. It's over.
On behalf
you
of
lost.
David and Kelly, I too want to thank each of you. When you give your hearts and your reputation to candidates, that's something special. Your time, your money, and your efforts, that will never be forgotten. I can recall the faces of people who worked for me when I was running for office, and every decision I made, I would see those faces that worked so hard, put their life on the line, and allowed me to borrow their reputation when Georgia really didn't know who I was. Kelly and David feel the same way. Many of you time, know your money, and your efforts.
What's going on?
Will never be forgotten. I can recall the faces of people.
Why is it double speaking,
worked for
ABC?
me when I was running for office, and every decision really.
There we go.
You didn't have to do it, and we cherish our need to borrow their reputation when Georgia really didn't know who I was. Kelly and David feel the same way. Many of you know them, and they know you, and many out there that they don't know who have worked so hard for them. They are grateful for your participation and your efforts on their behalf. Really, you didn't have to and we cherish our state. I'm rather sad, as you are, that we're in this position where the eyes of the world, and literally the eyes of America, are on Georgia in this important runoff. But folks, this is for all the marbles. We love the freedom that we've had. We've loved the state that we live in as Ginger Parade, and we thank the opportunity for being here in Georgia. And we want to make sure that we send David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler back so that we can continue to enjoy the freedoms that we've had in this country.
Yes, because Ossoff and
Governor
Warnock
Kemp
will stop
also
your freedom.
spoke in support of his fellow Republicans. Here's part of what he had to say this evening.
I also want to mention how much I have enjoyed fighting with David Perdue. You know, David was on the bus tour with us back in 2018, trying to, save the soul of our state, as we said, at every stop. We went to 90
broadcast is dying, ABC.
in the last 3 weeks of the campaign, and David, family, and others were on those at many of those bus stops. And since I became governor, I've had the opportunity to work with him a lot, especially on the Hurricane Michael relief that Senator Perdue really led the charge on in Washington with the Secretary at USDA and the Ag Department, our Ag Commissioner, Gary Black. But it was David that was on the ground every day up there in D.C. And I know a lot of people here wondered sometimes why they didn't see him that much, but it's because he was taking our priorities
to
the halls of Congress and to the White House to get help for our farmers. And I'll be forever grateful, and our state will as well, for the great work that he did. And as you guys know, David he's an outsider. He's a business guy. He has taken that mentality to Washington, D.C., which is why he built such a powerful relationship with the president, because he's exactly the same way, an outsider, a business guy. And they all went up there and were fighting the swamp. And I want to thank David for that as well, and the president as well.
Yes, they were fighting the swamp by being multi-billionaires who are indeed
But I was
corrupt.
also honored to appoint someone to the United States Senate when another great Georgian and a great American, Johnny Isakson, decided to retire. And there's not a finer man that served the Republican Party in Georgia in politics than Johnny Isakson, I will tell you that.
Now having a look at the latest numbers coming in, and here it is,
The lead is
2.819
closing.
million votes for Senator David Perdue, and it is challenged John at 2.187. So here we are, less than 2,000 votes apart separating these men. It is going to be close. We're likely not going to know for some time.
Don't overpay for Adidas. This tool can save you money. It's a browser extension.
But it's also quite thin, not as close as the other race, but it's 2.205 million with the Warnock lead over 171 million. Loeffler.
David Perdue's
numbers
lead
coming.
is evaporating.
Add here, Justin, George, with Raphael Warnock in the lead right now. 99% of the precincts reporting. Of course, absentee ballots still have to be state. Actually, a retro air.
Yeah, their
U.S.
broadcast
senator
is
from
passing
the state
away.
of Georgia.
No question. In a place shortly, that would be the headline, Javita.
And again, so many votes yet to be counted, and that's why we are all here for you with live results and in-depth coverage from our team of reporters and our experts.
And we also are expecting to hear from Warnock in a few minutes, so we'll take you to that when it happens. Loeffler is having an in-person viewing party tonight. The Republicans did in Buckhead. Channel 2's Richard Elliott continues our live Team 2 coverage now from that watch party at the Grand Hyatt. And Richard, it appears someone getting ready to speak at this hour.
That's exactly what is happening right now. Let's swing over and see the stage and the podium there. The one man who's been coming out and wiping down the microphone in between the two speakers, he came out and did that. The crowd has moved forward to the stage as if to anticipate some kind of remarks from Kelly Loeffler. We were told earlier tonight he was going to come out at about the same time that Brian Kemp. Here we go. So we're going to hear first from
look at this.
Former Georgia Governor.
She better concede too.
Agriculture Secretary Sonny
She
Perdue.
better concede. It's over. Oh, my camera battery's back charged.
But I want to, on behalf of David, so again, thank each and every one of you. You know how close it is. It looks like we're not going to know the final result tonight. We've got ballots out, 17,000 overseas military ballots to come in on Friday, and we're still in this.
And even if she won 100% of that vote, she still wouldn't win?
For a great outcome. But once again, God bless you folks. Thank you so much. You laid it everything. We left everything on the field. Proud of you. God bless you. Thank you. God bless it. Go.
If she won 100% of all that 17,000 votes, she still would lose.
So that was former Georgia Governor and her Secretary Perdue coming out saying it's a theme that they've been saying most of the night tonight. They didn't leave anything out on the field, on the campaign field, trying to turn to vote. So he said that we're going to Kelly Loeffler. Don't know exactly
it's not me lagging, by the way.
As I said
it's
earlier, we expected to hear from her earlier tonight when Senator Ed Kemp first made their remarks, along with the Georgia GOP Chair David Schaefer. Then they were told me.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage.
Here we go. And here's Kelly Loeffler going to address this crowd.
Well, good morning, Georgia. Yes, it's going to be another late night. There are a lot of votes out there, as y'all know. And we have a path to victory, and we're staying on it.
No, you don't. It's over.
Guys, thank you so much.
You've lost.
I want to thank each and every one of you. Every phone call, every door knock, every conversation, every yard sign. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. You know, it took every single person in this room to get where we are right now. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. We got lots of things to go out, but we got some work to do here. This is a game of inches. We're going to win this election. We're going to save this country. That's right. That's right. We're going to win Georgia and save America. But you know what? It was very clear. Our election was a choice. It was a choice between the path towards socialism. You know, it was very obvious. My opponent campaigned on a platform of high taxes, socialism,
and beat your stupid ass. And beat your stupid ass.
My campaign
and beat your stupid ass.
Fighting for the American dream. You know, that's right. It's about this generation and future generations. So, you know, it's worth it for this campaign to last.
How many counties are left? I don't know.
Every vote is counted.
I don't know about Ossoff. Ossoff's only down by like 1,200 votes.
Every vote will be counted, and I'm not going to stop working. In the morning, in fact, I'm going to be heading to Washington, D.C. to keep fighting. That's right. We're going to fight for this president. So I'm asking for every single Georgian, every single American, stay in the fight with us. We are going to keep fighting for you. This is about protecting the American dream. I'm never going to stop fighting for this country, for the American dream, for each one of you, so that every Georgian has a voice in Washington. I work for you. I don't owe anyone up there anything. We're going to get this done. God bless you. Thank you so much. God bless Georgia. We're going to get this done. Thank you.
Those were remarks from Senator Kelly Loeffler. Definitely not a concession speech. She said that they do believe they do have a path for victory. I think at the last count I saw, they were still some 35,000 votes short of Raphael Warnock. She did again say there is some kind of path for victory. What will happen over the next 24 hours, 48 hours, and further on during the week. That's what's happening here in Buckhead. We're live. Richard Elliott,
It looks like he might make a comeback. He's only down by 1,000.
Of course, she said it's going to be a long night. No one ready to call it quits just yet. The Democrat Raphael Warnock, as you know, trying to unseat Loeffler. As Richard mentioned, George, he is in the lead by about some 35,000 votes. He also led Loeffler back in November, which got us to this runoff. We are expecting to hear from Reverend Warnock any minute now.
Yes, that is correct. As a matter of fact, Gervais, you were talking about the tight race. I'm looking at the big board right there to my right. 4,400,000 votes have been cast in that race.
Incredible.
Incredible. They're separated by 35,000 votes. Let's go to Channel 2. Sophia Troy continues a live Team 2 coverage now at 12:24 in the morning. She's covering the Democratic candidate from Northeast Atlanta.
I'm here at Ebenezer Baptist Church, where Warnock has served as the senior pastor since 2005. In a one-on-one interview today, I asked him what his role will be here at this church if he wins the Senate runoff tonight. Reverend Raphael Warnock took a bus tour today, attending rallies like this one in Cobb.
Are you ready to win this election?
Due to COVID, Warnock is not holding a traditional campaign party tonight. We spoke to him by telephone.
What we've got to do is keep people safe. That's the main thing. And so I'll gather tonight with a few family members.
Warnock refused interviews today. He's too busy reaching voters like Alvin.
This is
Big Warnock.
in my time. I'm 66 years old.
Here in Marietta, Warnock spoke to labor union members of a local IBEW, some of his staunch supporters.
The preacher knows when he's preaching to the choir.
His message to them, he understands their pain.
Struggling families, working families, need somebody in Washington, D.C. who will be thinking about them.
Some of the security officers around here told me they were expecting possible demonstrations, maybe even protests, but we've seen none of that. In Northeast Atlanta, Sophia Choi, WSB Tonight.
All right, Sophia, following this race, if you're just joining us, this is WSB
Did Kelly
Tonight.
Concede? No.
Here as we
Kelly
move
didn't
into
concede.
Wednesday morning.
She said that she still believes there's a path to victory.
It is Senator David Perdue right now, leading by, what is that, about 1,500 votes is all that separates these two, David Perdue and John Ossoff, the challenger. And so, look, here's the thing. If they finish within a half point of one another, then the person who's not in the lead has the right to ask for that, and then it would not cost their campaign. If they're within 2 percentage points, then the challenger, so to speak, could ask for that recount, and then the campaign would be responsible for paying for the costs associated with the recount. Here it is far from Channel 2's Dave continue live teams now with the latest from the Perdue campaign. And what's the mood there? Because it's been a bit of a roller coaster today.
Oh, my goodness, to say the very least, Justin. I have been texting Senator Perdue's staff right now, just trying to find out, okay, Senator Loeffler has spoke. When is Senator Perdue going to speak? And the response to me was, Secretary Perdue, Sonny Perdue's comments are probably best for your broadcast. Texting again, I'll see what he has to say. I say, so that's a no? And he goes, no. So I do not believe at this point that Senator Perdue will speak to the crowd tonight because, again, this has been going back and forth all evening. He is not here. He would be speaking to us here virtually because he and his wife are in quarantine because they were exposed to COVID last week. So I do not believe at this point, I would wait to try to get a little bit more clarification or definitive, but it looks like Senator Perdue will not be speaking to the crowd tonight. Secretary Perdue, his cousin, Sonny Perdue, the first Republican governor in a long time here in the state of Georgia, and the U.S. Secretary of Agriculture spoke twice tonight, saying that that we are still in this. And he thanked the crowd earlier for all of their support. He said, we knew this was going to be a tough race. We knew it was not going to be. We thank you all for coming out and supporting us and helping Perdue family, helping the Loeffler family take this ball across the finish line, even if I may not.
I hate the fact that it keeps flagging. It hurts me.
Tomorrow. So we will stay here. I will try to get some clarification from the Perdue campaign to find out exactly if he is not, or if they want Secretary Perdue's comments to probably be best for our broadcast, as he said in this text here. Reporting live from Buckhead, Dave Huddleston, WSB Tonight.
All right, Dave, thank you. Now to John Ossoff's campaign. Channel 2's Lori Wilson continues our live Team 2 coverage. She's been in touch with his campaign throughout the day and this evening. Lori?
Yeah, Jovita, but right now at this hour, 12:28 in the morning, we are still hearing from the campaign that John Ossoff does not plan to make any comments tonight. You know, Ossoff, I did speak with him earlier today, and he talked about how critical voter turnout was going to be. And as we're watching these election results come in tonight, we know that that is very true. We are waiting. In some cases, they're so close, especially this particular runoff race, showing just how divided Georgians are right now. But when I spoke with Ossoff, he talked about one of his main priorities being reuniting not just Georgians, but Americans.
We can reunite this country behind the cause of defeating COVID-19. We are not one another's enemies. We're all in this together. We're just not being reminded of that sufficiently by our present political leadership.
And Ossoff saying that one of his first priorities, if he were to become part of a Democrat majority Senate, would be to get those $2,000 stimulus checks in the hands of Americans. Lori Wilson, live in Cobb County for WSB Tonight.
All right, Lori, thank you so much. Back here at the big board, it is about 12:30 in the morning. I want to show you how close these races are. Then we're going to bring in Bill. First up, here it is, 50%, 50%. What separates them is just over 1,000 votes. I'm going to click on this next 50%. 1.6%. What separates
Ossoff's looking like he's going to win, right? Maybe. He's looking like he might.
He's
only down by 1,200 votes.
Let's bring in Bill Crane while I do this. Excuse my back for everyone at home, but this is important, Bill. Watch what I'm going to do, Bill. Look at these numbers down here and everyone else. I'm going to go around the metro. I'm going to hit Bartow County. These are counties that are 100%. And they're typically red. Look at this number for Purdue. 100% for Cherokee, 100% for 100% for Hull, 100% for Walton. Take a look at these numbers. Butts, 100%. Take a look at Spalding, 100%. Huge numbers. But now when you go on the inside, now look at this number for Ossoff. 100% Cobb, sure. Take a look at Fulton, almost at 100%. And then we have Douglas. But look at what happens with DeKalb, 87%. Then take a look here, Gwinnett, 100% as well. So the Metro is now reporting, but the difference, Bill, and explains this to people at home, the difference with the Metro having 10% left or 13%, that's a number, an out red county, correct?
DeKalb County had half the votes cast. Still out.
I don't get why their broadcast is lagging so bad.
That's a bigger splash that's left in Roman County.
Create your future as a music producer. Immerse yourself in mixing, mastering, and
counties in terms of the percentages. The question is, did they get those raw votes? Because there's a larger number of raw voters, particularly in DeKalb, Cobb, Gwinnett, and Fulton. And we still have absentee ballots to count in all 4 of those counties.
Explain the raw vote and that ratio that you were talking about, because we're seeing what we saw in November. Explain that.
It's very similar to where we were a little earlier on election night in November, where towards the end of the evening, when most of the counties were shutting down tabulation, the president's margin of victory had shrunk down to about 40,000 votes. And as we went into the overnight hours and those metro votes continued to come in, by the next day, Joe Biden around 3 o'clock in the afternoon surpassed the president. What we're seeing now is what's left is a smaller universe, but it's 3 of the large metro urban counties and about 6 other counties, 2 or 3 of which are Republican, 2 or 3 of which are Democratic. When you have a county like DeKalb with 500,000 votes, that's equivalent to about 10 of the major next tier size of counties. So Bibb County is about 100,000 in Macon and Bibb County. That's the next largest after the Metro County. That's another Democratic stronghold. So what remains to be tabulated thus far this evening has come in decidedly Democratic, which should say that except for Bubba McDonald's race, which he's the Republican incumbent on the Public Service Commission, who's been leading by a larger margin most of the evening, we'll probably see a swing overnight until they resume tabulation in the morning towards John Ossoff and towards Reverend Raphael Warnock, based on the size of the counties that still have vote out.
Now take a look at this map here. What I've done is I've done map to map. This is this live data, this race. You have Warnock and Loeffler. Look at this percentage here. People at home, 83.2%. The Democrat here, 82.5% the Democrat here. I continue, 16.8% the Republican in DeKalb, and 17.5% the Republican in DeKalb, Perdue and Loeffler. What does this tell you? So are we back to if you voted blue, you voted blue, if you voted red, you voted red, all the way down?
Well, it seems like there was, at least we know, in the straight ticket voting category, there were people who chose not to be Republican nominees who dropped down to that third position and did vote for Baldwin College. Whether that's in protest of the actions of Donald Trump, or perhaps in reaction to them taking the support of the Congress to oppose or to challenge the result.
There will be an even split, with Vice President Kamala Harris as the tie-breaking vote.
Our seat, Kelly's and mine, will determine the direction of our country for the next 50 to 100 years.
Georgia, we are the firewall to socialism.
Democrats are hoping to recreate the turnout from the general election that turned the state blue for the first time in 28 years.
We have seen record voter turnout across the board in this runoff election.
There were people out there in Georgia that voted for both Perdue and Joe Biden. Why do you think that is?
I got more votes than any Georgia Democrat running statewide in the history of this state. There were some folks who voted in the presidential and didn't vote down ballot. There were some folks who voted for the Libertarian candidate in the Senate race. Now it's head-to-head. And we are getting out the vote like never before.
Republicans have a perfect track record in winning runoff races here, but their message is complicated by the president, who went so far as to ask the Secretary of State to find votes to overturn the general election results.
Tonight, our mission here in Georgia is to make sure the radical left cannot rob you of your voice and your votes in Washington. The Democrats are trying to steal the White House. You cannot let them. You just can't let them steal the U.S. Senate.
Voters here on both sides say they're motivated to vote with Georgia in the spotlight.
Everybody's looking up to Georgia right now. Everybody, you know, all the states are looking, but we got to do this.
It's been really cool because this never happens with like 2 Senate races, you know, so it's really neat.
Everything that America stands for Atlanta is on the line.
One right we have in our lifetime is to vote and pay taxes. And if we take the vote away, we haven't got anything.
First time I've actually been excited about voting. I mean, usually I vote, but it's just very different this time.
It's just good to have my vote matter in a state where everything seems to be the center of the universe.
And Caitlin Huey-Burns, Nancy Cortez, Ed O'Keefe, and Josh Jamerson join me now. Caitlin is CBS Sun's political reporter following the election in Georgia. Nancy is CBS News chief congressional correspondent with us from Capitol Hill. Ed O'Keefe is a CBS News political correspondent in our Washington bureau. And Josh is a national political reporter for the Wall Street Journal, speaking with us from Atlanta. Welcome to you all. Thank you for being here. As you can tell, I'm sufficiently caffeinated. I trust you all are too. Caitlin, let me start with you. As we wait for our first exit poll numbers, I want to ask about the picture of the electorate we have coming into today and how that could change.
Okay,
the
so
Atlanta area Democrats
here's what
in
I'm
the
going to
state
do.
saw some of the highest early turnout in the state. So what have you been seeing and hearing today?
Here's what I'm going to do. Since I can't be bothered to keep switching back and forth between whenever my camera dies and everything, and it is late. It is 11:38. I gotta A, go to bed because I'm getting tired, and B, hurry up and finish up some work. I'm going to wrap it up here. We've been streaming for 5 hours and 38 minutes. I appreciate all of you guys for stopping in periodically, staying for a long time. What I can leave you with is this. It looks like Raphael Warnock has won, and when I left off, John Ossoff was down by 1,200 votes, with still a lot of Democratic vote out to get. So it's going to be close, but it does look like the Democrats may pull out both. If anything, we'll probably go to a recount for the Ossoff race, but it's looking good. And I'm happy that I wasn't disappointed tonight. So, if you guys did enjoy, please leave a like, comment, subscribe. Let's get to 2K. We're at 1.8. I'm definitely going to clip out some of this and put it on my YouTube as separate videos, put it on my TikTok. So you guys don't have to watch all 5 hours and X amount of minutes of footage, because I know you guys won't. But, yeah. Have an awesome day and night wherever you are. Love you guys, and peace.